similar to chickens, if you did it right. What's that, Jebby Jet? Is that SpaceX's what's that line of satellites going across? They're not satellites, really. Like as
That's
far
the
as
that's a
spinning
nano.
around.
That's the nano satellites, man. Nano
Well,
lights.
what did he call it though? What did he call it?
Yeah, Professor Fields nanosatellites. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what did SpaceX call it though?
Starlink.
Well,
Starlink.
how-
That's what it is. Yeah.
but
Starlink.
how big is a nanosatellite?
It's about the size of a beer can.
It might well be. I
That's
guess.
not nano.
It's not.
I heard Sputnik, wasn't it claimed that Sputnik was the size of a basketball? Is that true or false?
Well,
That's true. That's true. Yeah, about the size of.
I think it's a little bit bigger than a basketball.
correct me if I'm wrong, but
I
when
saw.
you say guys,
not much though.
I saw a replica of Sputnik.
You
man.
will not be wrong. We are talking about a
It's
second
basketball.
law of
It's the size of a
thermodynamics violation.
basketball.
guys, correct
Go
me
ahead.
if I'm wrong, but when we are talking about nanosatellites, 1 micron is 1,000 nanometers.
Yeah.
So
We get.
a nanosatellite must be smaller than 1,000 nanometers.
Dude, I get the semantics. I get the
Yeah, if it's more than
what we're talking
1,000
about.
nanometers,
I know, but
then it's more. It's a micron satellite, microsatellite.
microsat. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, that's language. That's a language thing that they just call it.
We're talking about something that exists in physical reality that you can launch into quote unquote space, and it starts
Space, man,
spinning around the Earth due to the gravitational pull. Right. This is what they claim satellites are. Right. So I mean, you just push it up high enough. Then it starts falling around the Earth, and that's called gravitational pull, right? This is their claim.
Mechanics, of course.
Yeah, orbital mechanics is part of it. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any pictures of satellites in space, man? Anybody?
So wheels, they don't just spin; they fall round and round. Right?
Here we go, round,
Here we go.
round, run around.
Nice.
You rockin' bastard, Helio.
It's so ridiculous. Some of these claims that they have. It's like, well, my mathematics prove. Your mathematics prove what? That you can mathematically draw it on a chalkboard and it equates to reality? My math equals reality. I put it on a flat chalkboard, and this equals what we see in reality. Bitch, no, it doesn't.
Matthew, he hasn't been around in a minute, man. I hope he's all right, man.
No, he's good. He's good. He'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back. So yeah, man, we're spinning round, man. Isn't that the song, Helio?
Here we go. What is that? Is that AC? No, it's not ACDC. It's fuck. What's the name of that?
Spinning around, man. Spinning round like
run around. God, I can't remember the name of that band.
More like wheels on the bus go round and round.
That's how they teach the kindergartners, right? The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. Right.
I thought we were doing it.
Morning, man. I don't do mornings, motherfuckers. Ain't no fucking going around in the morning.
That's why you don't understand the wheels on the bus, nigga. That's why you don't understand
Yeah,
it.
you got to
Noon.
break fast.
I'll show up at noon and
Break
stay
fast.
till about 4:30, man, and then I gotta go. Okay, man. What are you gonna teach me, you cucks?
All right,
Fucking
we're gonna tell. Do we have to
shithead.
teach you about how the wheels on the bus go around?
Early in the morning, man.
That's
The other
very
time.
basic. It's very
Fucker.
basic.
Fuck your early in the morning shit, man. Fuck off.
Early in the morning.
Oh, are
Anyway.
buses
Let's do it.
without
Well,
wheels
basically,
satellites?
that song is about how do you go to school.
That's it, man.
And to learn your indoctrination is you start at the bus and you go into the building where you learn your indoctrination. Then
Yeah.
you leave on the bus.
And
The
you
Which
do
wheels
it.
on the bus go
the school
round and
bus, yeah.
round, round
Here's-
and round,
Helio.
round and round. Yeah, what's up?
Here's the fucked up thing, man. They blow us fucking night people into the fucking bus at fucking 7:30 in the morning.
Wait. Afterwards, after the
Yeah,
school, after the school, you go on the bus to go to work, right? Especially in the big cities. The wheels on the bus go round. The wheels on the train go round and round. You're in 8-hour training to go do your job at your indoctrination at work, and then you have all that shit too.
it's a training program, man. It's a training program.
Yeah.
Get you up early in the morning. Send your dude, man.
Shoot up. I like that.
Off. I'm gonna sleep till fucking 10:30. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay up till 1 or 2. Maybe. It's like fuck off. I'm not gonna I'm a night person, man. I'm just not a morning person. And there's a lot.
Not everyone is, but they want you to be.
Yeah,
that's why they do that. They have the wheels on the bus go round and round every time. Right? So all through the town or through the city or any which way it goes.
Yep. Yeah, so welcome to the indoctrination camp and wheels on the bus, baby. Go round and round. Hey, globies in the sky go round and round.
Yeah, the wheels in the sky go round and round, round and round, round and. Well, wheel in the sky keeps on turning
all day.
Don't know if I'll see tomorrow. You remember that shit? You know what I'm saying? That's for adults right there. That's some adult shit. But
shit.
the wheels in the sky keep on turning.
Wait, but actually, orbits in the space don't go round; they go elliptic.
Hey,
what'd you say? Wait, Jebby J, what did you say again?
Orbits in the space, they don't go round; they go elliptic.
Yeah, they go elliptic, and there are certain patterns that they follow, and we can measure them, and they're certainly measured, with calendars and everything.
Yeah.
It's like Globers and Flat
but...
Earthers measure them all the same. So, which one is true?
Yeah, that's the question.
Hey, did you Mongos see the eclipse tonight? Anybody?
I keep hearing people talk about eclipse. No, I haven't seen it.
It's supposed to happen. Supposed to happen tonight. We're not going to be able to see it there.
What, a lunar?
Yeah, lunar. It's a lunar.
So it'd be in another part of the world.
Anybody got that?
Thunderstorms.
Thunderstorms? Ah, shit. Bummer.
Yeah, it was pretty cloudy here. Was it North America or some other place?
Where's that happening?
We couldn't see it here in America. I know that, man. I checked it. The next one.
All of these eclipses, if they happen in certain parts of the world, proves that the Earth, the sun and moon is local. Doesn't mean you're in a certain part of the ecliptic, third rock from the sun.
All right.
I think that's ridiculous, but anyway.
Yeah, it was tonight, man. It was mostly South America. You could see it.
Cool. I'm looking forward to the videos from South America, which we don't get a lot of those.
The next one, man, is check this out, man. We're gonna be able to all see it here in America, South Pacific, Atlantic, Indiana, Antarctica.
How can you
Europe,
see it
South
from
Europe,
the South Pacific from North America?
Dude, man, okay. It's gonna happen on the 15th and 16th of this month, man, of May.
Okay, cool.
All right, we're all gonna see I'm gonna see a total
Lunar or solar?
Let's imagine if you were in Tejas. Could you see it from Tejas?
Lunar.
All right, so we're going to see a lunar eclipse this month.
15th, 16th.
All right, cool. Someone was about to say something. Who was that?
Hey, about eclipses. How many eclipses types do you know, guys?
Types of eclipses?
Yeah.
Well, there's like partial, semi-partial, maybe partial. There's so many.
Yeah.
It's like stupid.
Full.
Right? Yeah.
And full. Yeah.
Full.
But there is a hybrid eclipse next year, which is a mix between not a full eclipse and a full eclipse in the same time.
Hey, one of the most fascinating. Jebby, one of the most fascinating ones is the annular eclipse.
The annular, yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah.
It's mostly seen over the Middle East.
Hey, Helia.
Yeah.
Last 2017, man, August 21st, 2017, I was in Madras, Oregon, watched the solar eclipse, and when it passed over my head, it was an annular, bro. It wasn't completely full eclipse, man.
So you saw the ring of fire then?
Yes, I could see the ring of fire around it, around the sun.
So it was mostly seen over the Middle East.
My buddy and I were like,
in the Northeast.
It wasn't a real total eclipse, man, because we could see it ring of fire, man. And my buddy's like, dude, we're getting ripped off here.
No, you got a bonus.
And,
dude, if you see the ring of fire, you got a bonus because
we saw the ring of fire.
That actually proves that both lights are local, and occasionally they occult each other in a position that's not where they are. Dude, the global explanation of the annual eclipse, which I've never heard anyone explain, is it's just gross. It means nothing.
Yeah.
They really just don't understand it.
It has no scientific explanation.
My theory is that the annular eclipse is the exact same as the fucking total eclipse. That's my theory.
Well, it's the exact same because it always happens on a new moon, right?
Well, absolutely. But when I saw it with my own two eyes, and it was supposed to be a total eclipse, it was an annular, man. I could see the fucking way around a goddamn whatever the fuck.
I don't know if I buy that, but
I can see the little light.
I'll take your word for it, but because these eclipses are predicted, every single circumstance.
I get it, man. They're not predicted; they're post-dicted.
I mean, unless you give me some footage of you experiencing the annular eclipse in North America, I'm not going to say I don't believe you. I'm just saying,
hey, man, in 2024, man, you and I are going to drive down to Texas, and we're going to meet up, and we're going to watch the other total solar eclipse in America.
Oh, sure.
And we're all going to ride motorcycles.
Solar eclipse. I mean, total solar eclipse. I can see that, but I'm talking about the annular eclipse is only observed in certain parts of the world.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, man, when I observed the 2017 total solar eclipse here in America, it wasn't a total solar eclipse, man. It didn't block the fucking sun 100%, dude. It was a ring right
That's
around
not
that.
what an annular eclipse is. So
Yeah, isn't that what that is?
no,
That's an annulus.
no, an annular eclipse is when the what they claim is that the moon
Right.
it appears smaller than, like, a total solar eclipse blocks the sun, right? And there's a ring. Now, the ring of fire, the annular eclipse, is the moon is a little bit smaller, so you see more of the sun on the outside once it occults the sun, right?
Yeah, there is a apogee of the moon and the
Yeah,
perigee
just look it
when
up,
it's
Flat Earth
bigger and
dude.
smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, look it up, man. Annular eclipse is totally different than partial solar eclipse or anything like that. Annular eclipse is totally different.
All right. I'm just
But any solar eclipse is always like, it's always during a new moon phase, so it doesn't matter whether or not, how you
hey,
saw the moon from different parts of the earth, or moon, or the solar eclipse from from
where
different parts
hey,
of the earth.
Helio, man, where the fuck is the moon during a new moon? Where the fuck is it?
You're gonna have to ask your mama about that, but she probably doesn't know either.
Who's hiding it?
Damn.
That was classic answer, bro. That was classic.
Well, I mean, dude, I've been asking that question for 4 years.
You want to see an eclipse?
I was-
Solar eclipse? Just tell your mom to go outside.
Just like, all right, the sun
I'll be here
is
all week.
high. Every time the sun is high in the sky, and they say that the moon is a new moon, which means it's a full moon from the sun side,
Right.
and then it's gonna cult the sun, and you can't detect where it is with any physical object or anything. You can't find where this supposed physical body is that's about to occult the sun.
Motherfucker, dude. That was my whole point when I went out to Madras, Oregon. I drove 1,000 miles one way to see this eclipse. I'm like, I need to get a picture of the moon. It should light up somewhat. It should be able to see some surface features of the moon.
You can't use any advanced instrument. Doesn't matter what tool you use. They claim the moon is this physical body out there, and it's a new moon, right? Which means that it's fully lit by the sun on the other side, right?
Right.
So it's a full moon, but it's a new moon, but it's
There's
fully
not
lit.
one feature in any of the video pictures.
At high noon, that eclipse that happened a few years ago, there was clear skies where I was, and I was like 85-90% in the penumbra or
Penumbra.
the umbra or whatever. Anyway, I was trying to look at it, and when it occulted sun, I looked at it directly. I blinked my eyes a couple times, and that shit stayed on my retinas for a while. But it's just like, before it actually started occulting the sun.
Yeah.
Where the fuck was it? If it's a physical object, why can't anyone detect it?
Well, I tracked the moon up until like a week before the eclipse, man. I was tracking the moon every night, man. I was like, okay, it's going this way. It's going heading west. It's slowing down. I mean, it kept slowing down, and then it was catching up with the sun, man. And then it disappeared, man. It gone. that fucking
You know
moon.
what? I'm curious. I'm
The
And then
curious
moon and
to
the
see.
sun don't slow
next
down. They
2
move the
days, next
same
2
same
days, the next
patterns every day.
like the 15th and the 16th, man, it didn't do fuck all, man. I couldn't see it. I was trying to find it.
All right, and then there's
You
the
guys know what
solar.
a ferrocell
Man,
is?
it was fucked up, man. And then all of a sudden, on the 17th, man, here comes the eclipse, man. I'm like, well, it made sense, bro.
That's
Totally
the way
made
it
sense.
always happens. But if the moon was a physical body, then you'd be able to see where it was. But it disappears on the new moon, and it's not
That's
just
why I'm
during
curious. That's
the
why I'm
eclipse.
curious to see actually a solar eclipse through a ferrocell.
There you go. Now you're talking. Get beget. Yeah, exactly. We need something like that. You're still not going to see the fucking moon feed.
Check this out.
Still won't see them.
We don't. I mean, the only time a solar eclipse happens is during a new moon phase, but we have several new moon phases
Every year.
throughout the year. Why can't we see the
13 of them.
moon during those phases? Oh,
We
wait.
just don't see it, man. It's gone.
Well, I
Just
mean,
gone.
you can track it, track the phases of the moon, and then all of a sudden, when it's a new moon, you know where it's going to reappear, but you don't know where it is, like physically during that phase.
We don't know.
Well, we know where it's
You
gonna
can
appear
predict where it'll
because
reappear,
that's repeating cycles.
Yes.
but you can't. All right,
Yeah.
let me rephrase it. You can't
Rephrase.
detect physically where it is during the new moon phase.
Yeah, you can't take a picture of it and say, "Hey, man, I got the moon. It's completely
And
dark."
here's the claim is that
No.
during the new moon phase, it's fully lit by the sun.
On the
So
other
it's a
side,
full moon.
basically.
It's a full moon on the other side.
Yeah, or on the lower right half of it. Right half,
No.
right 3/4, right.
No, it's a
9/10.
full moon on the other side, and then as the Earth turns and moves it through its elliptical orbit, or no, it's actually more about the moon, how it moves around the Earth and its relationship to uh, the moon. That's how the phases happen.
Right.
Every time you have a new moon, that means that the moon is a full moon. If you were on the sun, or even like looking in the same direction as the light from the sun, you would see a full moon.
I think I'm tracking. I think I am, but
Really? I mean, I thought you guys already knew this.
I'm just contemplating.
This is their claim. And it's not my claim. This is their claim.
Of course. I knew that, man. I mean, I'm just trying to contemplate it.
This is what they say causes the phases of the moon. Is the moon orbiting around Earth and its relationship to the sun. So it's a reflection of the sun and how we see it in different phases. And we're the third rock from the sun. So yeah, I mean, this is what's really interesting about the eclipse is it only happens during a new moon phase.
I know that for a fact, man.
Yep. All right, so
yeah, it does only happen.
But the only time we experience a new moon every single month, and what it means from the dark side of the moon, it means the dark side of the moon is fully lit. When we experience new moon, that means in their model that the dark side of the moon is a full moon from the sun's perspective.
That's the idea, man. That's the globe idea. Yep.
No, I don't. I don't know if everybody knows that or not, but yes, that's what they claim. That's what they claim.
but we still can't see it shining. We still see no.
Dude,
feet.
if that was true,
We don't
if
see
that was
any-
true and the moon was a physical body, we would see a ring of light.
something, right?
We would see a fucking ring of light in the sky if it was fully lit, from the dark side of the
It would look
moon.
dude, it would look like Hollywood fucking painted us a fucking movie in the
Dude,
sky. You know?
dude, yeah. So
It
anyway,
looks
that's.
so cool.
I've been saying this for a few years now. This bullshit idea about their idea of moon phases and how the sun lights up the moon and stuff. Yeah, I mean during the moon phase, if it was a new moon, and that means it's fully lit on the dark side of the moon from the backside.
Yeah.
When for 2 or 3 days we can't even see the moon at all, can't detect it with any radar, any imaging, but it's fully lit from the other side, and it's a physical body, and it's fully lit. It's a full moon from the sun's perspective, and then it starts to move into its orbit. 27 days, 27 point something days. And then it starts to give us a little crescent, and now we start to see the light from the sun. That's retarded. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. In my opinion, you can call me a freaking ignorant asshole, but hey, I learned this from the experts. I learned this shit from the experts, so I'm just ignorant.
What science degree in astronomy do you have exactly? Which
the same ones that'll tell me the same shit that I just said. No, I don't have a science degree or anything, but I guarantee I guarantee you the PhDs in astronomy will say the same exact thing that I just said.
100%. Yep, they would. If they're honest, they would. If they're not honest, then they wouldn't do that. But if they're honest,
that's where I learned it from. Exactly. I learned it from them.
Yep. You learn the same thing they learn. Yep. And that's what they tell us, man. And those are the factual models of their model.
So I mean, even without solar eclipses, where is the moon during a new moon phase? It means it's fully lit from the other side. So it's a full moon. If you were like between the sun and the moon, in quote unquote space, it would look like a full moon, right?
Well, dude, they call that the monkey in the woodpile, man. And there's other terms for that, but anyway.
Sure. Anyway, I'll shut up. You guys,
you're good, Helio. You're good. We're just hanging out, talking. But yeah, that would be where the fuck is the moon during the new moon, bitches? Where the fuck is it? And
where is it? Where is it prior to a solar
eclipse? And they don't know.
I mean, during the new moon, and where is it prior to a solar eclipse? Right, bro.
Those cucks, they kind of, where's your radar picture of the moon with the no moon?
They say that the moon is causing the solar eclipse, but they can only see it when it starts to occult the sun, right? This is their claim.
Can I just call it the no moon zone, man? Where the fuck
no moons?
I just want to go no moon. There's no moon, man. For like 3 days, man. There's nothing. You can't detect it. It's gone. There's no radar, no picture.
2.5, 2 3/4 days.
During the no moon phase, man. Fuck the new moon. Fucking new moon. Fuck off.
Yeah, there's a physical object occulting the sun. Yeah. Good luck.
That moon, man. During the no moon. Fuck off. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's just a solar eclipse. Well, we got stuff to say about the lunar eclipse.
That's every fucking month that happens, you know. So,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, it's like every single month the moon disappears for almost 3 days.
No moon phase.
You can't even find it with any radar detection. You can't even find if it's a physical object. Shouldn't they be able to find it? They
Well,
can't.
dude, they got LiDAR, radar. They got
They
super,
got all kinds of stuff.
you
But
know,
supposedly the moon is
spectrometers,
in
whatever.
space. When
You got
it hits the new moon, when it hits the new moon, nobody can find the moon. They know where it's going to come back, but they don't know where it went.
Yeah, and where the fuck did it go? Where the fuck did it go? It went to no moon land.
No moon.
And it just hung out for a couple days and rode some roller coasters and got a pair of bunny moon ears.
Hey, even though we're joking around about this a little bit, hey, any PhD astronomers come in here and tell us where it went during those couple of days when nobody can detect it anywhere with any instruments.
Speaking of PhD astronomers, man, there was this interview with this guy named Wakey and a PhD astronomer. In I think she was
in Germany. She was in Germany, but I think she was.
Yeah. And she didn't have many answers for a lot of the questions that we have around her.
You want me to play it?
No, I mean you can play it because I got to go to bed. But it is a great interview to listen to the PhD astronomer explain astronomy.
No. What happened is, I mean, he went in kind of faking her out, you know.
He went in.
I have some questions. I'm a professor at a university, and my students have these questions. And he started asking questions from the students.
He was a teacher at a. I don't know if he went in as like a teacher at a.
Anyway, he started asking her questions, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'll answer the questions." And but anyway,
it's a must see for anybody out there that wants.
Wait, where is this?
It's called Wakey, WAKI.
I'm gonna send a link. Hold on.
All right, he'll drop the link, man.
Is this on the podcast?
It's an interview that Flat Earther did with a PhD for astrophysicist, one of the top Russian.
Yeah, no, she was from Germany, I think. Is where
she's Russian. No,
really?
She's Russian. Yeah.
Well,
anyway, he just went in and asked her some basic questions about Earth and the stars.
Oh, I think I've seen this. Wait, she's like some famous. She's
very famous. Yeah, she's
Ursula something. Is it?
Yeah. There you go. I can't, dude. I have the worst time with Russian names, man. I'm like, Valakovika. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not going to pronounce that. Anyway.
Yeah, she sounded like out of her depth. I remember listening to that.
She was way out of her fucking pay grade. Yeah.
I mean, he kind of blindsided her, you know, to be honest. I mean, she wasn't expecting that.
Well, of course
she was honest. I mean,
she wasn't expecting it. That's how you get to these cocks, man. You think
sure.
He did it the right way, man. More than most of us, man. More than I have, man, for sure. He got in and just said, "Hey, man, I want to talk to you about Earth and space and cool stuff, man. Yeah, I hear you're like an expert at it. You know, yeah."
Was interviewing her?
It was Wakey, Mark Knight. He's an Australian guy. I'm trying to find the video.
He's got a channel on BitChute, or you can go right to his channel, wakey.com. I think it's.
I might have it. Let's see. I think I have it somewhere.
Anyway, it's a must watch for anybody looking into this bullshit, man. Looking into outer space and Star Wars, whatever you're into, flat Earth, it's a must watch. But yeah, Mark did a great job, man. He's very clever and covert. And hey, Helio, man, did you ever see when he did a video on a flat Earth meetup one time? I don't know if you ever saw that. Man. This was years ago, and there was a big pile of smoke. He was like waving. He's like, oh, I'm at a flat Earth meetup, and he's like trying to weed his way through the weed smoke. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty funny, man. That was pretty funny.
I don't think I saw that one. But I think how long is this video? I think I found this isn't on his channel. It's like I can't believe it didn't bring me right to his BitChute channel, but this one is it's the same video. It's you guys want to listen to it?
I would love to listen.
It was a good interview. I mean, you can see like how little she knows.
Well, he played it on here for several times.
Yeah, I mean, you can pause it and talk about it and kind of like interject, man. It'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah.
See if it works.
Yeah. See, dude, you got the bot controls, man. Dude, I don't even want to. I don't know. I'm sure I'll screw that up. I used to do HTML back in the day, but
I mean, I'll play it.
I get how it works, man. I know how it works, man.
Here it comes.
All right.
Oh shit, it ain't working.
Oh fuck, man. Fuck.
Hold on, do BitChute. Hold on, let me.
BitChute.
Loading unknown file format. We can't play BitChute on here.
What? You can't play BitChute?
Maybe. Wait. Hold on.
Fucking, I mean,
another link.
I know I can play it. I gotta go to bed, but
send me a link. Let me try this. No, that one.
Gippy Get, that's hot, man. That's hot.
It's like we can download Wakey Wakey's videos and put them up on our channel, but YouTube fucking takes them down right away.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I've downloaded a couple of Wakey videos and tried to upload them again. And then YouTube's just like, fuck you. It's out. Yeah, they just totally freaking got rid of Wakey Wakey altogether.
Yep. They got rid of a lot of great flat earthers, man. Yeah, they got rid of.
But yeah, BitChute usually works on it. It's kind of crazy I couldn't play that video. But I know I've been able to play that video before. Maybe it wasn't BitChute.
Rumble. I think you might be on Rumble.
Oh, we can't play Rumble videos on here. I thought we could play.
Dude, I found it on YouTube. There's different people that posted it.
Yeah, send me a link.
All right, let me look it up. Hold on. Let me search it up, man.
It's Freiburg Undercover. I can look it up too. Freiburg Undercover.
WAYKI, right?
Yeah, double YKI. Yeah.
Here we go. I got it. No?
Greetings.
Believe and prove it. I could add to it.
Yeah, this is one source of it, man. I'm not saying it's the killer source or anything, but
Can you post the link? Because I can't find it.
here you go. I'm dropping it right now.
Just drop it in live stream voice
Thanks.
text.
Drop it in voice. There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. It's a version that's been added on. Like, I think the guy does a little intro in the beginning. It says, "Hey man, this is Wakey Wakey's video," or whatever. I mean, he's not.
Right, cool. It's not over long.
Yeah. I mean, he just kind of like.
Then that video will probably be taken down pretty soon.
No, it's out there, man.
We're gonna play it. Let's see what's going on.
Today, I wanted to quickly share.
That's it.
Greetings. Very excited today to be joined by a fantastically knowledgeable and exuberantly full of heart individual. Thank you for joining me today, Wakey Wakey.
Hi, Philip. Thank you very much for the kind words. Wow, I have to try and live up to that now.
Well, it's great to be in your company, Mark. Intending that you are enjoying this space and that we're able to.
I wish you'd join us one day, Mark. I might try to contact him. See if I can.
Send him an invite, man.
Happy to be here.
And so I've been a follower of your work for quite a while. It was actually very reassuring to my astrological journey to be able to absorb your material and work with Vedic astrology and tropical astrology and cosmology. What is it that you first inspired you to make your YouTube channel?
Wow.
Well, I got to tell you, it was a relationship between the celestial objects in the ground,
10 years,
the surface. I was trying to get from point A to point B on the surface.
I've written a few books.
And I got myself a I decided to co-create the
second off grid space.
Yeah, it was one of those things over there in the
okay, I'm gonna start reading.
It was an elevation angle. It was a flat baseline. So I fucking went
Gravity.
Came to me, and I spent 4
months
studying not seeing friends, drawing on the walls, and I worked it out, and I really felt this needed to be shared. I thought with a blog, I started doing it with a blog, and it wasn't enough. And I met a guy, and I was always quite good with animation and stuff. I met a guy who knew about making videos, a 1-hour lesson, and I made my first video. And I thought, that's it. I'm done now.
It's so easy to take the piss out of friggin' Australians.
I know Christian was in 2014.
You guys are brutal.
And then the train came and took me, and then I just discovered more information on the cosmology that I felt needed sharing, and then it was just like momentum.
Wow. So for me, I was really inspired.
This might not be the right link. I don't know.
Let me journey, and this is like my most exciting experience. I found that actually through conversation, a lot of people.
It's an interview with the guy that made the video.
Whereas for me, it was always such a thrill to be able to be like, oh wow, it's not what we were told. Wow, that's exciting. Yet for other people, it would be like, no, and it would be hysterical laughing or poo-pooing, which I would receive. So how did it come into your nervous system? How did it settle into your consciousness when you were first coming into alternative information?
Well, years before I came into alternative cosmology, I'd done some very long retreats with some mystics, some 50-day silent meditation with no food. So I've had the ability before, the practice before, shall we say, of stepping back and looking at things individually in an altered state of consciousness.
It's really not definitely the video we were talking about.
That thing before, I've got no one to talk to, no mainstream, and I've actually looked at things for what they are on my own. So when I came across this alternate cosmology, I thought, I'll have a look at it for a week and prove it's nonsense. And I couldn't.
Poor fella. He starved himself.
I couldn't not only believe and prove
there's nothing wrong with fasting.
So this sort of alternate cosmology, I could
I've done it myself a few times.
This isn't what we were told.
Definitely.
And how about this? How about the moon? Because I already had astrological knowledge. So I could start looking at that as well. How does astrology fit? And I did like a 6 weeks on my own up a mountain where I lived at the time. And it took about 4
I've
or
never
5
done
weeks
6
to
weeks,
really
but
bend astrology and see that it actually fitted better. Because this whole spinning balls cosmology they threw at us, this is a load of rubbish. This is complete nonsense. And I know how crazy it sounds probably to many listeners, but what they need to do is they need to try and prove that it's true. They need to try and prove that we live on a spinning ball. And what they'll find is they can't, and there's no actual evidence. It's not the other way around. It's that way.
You don't have to
Yes,
starve
so
yourself to figure that shit out, though.
With your astrological know-how, which I will ask you about also, was it challenged? First, you said you spent a few weeks up this mountain trying to putting it together, and then obviously you were like completely embracing the cosmology even more, and you're seeing that this makes astrology more congenial and more understandable, more perceivable, more able to feel the depth of it. But at first, were you dumbfounded? What was your experience
of the cosmology changes?
Of how you were coming into this information about cosmology, and yet you knew so much about astrology. Did it challenge you initially?
I'd already been through some really big sort of spiritual awakening octave jumps before.
Hey, Helio.
Of alternate cosmology. So
do you guys want me to stop it?
Yeah, stop.
So I'd already had these sort of big evolutional jumps and rebirths through ayahuasca, through long retreats, through time of shaman, time of mystics, time on my own. Big, crazy synchronicities. I'd already had these big sort of jumps. So when I came to realize that the Earth,
command,
it's a spiritual divine realm, and it's not what we were told. Yeah, it was a big.
All right, what's up?
All right, 12:16. Pseudoscience. Yeah, wakey.
There. Yeah, I think that's the one, right?
That's the one. I got it. Sorry, my bad.
Guys, it's raining upside down on a hopping kangaroo right now.
Taking a piss.
Well, I guess the babies are drowning then, right? Because they in the hopper on the hoppers.
Taking a piss.
Taking a piss.
So that's the right length, Flatter do.
12:16. Dr. Savatin.
It's
Svetlana
Berjugina. All right, cool. Let me play that one. See what everyone thinks about that.
Badigina. It's Badigina.
Well, this was taken. This interview was taken in Germany. She was working for a university in Germany, but I think she's from Switzerland, if I remember right. But either way,
well, she's in Switzerland. I don't think she's from.
Well, either way, it do what it do. All them fucking Europeans are the same anyway.
Eins, Wein, Drein, Feed.
4, 5, 6.
All them Swissies.
Hi everyone. Recently spent some time in the city of Freiburg, a charming place in southwest Germany in the Black Forest. Now, this area of Switzerland, southern Germany, has historically had great thinkers and great professors and highly acclaimed universities. And I found out one of the world's top astrophysicists, Dr. Berjugina, was here. She is looked at as a world expert in how the universe works and in exoplanets. She does TED Talks and is well known in astrophysics circles.
Out there in the universe. And the Earth is just one of them. In this universe, we are really tiny. We put Earth in the center of the universe. Then we realized something wrong with it, so we put the sun in the center of the universe. Again,
what's something wrong with it?
Cute. She sounds
Milky
cute.
Way in the center of the universe. Not so bad.
I kind of feel bad for him,
there is no
but at the same time, I
of the universe.
I'm kind of blindsiding her,
Our planet
but I don't.
a single blue dot.
Did she say the Earth was one universe?
No, she said the Earth is here. Anyway.
She said Earth.
She said what she said. That's all. That's all.
I believe her. I believe her.
In the universe.
I trust her, bro. I trust her.
How they could look. And when we puzzled with this question, how aliens can look like, we actually find answers in the backyard. When we detect life on other planets, we will understand and learn that we are not alone. And we are not special.
I trust her, bro.
I'm special. Fuck that.
I thought about it, and I created an alias, David Howard from Oxford University Media Society, and created some online material supporting this front. After some well thought out, tricky and delicate emails, I got the appointment, and with the backstory that I was collecting information for young students at Oxford. As I waited in the lobby of this advanced university astrophysics centre, I could see that this was a business, with funding, hierarchy, secretaries, etc. Now before we get into
what did it smell like?
For those new to the channel, know that gravity is just a theory, and my blog in 2015 explained the errors with gravity, and that it can be explained away by density and buoyancy. This blog had over 50,000 views, with not one person debunking it. Also worth knowing is that in 1931, a book called 100 Authors Against Einstein was published in German, and is in the description. This shows 100 scientists stating Einstein was leading science into pseudo-mysticism, abstraction, and speculation. It was crushed by mainstream science. Also know of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias in which experts mistakenly assess their cognitive ability as greater than it is. It's related to the cognitive bias of illusory superiority.
I think he divided by 10.
It also comes from the inability of people to recognise these experts' lack of ability. Obviously, in this interview I couldn't say what I really wanted to early on, as I didn't want her to walk out. I wanted her to cover more subjects and get more answers. So take a seat and buckle up, and this gets more interesting as it continues, and presents a big key, one the truth community has needed for a while.
Helio.
Okay, let's play.
Who is this nihilist?
Okay.
And this doesn't go to unedited somewhere. You will edit this?
Yeah,
somehow?
sure. You can swear or go to the toilet or whatever, it's fine.
Okay.
Sure. Hello, Dr. Bergigina.
Hello.
If you could just spend 1 minute or 30 seconds explaining who you are and what you've done.
Yeah, so I grown up in Russia. I fell in love with astronomy, first with physics and then with astronomy. And I realized that I want to understand the universe. I cannot live on Earth without knowing what's above my head. I just felt like I need to know. I went to the university, studied astrophysics and mathematics, a lot of programming, because when we were studying astronomy, we were told that astronomy is not just science by itself, it's very interdisciplinary. So to be an astronomer or astrophysicist, you need to know physics, mathematics, programming, and I must tell right now, lots of social skills.
Yeah, sure. Great. I've got a few questions for you, mainly going to go to teenagers. They're probably questions you don't hear often, or you probably heard when you were a lot younger. The first one I'm going to ask is, it is said that a spinning atmosphere has no border, there's no physical border between spinning atmosphere and the vacuum, and the atmosphere gets less pressured and becomes the vacuum of space. At what altitude would you say that the atmosphere stops spinning? So gravity they say, pulls the air molecules to the Earth, but there's still some atmosphere molecules higher up.
Yes.
At what altitude would you say these atmospheric molecules stop spinning?
Well, this is, I would formulate this question that, yes, okay. So the atmosphere spinning and gravitation forces for molecules, these are two kind of different, let's say, forces, yeah? So the spinning allows molecules to escape, actually, at certain heights, yeah?
Okay.
They can spin and escape at some point. They escape through collisions also. There's the additional forces, they collide. So
they collide with each other or with parts
other.
of the vacuum?
With each other.
Okay.
So in order to understand when the atmosphere ends, kind of, not like having a sharp border, but what we call atmosphere below and no atmosphere above.
Yeah.
Actually, there's another term called exosphere.
Okay.
It's nothing to do with exoplanets.
Yeah.
It was terminology before exoplanets were discovered. It's called exosphere. So that part of the atmosphere which escapes. So below that part, the atmosphere, if it exists, it's called atmosphere.
And it's spinning.
And it's spinning. And colliding, molecules colliding. But above, they already, the density is so low that they can escape because they cannot collide. They don't collide anymore.
And what happens to those molecules of atmosphere that escape into the vacuum of outer space?
Oh, they go on a cosmic journey.
Okay, and they stop spinning with the Earth.
Yes, they don't belong to the Earth anymore.
Okay. Yes. Is there a set altitude, distance, where that happens?
Yes, of course. It is defined by density of the atmosphere, the gravity of the planet. But for the Earth, I have to look up. If you want me to look up, I'll look up.
No, that's fine.
I don't know that number. I know that the density falls off exponentially.
Yeah.
So I actually cannot say. I mean, we tell that the space starts approximately, let's say, at 100 kilometers, above 130 kilometers, something like this, that you can go on the orbit. I mean, this spinning means like the body spinning around the Earth means that it's orbiting Earth, yeah?
Okay.
So even if we put a satellite at 200 kilometers, it's still orbiting the Earth, even though it is not in the atmosphere. So we put satellites at thousands of kilometers above, and they're still spinning around the Earth.
They're still in low Earth orbit in this model.
They're still on the orbit. They're still spinning around.
Would they still be colliding with molecules of the atmosphere?
Yes, they will. If there are,
okay.
At that height, yes.
Okay, great.
So everything is spinning around. All the also space junk, what we call, all this.
I've got a question on that later.
Okay, good.
Okay.
So everything is spinning. In my terminology, it's orbiting. Astronomy terminology, it's really orbiting the Earth at very large distances. Moon, 400,000 kilometers, is still orbiting the Earth.
And this would also collide with escaped atmospheric molecules from the Earth?
Yes, and it also collides with the escaped molecules, and not molecules in this case, but more like particles and atoms from the sun.
Okay.
Which is called solar wind.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's like hard to, I mean, the atmosphere definition is that, okay, when the molecules can escape, the atmosphere ends. You have to look up this number, for the Earth. I don't know.
But it's kind of arbitrary and it's kind of hazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just escaping. But this escape, it's still, they can go on an orbit.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that escape means that they cannot fall on Earth anymore, because the molecules go like this. Like they collide and they go up and down all the time, So it's like turbulence, what we call.
And the reason in mainstream astrophysics that the vacuum doesn't suck out the gas is because gravity is holding the gas to the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everywhere else in science, when there's a vacuum and gas, it equilibrates.
Yes. If you just take without gravity, then they start to mix. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Our survey said...
On to the next question. Mm-hmm. It is written in astrophysics that the rotation of the Earth is due to, we can't feel it because of constant velocity. Now, one astrophysics guy I met, he said there are two constant speeds. Let me show you this.
Yes.
A bit like this fairground ride.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And some people I know looked at some rotation physics And they said if you're on the edge of this, you would be experiencing acceleration and deceleration. It's only the middle point that would experience, like the wizard in the middle. The wizard would be constant velocity, but if you're on the edge, you get acceleration and deceleration because of the two constant speeds. How would you answer that?
You mean why this happens? Or
well, surely with the rotation of the Earth,
yeah,
and because it's going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour,
yeah,
we'd be experiencing deceleration and acceleration. So think of this fairground ride. Pick one human being. So pretend that's the Earth.
So you want to include all the velocities involved, also Earth
just two
rotation.
The Earth rotation on its axis, 1,000 miles an hour, and 66,000 miles an hour around the sun. If you're on the edge of this sphere, like a human being, you would surely be experiencing deceleration and acceleration.
Exactly.
How does astrophysics at your level explain that?
Well, it's gravitational forces. So one gravitational force you have towards the Earth center. So this is gravity of Earth, and that what holds Earth together. And when it rotates, you experience this acceleration on the edge of the Earth and the gravity towards the Earth. But when the Earth goes around the Sun, there is gravitational force towards the center of the Sun. So two gravitational forces produce this effect of acceleration and deceleration combination.
Bingo! Yahtzee! Is that your final answer? Our survey says...
But wouldn't that mean we're not at a constant velocity, so humans should feel the rotation of the Earth?
That is interesting.
It's an interesting one.
Yes.
The astrophysicist I met, he did a model showing that it should show acceleration and deceleration. So I could actually show you a video where this goes around the sun, and it shows, and even you can go onto the International Space Station, which is orbiting the Earth, and this also should be showing acceleration and deceleration due to the two constant motions, just like the fairground ride.
Right. Well,
probably need some homework.
Yeah, I need some thinking.
But it's an interesting one, yeah?
It is an interesting question, yes. We usually think, that the pull...
Interesting.
This acceleration to the gravitational pull.
Okay.
That's
the gravitational pull.
Because velocity is one thing, but acceleration is the other thing. So we have to compare acceleration due to rotation to the acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah.
And it's very possible that gravitational acceleration is larger. That's why we just don't feel this side.
I think we would need three different answers. One for the Earth, one for the International Space Station, and then one, imagine an astronaut outside the International Space Station. Yes. How would he be staying with the space station? Because they're all doing this they're all acting under these two constant forces, two constant motions.
Exactly, yeah.
So this is a question I can't get answered. It's a very interesting one.
Yeah, but in this case, space station and the astronaut in space, they are like we call it probe particles, free particles to probe the gravitational field. Yeah. So they will orbit the Earth because of the gravitational pull of Earth, but together with Earth, they will move around the Sun. So, and that is because the gravitational acceleration of the Earth to the Sun is much larger than gravitational acceleration of any of us to the Earth.
So they just don't notice it?
Yeah, they don't notice this.
Okay.
So that is, I think this, of course, the rotation around the Sun, orbiting around the Sun, it's a huge velocity. But we're so pulled to the Earth that this Earth to the Sun is somewhere.
Our survey said...
Yeah. In the 1700s, on the same theme, James Bradley did an experiment which was redone in 1871 by a G. Airy. Obviously, this is a long time ago. And also the Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887, all these detected no rotation of the Earth. It's a bit of a silly question.
They detected no ether.
No ether, yeah, I've read this.
Yes, no motion of the Earth with respect
to the sky.
Motionless ether. That's the measurement. So they disprove that there is ether.
Okay. Yeah, this could be interpreted in many ways. So what scientific method, instrumentation, or experiment would you say proves the Earth is rotating? What would be your first, number one best proof if you were doing a lecture?
That we see sunsets and sunrises,
Okay.
moonsets and moonrises, yes.
Our survey said...
This is the first, the sky moving, basically, yeah? So.
But, obviously back in the old days, they would say the sky's moving.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So, but now we know this is if we understood that we are humans, not us. Humans are on not in the center of the universe, if you take this Aristotle system, we are in the center of the universe.
It's funny because the Planck probe in 2013 did say we are the center of the universe. I don't know if you ever studied that experiment.
Yes, Planck, I don't know why he said it. It's like we're in the center. Yes, that's, I want to tell this. So
sure, okay.
Aristotle said, okay, we're in the center of the universe, Earth, and everything around rotates. Yeah. Then Galileo and Copernicus and Kepler, they said, no, the sun in the center of the universe. Yeah. Then Hubble came 100 years ago, said that, we see that all galaxies are moving away from us. Doesn't mean that we're really in the center of the universe. Yeah. But then later we found out that space expands. Einstein said that no, the galaxy is moving fine, but it's not that because we're in the center of the universe. It's because space expands at every point of the universe. So every point of the universe could be wherever you were in the universe. You would see that everything expands from you. So you would always feel I am in the center.
Let's go on to gravity. This is probably come across as a very obscure question. So these people said to me, gravity is strong enough to hold boats and cargo and cars to a spinning ball, but yet it's not strong enough to pull the butterfly down or these small areas of these dead flowers. How would you answer that?
This is the buoyancy. Yeah. So when it's the same question, how can we swim in water? So why don't you fall to the bottom of the swimming pool?
Buoyancy.
It's buoyancy.
But then couldn't gravity be explained away? Because gravity is a theory, yes? It's a worldwide agreed theory. It's not, I don't think anyone's got the graviton.
It's a theory, but it's very well tested and very well confirmed. Even though we don't see graviton, it's still very well tested. Yes.
Could gravity be explained away with density and buoyancy?
It's not gravity. I said it's buoyancy. It's combination of buoyancy and gravity.
Back to the butterfly.
Yes. So you swim in a swimming pool or ship on the water. You have two forces again. So in every physics study, this for students, they need to take all forces into account, which are essential. So in this case, one goes down, gravity, and one goes up, is buoyancy. And you can swim when on the surface. When at the surface, these two forces are equal. So if you go down, gravity will be stronger, but buoyancy also will be stronger. So then you can float.
How does that affect the dead part of the flower?
It's the same. Atmosphere is the same as a swimming pool. There is atmospheric buoyancy.
Okay.
So it's the same for light creatures like butterflies and I don't know how they call them in English.
And
how these things are called in English?
It's called a dandelion.
Yeah, the whole thing. But this one?
I don't know. There's no such word.
So they're also floating because the buoyancy for these things is much larger than gravity. The mass is very tiny, but they are puffy. So for them, the volume is bigger than the mass. It's the mass ratio volume to mass, basically.
Okay.
So, and the volume is much bigger than the mass, and so the buoyancy is much larger than gravitation. And for the butterfly, I guess they can coordinate that.
And it would be the same answer for gravity is strong enough to hold the moon in orbit.
Yes.
But astronauts can float about and pretty much choose what direction they go in.
No. Astronauts are like... for astronauts to move, again, so space, let's assume it's empty. There are photons here. We know from Planck mission there are photons, but let's say, and there are particles, but let's say in the first approximation it's empty. So there is no buoyancy there. There's only gravity in space, yeah?
Our survey said.
And move on to your subject, exoplanets. What percentage surety do you have of there being other Earth-like planets? Are you 100%, or are you 80%, or are you 65%, or do you change each week?
I think we are 100% sure that there are planets like Earth out there.
Okay.
We are, say, I don't know what's the error bar, like say 80% sure that there are 30% of those planets
habitable.
No, Earth-like. Yeah. That out of all planets in the galaxy, 30% are like Earth. This is our like estimate.
Yeah.
But we're 100% sure they're there. It's just the question now in this science: how many, and how close they are to the Earth. So that is the questions. But this question, if they're there, we already solved. It's there.
Okay. With these people I was speaking to, let's pick the TRAPPIST-1 system, the one that got into the media. This was the image, and I believe with photomy and other ways of measuring, I think you measure the brightness, the electromagnetic spectrum, and spectral changes. Then this turned into this colourful planets, volcanic activity, water content. How do changes in electromagnetic activity and spectral activity and brightness, such as the image in the bottom left, how does this turn into all this information about volcanoes and water and size and atmosphere?
These are just models. All these pretty pictures of exoplanets, they are all artist impressions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that's misleading to the public?
Yes, I do. It's pretty beautiful, and if you are not in the field, like a public, you look at this, it's like, wow,
they found this.
Yeah, they found this, and it's absolutely misleading. I disagree with this, yes.
Do you think, you say it's 100% these planets exist, do you think it's a leap of faith to say, okay, I measured some electromagnetics, I measured some brightness changes, I got some spectral graphs of data. Do you think it's a leap of faith to say these are habitable Earth-like planets?
We do. Well, it's still science. No, I don't think it's leap of faith completely. Yeah. So it's still science. Indeed, in astronomy, we just analyze mostly data and mostly electromagnetic. Right now, it's gravitational and particles, of course, but mostly it's electromagnetic waves. Yeah. And that light, electromagnetic waves, contain a lot of information. We learn about composition of the sun, not going there, because we analyze the light of the sun through spectroscopy, polarimetry, and so on. Yeah?
Sure.
So we do the same with stars, and we do the same with other planets. We see very little specks on our
sure, which I've shown down here.
Yeah, exactly, on our detectors. But we can analyze this to get chemical composition, for sure. And we detect water, and we say, yes, look, there is a signature of water. We know that signature in the spectrum is water. So there is water.
How does that spectral information turn into water?
Because molecules in the atmosphere, for instance, in our atmosphere, there is molecules of water evaporating from the ocean. They specifically interact with the light coming from the sun. They absorb a certain...
So you're getting the same data?
Yeah, you get like imprint of molecular presence because molecules are rotating and vibrating, and that requires energy for them. So for molecule to exist, it needs always absorb energy.
Okay. How can you be confident of the accuracy when you're trying to measure things 230 trillion miles away? How can you be sure of the accuracy when you're going 232 trillion miles away with a little instrument on Earth?
Yeah, that is quite amazing probably to understand, but this technique of spectroscopy is basically distance independent. If you see imprint, of course, the problem is to collect enough photons. So when you go further away...
Light photons.
Yeah, light photons. You need to collect them enough in order to see the defect due to water absorption, what we call. And for that, for example, if defect is 10% relative to the total flux, then you need, let's say, at least 100 photons to detect it, you know? So that it depends on your detector. Let's say you need 10 photons would be probably not enough to detect it. You need more, maybe thousands of photons.
The more data, the more patterns you can get.
But it's really distant independent in this case. So if there is boiler, it doesn't matter if it's here or 1,000 kilometers or in the lab.
So what would be your number one proof? You're at a dinner party, someone says, what's your number one proof, scientific method of Earth-like planets existing in the galaxy?
So far, we know they exist through transit techniques. This is our... these are not, like you have a curve there, this is not a direct detection of a planet, it's indirect. It means that the planet transits across the disk of the star and then we see this dip. This is not water, this is just a presence of a planet. And by amount, how big is this dip and how much it lasts, we can say whether it's small planet, big planet, on which orbit it is, you know. And through that, we know that there are these kind of small planets, yes.
Okay, great. I have a couple of questions about the moon. I'm sure this is just an error with NASA. This is a famous image called Earthrise, but there's a problem with it because the Earth's too small. Okay, moon viewed from Earth is this size, and Earth viewed from moon should be a lot bigger.
Well, moon size also changes through month and through years, because orbit of the
perigee.
Yes, orbit of the moon is not exactly circular.
Sure, but the Earth should still be a lot bigger than it is in that very famous image.
I didn't compare it, but we have to, I mean, in principle, one has to calculate what was exactly distance at that time of the picture, and then calculate the size of the Earth from that distance, angular, and then...
I've had some physicists do the maths on it, and they said it is a big error.
I see.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Well, this is like to the stories. Maybe they were not there.
This is interesting. Some people I know were measuring the moon. They're interested in space and the sky. The moon was photographed at the same time in Australia and Florida. How would that be? How's that possible?
Okay.
And this can be repeated in different sides of the globe, shall we say?
Yeah. Well, they are definitely upside down, so that's...
It's rotated,
yes, you can, I mean, with respect to each other.
But the same phase.
Well, it's the same phase, yes. Why should it be different? Because the phase of the moon depends on the sun.
Because one of these locations shouldn't be able to see it. So on the globe, say the moon's here in Florida, the guy in Queensland shouldn't really be able to see it.
Oh man, the cringe.
But this is a close to the full moon.
Close to full moon.
So this means that there is an angle at which it's seen. So full moon means that the Earth,
opposite.
Yeah, the moon is opposite to the sun. Yeah.
But still, with the globe, with the Earth being a globe, it shouldn't be able to see them both at the same time. And this is a...
Is this a recording?
This is an anomaly that some people can't work
out. If somebody does it, so
this is a recording. Okay, thank you.
Like this, you know? Say me
yeah, it's almost over, but this is
over. Then I say it's possible.
Okay.
And then
thanks for the information. Appreciate it.
Then I do
we're going to do some commentary afterwards.
I didn't hear much. I just heard the word globe.
Yeah, this is an interview from a flat earther with a renowned astrophysicist from Germany, Russia.
And then maybe it's possible only
like a professor, like
it could be done daily.
Daily, okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Then it's fine, you know. Then it means that moon is far enough from Earth that in full, close to the full moon, you can see it like from the front and from the edge.
But in the model, there's a model software called Celestia.
Yeah,
you know Celestia?
I don't know. Yeah, there are many.
It's a mod. Yeah, there's many. It's a 3D model of the solar system. When you put this date and time in, you shouldn't be able to see the moon from both places. So there's a problem somewhere.
So probably model is wrong. I'd say. This is for me, as a scientist, we're always like, okay, there's a puzzle, there's observation, which is true data, and there's a model which cannot confirm the data. Then I'm sorry, the model is wrong. So
you would say direct experience is the king.
Yes, absolutely.
I agree with you.
Absolutely.
I totally agree with you.
If this is possible, like you...
The data has to match
then the model is wrong. Then your program probably...
Because that's science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, with the moon, it does this other strange thing. On a solar eclipse, you know where coincidentally the sun and moon appear the same size, which we're saying is a coincidence, yeah? The moon does a shadow on the Earth, yeah? Now this shadow is 70, 100 miles wide.
Yeah.
This is the only phenomena in our experience here in this reality where the shade is smaller than the object casting it. So you can do 1 million experiments with shadows. The shadow's never smaller than the object casting it. And here we have the moon, it shrinks its shadow. The people I speak to just can't work out why this can be. It's something I can't get my head around either. Because it should be
this is
thousands of miles.
This is a parallax. Yeah. So this shadow and the toy is long way from the light. Okay, the shadow is decreasing.
No, it's not. It's always the same size. It can't go smaller than the object casting it. It says tiny shadow. This word here should really say same size shadow.
Yes, it can if you do it from the top. Then the shadow is very small.
There's another image somewhere. So think of sun and clouds. The clouds will always cast a shadow bigger or the same size as the cloud. There's no phenomena in this reality where, say my pen, can we get light? My pen, and the light comes on my pen, the shadow can never be smaller than the pen. Or my bottle. Say the sun's out today.
Yeah, but look, if the sun in the zenith and you are standing under the sun, your shadow is much smaller than you. Because it's from the top.
Okay, say the sun was right above my head, like the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
The shadow would not be smaller than my head. You with me?
Yeah, the cross section. Yeah.
It wouldn't go smaller than my head. So say I was 50 meters up in the sky, and the sun was right above my head, and it went on me. The shadow on the ground would be the same size or a little bit bigger. This is the only phenomena in our reality where something creates a shadow smaller. This is a problem.
I don't think it's a problem. Maybe you caught me on a spot, but I have to think about it. Yeah, some of these questions are I don't solve every day.
Sure. This is why
I have to think about it.
But this is science. This is why we question things.
Absolutely. I mean, this is I don't think this is unexplained. I'm sure it is explained. I have to think about it. Yes.
This is a quick question a friend wanted me to put in. He said, with the lunar lander, there's one rocket. How would that land with one rocket when the spacecraft is asymmetric? Like we haven't seen on Earth a craft landing. I mean, the SpaceX one they say lands, but that's very symmetrical. So it's a very asymmetric lunar lander.
Yes.
Surely we'd have seen that being tested on Earth, or we'd see things now.
It's jumping, yes. Did you see the movie of First Man, it's called? How he practiced, I mean, in the movie, he practiced landing on this. Okay. And it was jumping like hell, like this. And he said, I will practice until I make it, so it's probably some also human skill involved in there.
Maybe a bit like when they did a manual docking with the ISS.
Yeah, it's all, I mean, this Apollo 11, it's all manual. If you go to Smithsonian, it's shocking. They use the calculator smaller than we use in
4 kilobytes memory.
Smaller than we have in our telephones right now. It's all manual.
Yeah, and they had when the lunar lander took off, they filmed it. You know that piece of footage? The lunar lander takes off from the moon and they created a film. It was like a 10-second film of it taking off. And my friend asks, who filmed it and who... How did that?
They left probably cameras there. That's fine.
And then went back to get them.
No, they get through radio pictures through radio. Yeah.
So in the 1960s, they sent videos, digital videos, back across space.
Well, it's radio. So let's say they can take pictures.
But they only had a 4K memory lunar lander. Now you're saying they had like a 20 megabyte ability to capture video. This is a strange one.
Come on, we have pictures from the missions.
But as scientists, we can't take pictures as proof, can we?
I don't know what was the technology, but in 1960s, this is 69, okay? So there were already missions to Venus, Mars, also lunar orbiters existed. They all sent pictures. Pictures from the back of the side of the moon were sent before.
I, as an independent journalist, I can't use pictures as evidence because we can watch a film, a science fiction film, and they've got great pictures of space.
No,
you know?
no, come on. Pictures is data. Pictures is data. So of course you can fake pictures. In our time, 21st century is unique. We fake everything. So I don't think in 20th. Well, of course you can fake also all the times, or in 15th centuries as well. But if somebody, I mean, this is unethical again. Yeah. So. I mean, first approach should be like, okay, you have picture. This is data. I look at it.
Yeah.
And if I have questions, I will ask, how did you get this data? Yeah. And the person who claims that this is a data, he has to provide all the materials.
That's true.
Prove that this is real data.
That's true. And with the moon mission, they said 2 years ago they've lost all the data. You remember that? They said they've lost all the data. Because some people went to say, oh, can we study the data? Because they had some questions, like I have. And they said, oh, we've lost it all. Can't find it.
This is also, this is another force called government, okay?
Things get a little shady sometimes.
Yes. Sometimes governments want to hide things, we know this. And they can say we lost it instead of sharing them, for instance. I don't know. I looked at pictures of the lunar orbiter, for instance, of the surface of the moon, and there is clearly lines inside there. You can tell me that, oh, that picture was faked, and that's why when you look at the data, it's the land inside is there. You can tell it's possible, yeah, that somebody faked that. But it's also, then, of course, in this case, I can say, all right, some data faked, what can we trust here in this universe?
You would say it's healthy to trust photos and images from bodies like NASA?
Well, I mean, what can we trust then? I don't know. I mean, if we question everything,
then we end up crazy, maybe.
Yeah, we should hold on something, And NASA, I think, safeguard its reputation. I would say, trying very hard, and all of us, all scientists, do that. But when the government is involved, I don't know what happens. So that I can imagine that there are forces saying like, we don't want you to share this data, and then the scientists are constrained, and then you can call it unethical from our outsider point of view. But for those people who work there, this is maybe a threat of life,
Sure.
And so it's a controversial thing.
Yeah, because NASA is a government agency.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know what they hide. I cannot prove or disprove because I'm an outsider.
Sure. Going on to something a bit interesting here. This is recognized all around the world as the spherical trigonometry of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah. So, do you prefer kilometers or miles?
I prefer kilometers.
Okay. So if we were to look, let's try and make this brighter. If we were to look 50 kilometers, there should be 195 meters below the curvature. It's 195 meters drop. Does that make sense? So if I walked in a straight line 50 kilometers, I would have dropped.
Okay, because of the curvature.
Because of the curvature of the Earth. This is, how much is that? 195 meters.
Okay.
Yeah. So for 20 kilometers, there will be 31 meters drop. Okay. This has been verified through universities and astrophysicists. What if I told you I knew some people who, over 4 years, have done about 50 to 100 experiments, and they can see lighthouses and have done laser tests over between 30 and 60 miles. So like a laser hits a mirror across a long lake, like Lake Constance, near Constance, near here, and seeing things like Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan from 50 miles away. And they factored in the height of the person and all the maths, and that these people actually cannot find the Earth's curvature. For instance,
I didn't understand what they see.
For instance, I have a video here. I just want to show you some tests. So this guy has done some tests. Where are they going to be further on? And there's many using the P900 camera. Have you heard of this camera? It's 86 times zoom, and it's only come out recently, these people have done tests over 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and they can see torches, mirrors, lasers, where they've done the maths and it should be 10 meters below the curve or 20 meters below the curve. And this is getting really strange really quickly. He's saying here, he's done the maths, I verified some of it, so this should be 21 feet below the curvature. This is only over 7.53 miles, so this is 10 kilometers, let's say. He's factored in the camera height, and there are curvature calculation tools, and he's seeing lasers and mirrors. And there are people I know, especially in America, who are doing loads of these tests, and they can't find this curvature. What would you say to these people?
They have to take into account the height at which they stay.
They are.
And the height of the mirrors.
They are. Even if it's 50 centimeters, they're putting that into their calculations.
How do they measure the height of their own height on the Earth? They have to know it very precisely. If they want to measure 20 feet.
Sure. What they do, they're actually generous. So say they set up a tripod at 1 meter, they actually put into the calculations.
No, I mean height, like relative height of you, because Earth is not really round. Yeah, it has bumps. That's what I mean. How do you take bumps into account?
There's an oil rig one. This one's quite far. This is like 20 kilometers.
Yeah, you have to take the profile of the Earth.
So you're saying saying they're just finding a. So this is really interesting. This is 3 oil rigs, and the furthest one is 26 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it. I mean, we can say the Earth is flat in some places and more curved in others, but these guys have done so many tests. This is 26 miles away, and the horizon's behind it. Now, they say in mainstream physics, the horizon's 12 miles away. With this new camera, the P900, they're seeing things 20, 30, 40 miles away. And this is getting pretty crazy.
I don't know. This is, again, like the facts you bring, I don't know what these people are doing, first of all.
They're testing stuff with their eyes because they don't trust the governments, these people.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I don't want even to talk about this, I'm sorry.
Why don't you want to talk about it? But this is science, right? You're a scientist.
No,
you're a scientist.
I don't accept this.
How can you not accept it? It's right in front of you. The oil rig's 21 miles away.
No, I don't.
I'm literally shaking.
This is a test, a scientific test.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can I trust those people who publish pictures?
I'm verifying these people. I know these people.
Well, okay, but this doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, how about you and I go to the lake one day and we take a P900 camera and I'll show you something really, really fucking crazy.
Well, again, there are forces in the universe, yeah? So there is atmosphere, you have to take refraction into account, you have to take geographical profile of the surface. It's not that, I take a camera. I have these people visiting me sometimes.
But they're not doing it, but they're doing lasers as well. You know there's lasers that cost $2,000?
I know.
And there are people who've done 25 miles, 30 kilometers tests.
I can see mountains 40 kilometers away.
Yeah, but they're high up.
Why do you claim that this is not high up?
Come on, you're smarter than this. Say you have a lake, 30 miles, water's, and you have a person here firing a laser, and you have a person here with a mirror, and
why do you claim it's on the same?
There should be curvature. With the official size of the Earth, there should be detectable curvature of about 30 meters in some cases, maybe more. And people can't find it.
There are other things to be counted. Not only just claiming, there's no curvature.
Here it comes.
You have to count shape of this thing where the water is.
R word.
How it feels, what's the gravity there, what is the
gravity there will be the same as the gravity everywhere.
Refraction of the atmosphere.
But there's a test where a guy went back every day and did the same test because of different atmosphere, different atmospheric haze.
Refraction is on average always the same.
But refraction can't make a human being jump up 30 meters.
You can see light of the sun from below of horizon.
Sure. This is like refraction, I understand this. Yes. But what they did in one test, he proved that it's not refraction because there was a tree above the person here and you could see the tree and everything. He said, well, where does the refraction start and stop? Like a mirage.
Okay, so for me, it's not science if somebody says it.
But there's tests.
We have, in science, we have a system. We don't believe everything what people say or what they measure. They are publishing results in scientific papers, there is always peer review to that. Sure. And if there are questions to the results, they have to provide all the data, all the measurements. And even if it's published, it's not, if it's just somebody published this and somebody repeats it and cannot reproduce it.
This has been repeated. I could show you 50 different people.
In which journal is published?
I could tell you for a fact that mainstream science is really not happy with these people and is shutting them down. And I can tell you another thing for a fact, that governments and government websites are also not happy.
What are you claiming?
I'm just not claiming anything. I'm here to ask questions.
No,
I don't have any
what are you
conclusions.
Claiming? That these results prove that Earth is not curved.
I'm not saying that. I'm not making any claims and I don't have any labels. What I'm saying to you is, this is strange. What do you think?
I think these measurements have to be verified by scientists. It's like claiming
but everyone's a scientist.
UFO. No, not
I disagree.
Everyone. We are trained. We are trained as scientists. We are trained with the analytical skills and scientific judgment. Even if we don't know something for sure, we can judge based on the other lots of knowledge of scientific facts.
Okay.
And not everyone can do measurement and say, "Look, I measured this. How do you prove it?" I had one crazy person visiting me, taking pictures of dark places with the flash. And she was claiming there are these little dust particles which she sees on the flash picture. These are UFOs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, but this is the fact.
Sure.
She took a picture of the dust particles, scattered light. Sure. But her interpretation was, these are UFOs.
But if 100 different people have done this test with this new camera, 86 times zoom, at lakes, all around the world, peer-to-peer, there's a peer-to-peer in England, and they're getting the same results of missing curvature, that's scientific method, observable, repeatable, measurable. That's the scientific method. And you replying the word refraction isn't scientific method.
It is. Refraction?
Well, where's your results that show refraction explains these tests away?
I can see sunlight from the behind of the horizon when the sun is down.
That doesn't mean that humans can jump up 30 meters.
What do you mean jump?
Okay, so say this human and this tree should be 30 meters below the curvature. You can't use the word refraction for them jumping up 30 meters, the tree and the person.
Why do you claim that your calculations are right? I'm not verifying right now.
I'm pretty smart. And I verified.
I have to trust you. I see first time.
But that's what I say to you. I could send you some data for you to do some.
Thank you.
But that doesn't make you a scientist.
No. It means that I don't want to do this particular project because I'm interested in many other projects.
But you're coming to conclusions without doing tests. That's not very scientific.
I'm not making a conclusion. Any.
But as an astrophysicist, surely you'd want to look at something like that.
No.
Why not?
I'm not interested.
Why would that be?
Because I'm busy with many much bigger questions than that.
And you think this is nonsense?
I think it's nonsense.
The detectable curvature.
Yes.
Our survey said.
What would be your first reason for this being nonsense?
Because it's proven curve is round.
Could you show me the scientific methods experiment that did that?
Oh yes, it's done in 2,000 years ago.
Which test was this? Is this the sticks in the ground one?
Sticks in ground, ships on the horizon.
I could show you with this camera ships, they go over the curvature. I could show you them coming back.
Okay.
Reappearing.
So it works?
Huh?
So it works in your case?
What I'm saying is the human eye has a vanishing point in these tests. I'm not making any claims. I'm just trying to find things out. The human eye has a vanishing point. That's not curvature, it's the human eye's vanishing point. Ships go beyond the vanishing point and people say it's the curvature. I can prove to you today if you want, with this P900 camera, the ship comes back.
I didn't understand that.
Okay.
It's okay, fine. I'm not going to talk to people who claim that Earth is flat.
I'm trying to find answers to some very interesting things.
It's just enough for me. It's enough of nonsense. That woman was coming to me 3 times and always.
But you can't project her onto me. I'm a completely different person.
I am sorry. Do you say this picture is data? She claimed exactly the same.
No, but this is the picture. This is video. This is video.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So if I showed you 1,000 videos...
It's interpretation.
Okay, if I showed you 1,000 videos of PhD scientists doing this, these aren't a bunch of idiots, these are scientists, a lot of them are PhD scientists. If I sent you 1,000 videos from PhD scientists doing curvature tests, you would still say it's nonsense.
PhD science in what?
Many different, some are civil engineers, some are all sorts of different things. Some are astronomers.
Well, let them publish this, I want to read that paper.
But when they publish it, do you know what happens? It gets shut down.
Yeah, I want to read that paper.
No, the paper's not allowed to get out there. You even put a video on YouTube, they turn it off.
I'm not talking about this. This goes into a direction I don't want to talk about.
But this is science.
No.
Because it's measurable, repeatable,
It's
observable.
not science.
Why would you say that? Why would you say this isn't science when people are doing tests and capturing data?
Because of that woman I told you. There are pictures, these are data.
But as a scientist, you should say that was her and this is something different. No. You can't project an old issue onto a new issue.
No, I give you example. By exclusion. Exclude that picture was, you claim that every picture is a science. It's data, I agree. This is data, somebody recorded it.
Yeah.
What comes after data is the analysis of the data.
And that's what's happening in these videos.
How the analysis is done, and after the analysis, there is interpretation of that analysis.
I can show you hours of this.
And
this is the data, the curvature model that every university in the world goes with.
Fine.
And this has big problems.
Make these measurements on the moon. Make these measurements on the moon. Make these measurements on the moon.
How would we get to the moon? They said they lost the data recently.
And you will go to the moon yourself. Go to the moon yourself.
But we can't go to the moon.
Yeah, so what can I do?
But NASA said that last year they can't go to the moon because they lost all the data.
Well, sorry. We live on the planet with the water and the atmosphere and gravity and uneven shape. And if somebody measures something which doesn't fit exactly circle of the Earth, I'm sorry for this person, because this is idealistic model.
You think they just got lucky and found a flat area?
I don't know what, it's probably just whatever. It's randomness. They have to make, in order to prove that Earth is flat, they have to take million measurements at million places.
I would say there's about 500 measurements of lack of curvature that are very well done with calculations.
It's your judgment.
No, it's not my judgment. It's not my judgment. They exist. These tests exist.
They are claims.
No, they're they're tests. Claims. They're actually tests.
These are claims. If they are not verified, these are just claims.
But you're saying they have to be verified by the scientific community?
Yes.
What if the scientific community at a high level is just shutting this information down?
Well, I can tell you. You can go and collect leaves, for instance, yeah, because it's interesting. It's biology. Yeah? You collect leaves, it's biology. You come to the biologist and you say, look, this leaf is a little different than this one. How would you explain this? And he says, well, it's just natural variations. I'm not interested in this. And you say, oh, you are a biologist and you're not interested in this interesting thing. Why this leaf is different from that? It's biology, it's science, and you're not interested.
These aren't like different leaves. These are the same, different tests of the same thing coming with the same results. That's highly scientific.
I should have asked your credentials before I talk to you. I'm sorry.
Here she demanded that I stop the recording as she was super flustered and angry. Now, before I tell you what happened, just remember what she said earlier in the interview.
This is, for me, as a scientist, we're always like, okay, there's a puzzle, there's observation, which is true, data, and there's a model which cannot confirm the data. And I'm sorry, the model is wrong. So
you would say direct experience is...
Hey, I just stopped the recording for our correspondence. You guys have anything to say about that? I'm sure you do. That was fucking crazy.
I think when you laughed, at times that's all I wanted to do was laugh, because sometimes the things are so stupid you can't really comment on it because they're so stupid. And how can you comment on things that are so stupid?
I mean, he kind of blind. Hey, check this out. I mean, let's. I'm just gonna, just for a second. I would say he kind of blindsided her with the interview, which is fine. I mean, he's just like, hey, I'm going to talk to this astrophysicist, and I'm going to ask her some questions that flat earthers might ask. He didn't know she was she didn't know he was a flat earther or whatever, but he asked some really good questions. I don't know how much everyone here heard of the interview, and dude, he did this like almost a little over a year ago, and I've been sharing this around, and many others have. dude, Wakey has been doing, he did that, and he's put out some other great videos, but actually talking to someone, and this is where the person he was talking to is a renowned astrophysicist she grew up as a Russian. She, grew up in the territories or whatever in that area.
Yeah, she came up with the constructor theory, the non-intelligent constructor.
Wait, so is she a KGB collaborator? Like, how'd she get out of the USSR?
Dude, it's weird. I mean,
she's probably a rat.
No. I mean, she's like high up in the astrophysics theory field and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it was really hard for Wakey to actually get this interview with her, and she didn't know what he was actually doing. I mean, it was kind of sneaky, but at the same time, he got her to speak her mind. And you could see by the end of the interview, he's like, "Oh, you're a flat earther." And then she just really fucking started to waffle,
I had somebody about 6 to 8 weeks ago over in Australia who's a flat earther who got home at 1:30 in the morning here in Texas and said, "Can you come on to a flat versus globe debate in Australia in 5 hours?" And I said, "Well, it's 1:30 here."
Let me ask you this: Could you get a renowned astrophysicist, just a balanced conversation to let them talk for an hour without revealing yourself, and then just give it a waffle? Wakey. I mean, shout out! I just want to say shout out to Wakey. He does some great videos and conversations. Other than that, everybody have at it. But yeah, shout out to Wakey for all of that conversation. We'll share it every chance we get. I love Wakey. He's brilliant.
I love since I've become a flat earther and kind of learned some depth to it all. I love the debates 1-on-1, and this one 6 to 8 weeks ago ended up being three against one, with me being the one, and I didn't care at all. I mean, it was just fine, and I didn't expect the ambush at all, and it was just great. It went on for about 2 hours, and I enjoyed it, and I learned a lot, and I keep learning. But yeah, that's the first time I had heard that from Wakey. Is that on YouTube somewhere? Maybe.
No, they deleted it from YouTube.
Oh, he did.
Put it up a few times. They got rid of him on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's really hard to find that.
He asked some really good questions. He went after her. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, he went after her as another. It wasn't him as his YouTube channel because they deleted his YouTube channel. But anyway, neither here nor there. The words speak for themselves. Everyone heard it.
Yeah, this video is very harmful to astrophysicists.
She has no right to call herself a physicist. I mean, you could just see, her mind is nothing like what it should be.
She's not a physicist.
I mean, she's just a priest, an indoctrinated priest.
Yeah. You hit that on the nose. She is a priest like Bill Nye and Neil Tyson are prophets for the globe god. You hit that right on the nose. Right on the nose there. She was a priest.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of blindsided her, like I said, which is, I mean, dude, if somebody hit me hardcore blindside, I might like have a little steps, but for the most part, I'm going to be kind of solid on everything. Where I'm solid at, I'm solid.
I go get a cup of coffee for 5 minutes. I go excuse myself, get a cup of coffee.
Wait,
and come
stop.
back.
Yeah, stop. I can tell when you're trying to fucking, straw man me or whatever. And it's like, dude, stop this. But I'm still willing to have a conversation. But she was just willing to go roll on, like roll on. But I feel like people like that are just really comfortable in their thin skin. It's weird. It's just like, okay, okay, well, let's just fucking go with it. Pardon my French. Because she was just saying so much weird shit that didn't really add up to anything that anyone should believe or understand in reality. Because he took her every direction, to space, to natural reality, and he was on salt, on point, everything. So yeah. Shout out to Wakey Wakey, man. Good stuff. He came in focused, and he got the job done. Love that interview. It's freaking awesome.
We love you, Helio. You're freaking awesome, man.
I'm not. I'm a piece of shit. But Wakey Wakey is awesome. Because I couldn't do what he did to that piece of shit. Fake science communicator.
Man. I think if somebody says they believe NASA, or NASA wouldn't intentionally lie to us, or NASA lies 30% of the time to us. I mean, when somebody actually says that to you, it's just like you know who you're dealing with, like within 2 seconds, and you can give them all the truths you want to about Apollo 11 and everything, but everything that NASA gave us about 20 photos of NASA 11, and you can just pick the shadows apart. It's supposed to be one shadow, but there's two directions of shadows. You can pick what Neil Armstrong said about the blast crater. You can just do so much with Apollo 11 that just destroys it.
I'm not aware of any of the astronauts saying anything about the blast crater. The only people that talk about the blast crater are flat earthers.
Yeah, August 12th, 1969. They at the first press conference with Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. They Armstrong said that when they landed, he had to wait a while for the dust to clear before he could actually see outside, and so
You're talking about the launch. Never mind, launch from the. Never mind.
Yeah, and he said he had to wait for the dust to settle before he could actually before he could see outside, and that's actually on YouTube. It's 83 minutes long,
isn't it? That's dramatic.
Yeah, and the funny thing is,
the dust to settle.
Yeah, and there was no dust on the landing pads or anything like that. And the other thing that was really interesting, when a reporter asked him about seeing stars, he said he saw no stars, blah blah blah, and then Collins cut in and said, "I didn't see any stars either." And Collins, of course, supposedly, went around the moon how many times while they were on the lunar surface. All he would have seen was stars on the supposed dark side of the moon. And then he wrote a book a few years later and said, "Yeah, I saw stars." And so I guess as he got older, he remembered the stars. But you can really learn a lot from that August 12th, 1969 interview of the three guys. You could tell they were hiding stuff. It was just like nobody smiled. Nobody was happy. It was like they didn't want to be there. So, thanks.
Well, and then you come, when they return the lunar lander from space to Earth, you had the interview with all of them, like a table, and they looked like they killed their grandma. They weren't coming back going, "Hey, look at me! I just returned from space." It's like, oh, like ticker tape parades and shit. Boom! I'm back from space. They were just like sitting in front of the crowd. Yeah, here's what we went through. It was, bro. I don't know. It might have been an arduous event for them, but still.
A year later, Armstrong was interviewed by a British guy. His first name that he went by Sir, and I don't remember what his name was, but it was 1970, and he asked Armstrong if he saw any stars going to and from the moon, and Armstrong said no, he didn't see any stars going to or from the moon, but he heard of other people who'd made the trip that they saw planets and stuff like that, but him personally saw no stars and no
I can
planets.
see a planet from Earth. I don't have to go in a starship to see a planet.
I mean, so much of this is just total lies, and you can kind of see what the flat Earth community is up against. I mean, we're up against a situation where 80 to 90% of the world believes with the Globers, and they have the indoctrination and the Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance on their side, and there's really very difficult to break through that.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree with that. So, it is very difficult. But we shouldn't have to, if everyone was honest with themselves, And that's also very difficult. It's like, what is Earth? What is this place? And I think that's the ultimate question that we all have to ask ourselves. But I think all of us, or not all of us, a lot of people here have asked themselves. It's definitely not this third rock from the sun, third dish from the sun, of course not. I mean, but Earth itself, I mean, there are questions inside and outside physical and spiritual reality. You have to question both sides of it. So it's for all of us, and it should be, and it's supposed to be that way. So I mean, you're not going to find all of the answers on either side, but you will find many if you actually look deep into it.
Yeah, I just think the fact that radars don't bend. Radar was created line of sight, straight line.
Sure, radar waves go lateral, don't they?
Well, I know they don't. I know they don't bend over a curve.
No,
and so,
of course not. Wait. You mean they don't bend over a curve due to gravity?
Yes, the only thing is gravity doesn't exist. So
I know.
I can't,
See, that's what I'm saying. So when you say radar waves don't bend, someone would attempt to tell you that, well, hey, gravity can affect radar waves and make them. See, this is where you have to get yourself. It's like, dude, show me the proof that gravity affects radar waves which travel laterally where they're affected by gravity. You give me the proof, and then I might believe you.
Yeah. Gravity is the great lie that explains why people in water don't fall off the side and the bottom of a spinning watery ball going through space at insane speeds.
No, Earth doesn't exist that way. Earth is
I know.
Earth.
Yeah.
We don't exist in space. Earth is the only place that has been and always will be. Earth is the first place. The sun, moon, and stars are outside of Earth. Earth is our realm. There is no such thing as other than Earth. And when you start to believe in, the sun is the center, and we're, the third rock from the sun, spinning ball in the Milky Way galaxy, our solar system is the Milky Way galaxy. That's somebody's story. The only thing you can actually physically have contact with is this place, Earth. Somebody starts telling you stories about Milky Way galaxies and shit like that. Somewhere in outer space, like Earth is in outer space. Yeah, bullshit. And that's, I mean, I heard Indio, I think, early, like probably 24 hours ago, and me and him agree, and we've been agreeing on this for a long time. Nobody here should. I mean, you can believe it if you want to, but we're not no freaking disc in outer space, or we don't exist in outer space. Earth is the only place that exists. This is our realm. Now, what it is, nobody knows the extent of it.
Yeah, but
we do have an idea of how to traverse it.
But we don't know what's outside of this either. I mean, it could be, so we can't say that this is the only thing that exists. But yeah,
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. But yeah, I mean, as far as we know how to traverse the known lands here, and we can do that quite well. With
we have our permits,
utilizing the magnetic fields and everything. Sure, we can do that quite well. But as far as whether the realm extends beyond what our known realm is, space, or whatever, well, we can exist. But what's really strange is like what's happening to us as humans is that these assholes, with their SpaceX and NASA programs, are pretending they can go to the sky, and then they show us pictures of a ball spinning around the sun, third rock from the sun, and pretend that's real, which it's absolutely not real. They can't prove it. It's complete bullshit. And they've been trying this nonsense for a long time. And a lot of us have figured out that they're full of shit. So we're not buying it anymore. So stop trying to fool the public. You dipshit nonsense. It really is starting to piss me off, man. It's really getting to me.
Yeah, you took yourself up into a frenzy there, buddy.
I don't have any friends, so anyway.
Frenzy.
Telling you my frenzy. But yeah, man, I mean, it's like Earth is Earth or it's not, right? I mean, it's either this third rock from the sun, and there's distant planets that we might go. And I'm a huge fan of the fictional stories and stuff. I mean, I'm a huge fan of fiction. You guys know that about me. I can fucking Martian movie and shit. They can try to inhabit Mars and shit, but that's never going to happen. There's no such thing as that.
As a flat earther, have you sat down and watched Martian with Matt Damon?
Yeah, I watched that movie. Yeah, I watched it. I watched it. Yeah, dude, I watched a lot of it.
I watched it I watched it yesterday for about the 10th time.
Yeah, I watched that stuff, man, but it's not real. I mean, I've watched a lot of shows like that, and read different books, listened to audiobooks and stuff. I'm a huge fan of science fiction, but that's not what Earth is.
Yeah,
it's related. I think in some of the science fiction, there's a lot of spiritual aspects that get into the history of the real realm that we are in, and it's related to, I only speak English, so I feel like we're limited, as English speakers, into what might have happened throughout history across Earth, and especially in these, eastern parts of Asia. I mean, how the fuck are you supposed to know what happened over there when you only have your core language of English, I mean, it's as large as Western parts of the world, right? Everybody.
Bong. Bong's on it is.
It's Bong here. See Bong.
Got Mike in there.
Hey, you hear Bong?
Bong's on it.
No, Bong's from that part, man, from the eastern part. He knows what's up. Shit. Why you guys just pretend that Bong's here and he ain't?
No, I said Bong's on it.
Oh, never mind. Not that you were saying Bong was here. Because that motherfucker knows a lot more about the eastern stuff than I do.
Bong Sao.
Bong Sao, man. Shout out to Bong Sao. Hey, if we say it 3 times, that motherfucker show up, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to head off to bed. It's 3:30 here in Texas in the morning. I hope you guys have a great Sunday, and I'll talk to you again. Take care.
All right, Jim.
Yeah, you too, Jim. Yeah, I just, good to talk to you again, Jim. You've been here, what, for a couple of days?
I'm on, you remember watching Martian, and their days were called souls, SOL. This is my 6th soul with Discord.
Your 6th soul. I got you, bro. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and give you image roles because I remember.
Take care.
Image perms in here, so when you are listening, you'll be able to post links and gifs and stuff.
Adios, amigo.
What you been up to, PMAC?
Mm-hmm.
I know what you've been up to, drinking whiskey.
Nah, I wish, man. I'm on the Black Russians. Kahlua vodka and Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the vodka trip too.
Yeah, I just finished 6 fucking nights in a row, so.
Either way, let's not talk about it.
6 days sober. Hey.
What?
6
You're sober, Pete?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm pissed now. Nah, I'm just starting.
Oh, so you're kicking off a new. You're off as a 6 day sober.
A new chapter in my latest science fiction novel.
Wow. Okay.
Everything's made up, man. Yeah, it's all made up. It's like the heliocentric model and life. It's all a pile of shit, man. It's all fucking made up bollocks.
So, what do you do when you're not doing this?
God. Mostly work. I serve drinks at a bar.
Oh, okay, cool. So you meet a lot of people. You have like friends and family that come and just like hang out.
Yeah, friends.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. You support your friends and family. But people, dude, you never know when people need help until they need help, right? So yeah.
That's what I do. I'm like a superhero. I walk around helping people. And when I'm not on here, I'm laughing and helping people. And when I'm on here, I'm laughing and helping people. So it's basically what I do is I laugh and help.
That's what I try to do. I can't help people much here online, in the Discord, except for, for conversation and stuff. But like physically, I mean, if you're a bartender, I mean, you can actually you can get to know the community and stuff. That you can actually help people. You get to know the community. Talk, you can say, hey, I heard this about this person. They may know. You get to know people's secrets, but at the same time, you don't want to share them and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, man, if you're helping your friends and stuff, that's cool, man.
Oh, I get to know every people, so all kinds of people. So the entire world. I see that we've had people from America,
America,
America.
and you know people from America and Ireland.
Yeah, everywhere, the whole world, man. The whole world comes to me.
No, really, man. They come into your bar and you get to meet all kinds of new people and shit. That's cool.
Yeah,
Just like you do on here, right?
just like I do on here. It's easier on here, isn't it?
It is. It is. Well, I don't know. I'm not a bartender, so I wouldn't know. So. But I've been a waiter, but it's kind of different, especially if you're tending bar at a place for a while. Once you tend bar for a while, that's your fucking bar, right? You own that place.
Yeah, you embrace the chaos.
Yeah, that's just I'm a cabinet maker. When I have a shop, it's like, are you gonna touch? If somebody comes in and say, "Can I use your thing?" It's like, what are you gonna do with it? And I might let you use it if you know how to use it. So yeah, I'm a cabinet maker, and it's just like I might let you use my tool if you know how to use it.
Oh, so you're a carpenter like Jesus was.
What Jesus did, but I've been a carpenter for 30 years, so yeah, I know how to do what I do. But I actually work for somebody. It's not my tools, but it's my shop, or my territory. When people come in and say, when they start touching the tools that the boss bought for me to use, then I'm going to say, hey, do you know what you're doing? I mean, I keep an eye on them, Even if they're working for the same boss, that boss bought that tool for me.
Yeah, it's strange. I was thinking of the Billy Joel song. Paul at the bar is a friend of mine. He gives me my drinks for free. My name is Paul, so and Billy Joel actually mentions me in that song, Piano Man. I'm sure I could be a movie star if I could just get out of that place, man.
Man, sing us a song tonight. Cause we're all... No, we're not in the mood for a melody, PMAC. Please don't start singing. My
You're
bad.
the one that started singing, not me.
I'm just messing with you, PMAC, man.
I know.
Because you do get in the mood for a melody sometimes, and then you won't stop.
Red Mike City for a week.
No, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's cool, man.
We had a jazz festival here in Derry.
You're in Derry?
Derry, yeah.
Oh, cool! I didn't know you were in Derry. Oh, cool. I didn't know what part of Ireland you were in. All right, cool.
Yeah, the Sunday Bloody Sunday part.
My family. I'm part Irish.
Isn't everybody?
A lot of white people are, but not everybody is. But let me think. No, I mean, I do have family from Ireland. Let me think of some Irish.
There was a young man from Cape Horn who wished that he never was born, and he probably never would be if his daddy had seen that the top of the condom was torn.
It was
little ditty. I'll be right back.
Hey, have you ever heard of Fearic? Fearic? I'm asking you, P-Mac, you ever heard of... No, he's not even in here. Never mind. There's a small part of Ireland called Fearic. That's from my family. Oh, my grandmother's side is from, but anyway. And you got us feeling alright. Oh, la, da, 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 da.
Got you started now, haven't I?
Da, 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 da. Hey, P-Mag, have you ever heard of Fearick?
Nope. Who's that?
It's a small, really small town in Ireland. That's where my family's from.
Say it again, sorry.
Fearick. I'm not sure which part of Ireland or whatever. It's Fearick. Yes.
I can't say I have. No.
That's all right. I mean, my grandmother was English. My father was American, probably German or whatever. I mean, my grandfather was, of German descent or whatever. But my grandmother's family was from Ireland, and it was Fear. Her maiden name was Fear. So
cool.
And she was Irish. So yeah, I never knew her. She died before I was born, but yeah, her maiden name was Fear. Her family is from Ireland. So I've got some Irish blood in me. That's why I can sing, right, P-Back?
Oh,
sing us the song, you're the piano man.
Don't get me started.
No, I don't want to.
You need a separate channel for
that. I know, right? No, yeah, I do have. Not even on her side. I have a couple of. Even on my father's side, there's some Irish too. So anyway, but most of it's like German, English, but I do have some Irish too. But are you like? You're like full Irish?
No. My ma's side was McCull, which is very Irish, like Finn McCull and all that there. My dad's side was, I suppose I shouldn't really say, but it's a Scottish surname.
Okay, yeah. So it's like English Irish or Scottish Irish.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah. I mean, it's like I have. I'm a fucking mutt, man. I ain't gonna lie. I have some.
I was gonna say most of us.
I have some Indian blood into it, like American, Native American blood in me too. So I mean, Cherokee. I but anyway, I'm not too far removed from the Irish and I mean Irish and English and German stuff. Dude, I'm a mutt. I ain't gonna lie. But I still love the heritage of the Northern Europeans. I love it. My mom, my mom is. She was born in Liverpool, so.
Liverpool's full of Irish.
Yeah. Yeah, and her mother was. She died with my grandmother was died before I was born, and she was English, and she met my grandfather. He was in the military, Air Force. Met her in England, and yeah.
And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and yeah, my grandmother's heritage was from Ireland, so that's how I'm I'm connected to the Irish because her family was Irish, but somewhere in Liverpool, and then she was like a circus performer, really good at it. But she had a heart condition, and she died very young. and that's where.
Ouch.
Yeah, she died on my mom's 11th birthday. It's pretty soon.
Yeah, man, it's hard to. It must be hard to lose a parent that young, man. Wow. I mean, it took me to. Hang on a second. Where are we now? 2022. 23 years ago. Oh, I was around the 26-year-old mark when my mum passed, and that was hard going. I don't know. I suppose they say, like, if you're 12, 11, 10, and 9, your parents die, you don't really have a concept. You're sort of sad, but you probably feel it more if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s than you do if you're 10, 11. But the loss is, like, probably significant.
My father died when I was 2.5 years old. I don't remember him at all.
Oh, no way! Right.
I never knew my father. So. And my mother.
Did you have another role model, like uncles, or?
My mom didn't remarry, and she didn't date well. But for the most part, it was me and my brother and her. Until after we graduated high school, so, and then she didn't marry well after that, and we didn't like.
Is your brother still knocking about?
Oh yeah, me and my brother he's my best friend.
Oh, that's
I was at his house last night.
Me and my brothers don't fucking speak.
Dude, me and my brother are freaking solid, bro. We're like, me and my brother, and I always hate that when someone says they don't get along with their brother. I fucking hate that shit because
yeah, I don't like it, but
we all, well, when we grew up, like I said, it was just me and him and mom, It's fucking, so we've always had each other, not all together because dude, I used to beat the shit out of him. Sometimes he beat the shit out of me. When you're growing up as boys being raised by a mom, it can get a little weird. But as adults now, we have each other's backs, And dude, he is my best friend. I love my brother more than anything.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome.
We used to put a mattress on the floor and put socks in our hands and have boxing matches.
Dude, we used to set the matches up and do the wrestling.
Yeah.
All the wrestling matches.
Yeah, that was fun, man.
Oh, hell yeah. Especially when mom wasn't around. Just like, you go all out. It's just like, oh, shit, that hurts. It's like, well,
there he is.
Supposed to hurt. God damn it.
That was how we passed the time in school afternoons. We used to, after homework, we used to just put the mattress down in the bedroom and start beating the shit out of each other. See who was the strongest.
We didn't always get along. I mean, once he started finding friends and we weren't like just me and him anymore, and I started finding friends and shit, that was. But when we got our 20s and later 20s, early 30s, just like. Those friends they were all our friends. We all kind of formed a group of brothers, basically. But that person, my brother, is my brother, and he's got my back and I got his back. But we still have all those friends too, and they're still brothers too. It's just kind of like we all formed a team, like growing up and in this group, and it was kind of a small town. Little city. It was just like, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, there's several of us that are, even though we're not connected, we're connected. When it comes to everything coming down, we're gonna kind of be there for each other. But when it comes to me and my brother, he's got my back.
Well, I can say this because nobody knows them, and most people probably can. Some people can relate to this, but you can choose your friends, but not your family. My boys just turned out to be wasters, man. So they're just kind of all about them, substance abuse.
But but your family can end up being somebody that's not blood.
Always, like just a thorn in my side all my life, man. I'm always the one that has to fucking sort out the problems, bail them out. Well, I stopped doing that a couple of years ago. Cops call me or whatever. I'm like, nah, don't want to know.
Yeah.
Keep them in jail. They're not coming to my house.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, man. They're just it's all about them. Steal, beg, borrow, just so they can get drinks, marijuana.
Yeah, but you have friends that you consider brothers, though. That
Oh God, yes. Oh yeah, better than that even.
Yeah, me too. But I just happen to be, my brother, my blood brother is actually like one of the people that I can count on, and he can count on me. So.
And then sometimes you get the odd friend that turns out to be just a leech. Just take. Lifts in the card here, there. Lends money, blah blah blah. You're in the middle of doing a fucking 6 in a row shift, and he's knocking on your door looking for 20 quid, $20. You're like, listen, bro, stop. That's enough.
Yeah.
Fucking.
So if I give you 20 now, you come back for 20 tomorrow.
That's what they do. And
yeah.
You
No. Yeah, you don't want that.
Those aren't real friends. So those are the ones you just eventually used to.
Or even if it's your brother, even if it's your blood brother, you don't want to. Yeah, I mean, it's just you're an enabler at that point.
Yeah, that's it. Because people will, if you give them fucking enough rope, they will fucking take, and then
No, that's cool.
Exhaust you.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, don't you hate that? See, I couldn't imagine. I have this one brother. I have another brother, but I don't know him well. He's a half brother, and we never grew up together. Or whatever. But I grew up with this brother, and we're family, and he takes care of me, and I do the best I can to take care of him as well. So, it's like if I need something, he's there for me. But
yeah, that's good to have. Like
I don't have people just like borrowing and begging for me. I mean, as if I could really have anything to offer. I mean, I'm not I'm not affluent.
I would be ashamed, though, man. I've never been one to ask for help. I won't go to the doctor unless my arm's falling off. I wouldn't ask somebody for $10 lend unless I wasn't. I don't know if I actually ever have really, but there's people in this world that they have no problem just constantly fucking asking for favors, and I just find that very hard to do. If somebody buys me a pair of socks as a present for my birthday, I'm fucking over the moon. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude, a 6-pack of socks is like, damn, I needed those.
Yeah, you're like so grateful, easily pleased.
Hell yeah!
And even
like,
when
you don't know how bad I needed those socks.
Yeah, friends of one of my cousins brought me a coffee machine 2 Christmases ago, and they showed up at the doorstep. It was during the COVID, so they stood at the end of the drive, and I opened the door, and there was a brand new coffee machine sitting there, and I says, "What's this?" He says, "That's for you. That's your coffee." I said, "Holy shit, bro!" I was like, I was over the moon, right? Because I just appreciate it when people do little things like that there.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I mean, and it's special. I mean, it's just like, people can't appreciate, and that's why what they call people that are spoiled when they grow up. They get everything they want anytime they want it.
I'm glad.
When we're like, holy shit, you bought me some socks. How did you know I needed some socks? You spent $15 on some socks? Holy shit. I didn't even know you knew I needed some socks. Well, I didn't know, but, I just had a premonition. It's like, bless God, I got some socks now.
We always need socks and jocks.
Hell yeah.
Socks and jocks.
I know, but it's just like, kind of happens like that sometimes. It's like somebody will think about you and they just, just like, hey man, how you doing? I bought you some socks. Or hey, I'm going to send you $50. I just been thinking about you. I'm sending you $50, and you don't have to worry about that. It's just buy something good for yourself. I'm doing well for myself, but not.
And your
And
reaction is just,
they're not actually affluent. They're just like thinking about you and just sending you some money, and especially like family members. They're not like
yeah, and
send my son money sometimes, and
they gotta be
it's like he
funky.
knows I'm not rich or anything. But when I send him money, he should know that I don't want to. He should know that I'm doing it because I love him. Because I just have a little extra, and I know he doesn't have as much. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what. It doesn't matter.
I'm happy with a card. Fuck. I'm like over the moon now. Ooh, you thought of me. Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Dinner.
They got to be funky socks too. Like a friend of mine who's a female, she bought me this set of socks out of Amazon, and they're like funky socks. I used to wear these plain black socks, but we made this joke about every time I wear a pair of funky socks to work, I have a good shift. So now it has to be funky socks. They're like all these crazy colors and patterns and shit. And she bought me a pack of really 6 good quality socks, and I'm wearing them now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, how did socks come up? Holy shit! Did I bring socks up, or did you bring socks up?
Yeah,
it was me, wasn't it?
I think it was you. It's always you who do.
It's always been. But dude, I'm thinking about socks because I've been looking at socks lately, and I'm just like, because socks are important to me because my feet are like, I work on concrete floors and shit, so I always think about socks and shoes.
Do me a favor. Next time you buy socks or whatever, get yourself a pair of funky socks, and then put on a pair of funky socks. Like,
where can I buy them, man?
Oh, they're on Amazon and everything. All different colors.
So I'm gonna look that shit up.
Yeah, it's just like all different colors and patterns.
I'm trying to find some good socks. Cause I was gonna buy it.
And then
notice to buy some new socks.
Yeah, and once you put them on, right, notice how your day goes. Your day goes a lot better if you're wearing the funky socks.
Are they funky colors?
Yeah. Orange, red, purple, green, stripes, blacks, everything. It's crazy socks.
All right. Well, nobody's gonna be able to see them because I wear like long jeans and shit to cover.
Yeah, but you've got them on. That's the main thing. You know you're wearing them.
Maybe I'll roll my jeans up.
yeah. Roll them up.
See my fucking funky socks.
I got my funky socks, bro.
Dude, I'll look that shit up, bro.
You'll have a good day.
But they're really comfortable. I mean, are they 100%?
Oh yeah, 100% cotton. You can put them all the way up almost to your knees if you want.
Nice. Check that out.
You'll have a great day, trust me.
Funky socks. That's what they're called.
Socks make the day better.
Are they like? All right. Well, I'm gonna just have to look them up. Or send me a link if you got it. I gotta go to the beer, man. I'll be right back.
Roger. You there, Roger?
Yeah, I am.
How's it going, bro? My
all good.
brother.
All good.
Lekker, man, lekker. Lekker soos 'n cracker. Alsjeblieft.
Dankjewel.
Yeah. Have you got funky socks, Roger?
I've got clean socks.
Clean. Okay. Well, I suppose clean's okay, but you need funky socks, bro. I'm starting a trend.
Yeah, I will stick with clean socks.
You just don't like. You're just not funky, Roger. gonna see if I can Bluetooth a picture of my funky socks to the computer here from my phone. See what we can do. Make the day better. There you go, bro. That's a pair of funky socks.
You sent me some funky socks?
There's funky socks. Just look up on Amazon. Look for colorful socks or something like that there. Them bad boys there make your day go better. Swear to God.
I'll try them, man. I ain't gonna lie. Definitely try them. Hey, since ain't nobody talking but me and you want to listen to a song?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, bro.
I mean, it's a song we've all heard before, but it's one of my favorites.
Does it have sock on the title?
Doesn't, but it's still great. From Chocolate Saying.
What is the world? What What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition. Start up the engine, choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature is missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I'm looking at Funky Socks on Amazon right now. Look at 12. So is that 12 pairs for $26.99? No, that's not the right brand. 6-pack, $20. So I thought I was tripping for a second. I was like, holy shit.
You always tripping.
No, I wear anchor. I usually wear ankle socks. I can wear crew though.
You see, in the winter though, if you get yourself a good, 100% cotton, big long, funky socks, and you push,
with all the
calves,
all the funky styles, ain't nobody gonna see those motherfuckers.
But we're gonna roll our jeans up a turn or two.
No, I'm
just
not
so that people give us
like that. I'm just an unfunky dude.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's time to fucking funk yourself, man.
No, not at 48 years old. I ain't gonna funk.
It's never too late. Never to change.
I got so. Here's some that's Funky Socks. D's Nuts. Meme socks. Damn, one pair, $14. Fuck you. Paying $14 for a pair of socks. Nobody's ever gonna see. No, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, if they're comfortable, fuck, I'll wear any socks. But yeah. Only reason that since you said socks, I mean, some of the socks I've had, I've bought at Walmart. I mean, that shit ain't really working out for me. I need some decent socks, man. But I don't want to spend, $20 on 6 pair of socks, and
do it.
Doesn't matter what they look like. Better feel good when I wear them.
That's what I'm saying.
I got funky feet, so maybe I need funky socks.
Yeah.
Because I don't have standard feet. I mean, they sell standard socks at Walmart, don't they?
Yep.
No, they don't. They don't sell socks for people with funky feet.
I have them flat.
I'm the flat-footed motherfucker you'll ever meet in your life. You'll never see anyone's foot flatter than mine. I don't know. I mean, it's not funny. It's kind of miserable. I mean, I have no arch at all. I have no arch at all. There's no arch on my foot whatsoever.
Yeah, I got the same kind of thing going on there. My feet are flat.
It's really hard to find shoes and socks that I can actually wear. Yeah, the earth is flat. My foot matches the earth.
Exactly. My feet, my head, flat.
My head. Well, don't even get me started on my head. You guys already know what my head looks like. That shit's for it, but
it's a monstrosity.
There's some, I don't know. There's a dome there. I don't know. If you want
dome. Yeah, my head's a dome.
Shit, you already seen my dome. Ain't no secret.
It's a big old dome.
Hey, but I haven't given you a recent picture. I've grown my. I think I'm going to shave it tomorrow, or clip it tomorrow. I grew my hair out on my head that I can. I mean, which I'm a bald guy, right? So it just grows around the sides. And
you don't do the comb over, do you? You're not one of these comb over dudes.
No, that looks silly. It looks really silly, but I could if but it would take me a long time to actually grow one side long enough to comb it over.
The 70s decade of the comb.
But no, my baldness goes way back, but it's still pretty thin. My hair's still pretty thin, but I've grown it out it's about an inch long all around, the sides of my head. And then I've grown my beard out too. So I'm just like, I'll send you a pic.
Look, I still have hair, but it's on my chin, but I've got hair, bro.
Oh, I have hair on my head too, but not on top.
Yeah, if I had the misfortune of being bald, I just, around the sides, I just shave that shit, man. I'd embrace the.
Well, that's what I do. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm kind of I thought I'd try it out for a little while. I was just like, let's see what happens when I grow it out. What I have, and
we're
kind of getting sick of it. It's easier to maintain just shaving that shit every day, or not every day. About every 2 or 3 days, I just shave it off. But I'm gonna send you a pic, PMac.
Yeah, put it in the general chat, man. Let everybody see it.
No, really, you guys want to see what I look like now? Hold on.
Yeah, fuck, why not?
I think I've shared it in the past couple of weeks, but anyway, I'll share it. Hold on.
You gotta
go. I'm gonna have to do a selfie. Let me comb this shit out, and I'll show you what I look like.
Embrace the chaos and embrace your baldness. Oh, where did this conversation come out of? Holy shit! Yeah.
Grow your hair out. Grow your hair out.
One of us. Yeah, you have to grow your hair out. I probably would do that if I had hair just around the side. You'd have to grow it out just to see what the fuck, what you got. What you got, motherfucker?
Your hair helps you identify round earthers in your surroundings. The situational awareness of who's dumb and who's not.
Hair today, gone tomorrow. Nah, I got lucky. I have a good head of hair. Good head of hair, man. I could actually lend you some hair if you're looking for it. I got so
Yeah,
much
I could
hair,
lend
man.
some hair.
I could borrow you some, no problem.
What's up, Pie Tower?
Yo, hello, good morning.
Guten Morgen. Or should we say hail?
Hell yeah.
You got any funky socks, Hightower? Do you believe in the power of funky socks?
Give me 1 second, please. Do I believe in what?
Funky socks.
Funky sex?
Socks? no.
Funky socks? Yeah.
You got some funky socks going on there?
Oh yeah, I have 2 of them right now.
You're part of the club, bro. You can be the treasurer, okay?
Sure thing.
Okay, I'm the chairman, by the way. Helioskeptic, he's not really convinced. He's applying to be a member of the Funky Socks gang, but we'll see how that goes.
And what is the mission of the Funky Socks?
Oh, everybody who doesn't believe in funky socks has to get a pair of funky socks and wear them and see how their day goes, and they'll realize that once they're wearing funky socks, their day goes far better. It's a sock. Yeah, but it makes a difference, man. Once you put them funky socks on, your day is better. I don't know how we got here, but we can stay here a while. We have a treasurer. Hightower's the treasurer of the Funky Socks gang. We need a chairman.
I'll be minister of propaganda also, if you want.
Oh, I think I think they're ahead of you there now. What is it they just brought out? As soon as Elon Musk bought fucking Twitter, they brought out the Ministry of Disinformation or something crazy like that. I bet they don't wear funky socks.
Is that a topic we can discuss or not?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's a bit like the COVID. Can we discuss it? That you fucking flu.
Yeah.
The Fauci ouchie.
I get that. That makes sense.
Can we discuss Elon Musk buying Twitter? Probably
is it as good as they say it's going to be, or is it going to be worse?
Oh, I don't know. It looks good to me. It's a laugh, man. Some guy posted there the other day about, a billionaire buying the platform, blah, blah, blah. And Elon Musk just came back with a troll comment like, stop coming on to me, bro. I blush easily or something. It's fucking hilarious. And when Bezos bought, what was it, the Washington Post or something, a big major thing. So, oh, this is a great new moment for mankind or something. I don't know. And how great it was that Bezos now owned a great newspaper distributor and thing and whatever. And as soon as Elon Musk bought Twitter, it's like, oh, this is just what we need. The fucking multi-billionaires owning platforms, and he trolls the shit out of them. It's brilliant.
So you like Elon Musk?
Well, not, I'm just observing what's going on, and it's hilarious. I'm starting to like him a bit more every day. If I find out he wears funky socks, he's fucking in, bro. It is amusing to watch how the left is breaking down because Musk bought Twitter and all that. It's fucking hilarious. They're censoring everybody, and well, they were for a long time. It was a platform that the left was using, and if you says anything out of, like, they fucking Donald Trump. How the fuck do they ban Donald Trump, a president of the United States or a former POTUS, just because he says a few things? It's, free speech, man. Thing is, he's just these leftist motherfuckers. They preach against the very thing that they're doing right in front of your face. If you're too dumb to see that, then good luck to you. Sorry, I'm going to stop now, but I know left-right paradigm, blah, 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 division, keep us divided, all that shit there. But to me, it's laughable. It's a puppet show. It's a puppet. But I would side with the right before the left.
No, I totally agree. But I'm not going to say I have any personal experience with that rich billionaire. I've never met the dude, so it's hard for me to not think it's going to be a complete factoid of provable facts that aren't provable.
Okay.
Well, just in the sense that, that guy goes to space.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the dragon shit going up there now, isn't he?
So it's hard for me to not think the addendum or, has convinced space is real on platform.
Yeah, he's doing his part to convince the masses that space is real. Yeah, he's part of the whole fucking thing too. It's all a fugazi.
But because I think you can find true freedom of speech if you know what the fuck you're talking about, like the flat Earth community.
Yep.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think flat Earth people communicate very effectively on topics that just make sense to the human mind.
Yeah. And we've seen in recent years, the last few years, how censorship and Congress and Facebook and companies have to put these things in place, misinformation, and meanwhile they're the ones fucking spreading misinformation, and you see the whole fucking show going on. It's just so fucking. Orwell was right there.
Is your name PMac?
It is.
PMac. What country you live in, PMac?
I'm in Ireland, flat Earth fungus. You have fungus in your feet? You know funky socks will fucking sort out your fungus and... never mind, sorry. Where you from, Mo?
I'm from the United States.
Of America.
America.
What state?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Ah, okay.
Hey P-Mac, I heard the Irish joke, but I didn't get it. Maybe you get it. So, an Irishman walks past a bar.
That's brilliant, bro. That's very, very good. I like it. I like it a lot.
And which part of Ireland do you live? Because I lived in Arklow for a while, then Dublin.
Okay, yeah, no, man, hang on. I'm trying to get over that last joke there. That was brilliant. That was very good. I'm going to use that. Ah, man. I'm in Derry. Or Londonderry. Whatever. So it's near Donegal, but yeah, Derry.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't
P-Mac,
know why I asked.
what's the infrastructure like there?
Pretty good.
Is that
Everything
like the
seems to be holding itself together. Oh, not too bad.
What about the old infrastructure?
Oh, it's still there too. It's a big tourist attraction. We walk around walls and things here. No bridges are collapsing over here, if that's what you're asking.
Oh yeah, we just had a bridge collapse over here.
Another one? You're kidding me.
Not another one, but that other one about a month ago.
Oh Jesus, there was one about there's one every 2 months or so. Send billions to Afghanistan and other places, yet the American people are living on the bridges. Land of the free, home of the slave.
Yep. Well, it's like exactly how they say we can go to Mars and, fix that up if we fuck this place up. If we fuck Earth up, we'll just destroy it all. We'll move to Mars. We'll make a new colony.
That's crazy, isn't it? I know what I noticed. The acceleration of this whole fucking rebellion extinction thing and vegan thing and eating meat and CO2 and have to use electric car, that is accelerating to a crazy degree, man. And you're just going, that's a pile of, why do people not see this as a pile of bullshit? Just fear-mongering bullshit.
What, veganism and all that stuff?
All that stuff. Next thing you know, it'll be fucking Soylent Green.
Don't you think veggies play a key role in our diet, though? Don't you think veggies play a key role in diet?
Veggies?
Yeah.
You mean, okay, rephrase that question. Eating vegetables or being a vegetarian?
No, not being a vegetarian, but just it's like the largest of the food groups.
I love my veggies. You can't beat a good Brussels sprout, sir.
Oh, I hate Brussels sprouts.
Vegetable soup? I could live in vegetable soup. I fucking love it. I have it for breakfast. People are like, why are you eating vegetable soup for breakfast? Dipping my roll into it, my or some of you call it biscuits or bread. I love vegetable soup, man.
Oh, I love potato soup. That's my favorite.
There you go. Stick a bit of chicken in there, a bit of fucking beef. Fucking amazing. No, that's another fucking fugazi. That's another fucking dead end road. It's just a pile of shit, man. Oh, we're killing the planet. I could be wrong. We could probably be killing the planet. I don't fucking know.
I don't think that we're killing it. I think fungus will take over and convert everything back to a natural state. But I do think that we are making it slightly unlivable in certain areas.
What do you mean we? Do you take responsibility? If
Oh
that is
yeah,
true?
I take full responsibility.
I don't. Not my problem,
Well,
not my doing.
at least we know who to blame for the whole thing. Shit show.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, think of it like this: you have a thriving forest, and every house added takes away the water for that forest. So even a house itself can impact the local agriculture.
Single take. I never use my.
What's that? Hello.
How do you use the front camera?
Oh, you're still trying to take a picture.
My bad. My bad. Dude. I'm trying to figure out how to fucking make a selfie. I don't even know how to do that.
Technology.
You take a selfie, you don't even know how to say it. You don't make a selfie.
Well, technically, you are making one, aren't you?
Well, the phone is.
I mean, my phone is the back camera. I'm trying to figure out how to switch it from the back to the front.
Oh, there's a little button. There should be a little button somewhere there.
You
On the bottom there.
when I say back to the front.
The little button there, down.
When I say when. I was gonna send a selfie to PMac, and I can't even figure out how to do that shit.
Computers are.
Am I that dumb? And I mean, it's like my phone. When I'm on sophisticated camera on the phone. It's like, how do you switch it from portrait or like front camera to back camera? I don't know what these. I don't ever do this. So.
One of these days, they're gonna make a phone where you just speak into the mic and you say, "Take a selfie," and the fucking thing does it all by itself.
Hey, phone.
Yeah,
I want to take a selfie.
Technology.
No, I know how to do it. I just can't do it right now. Hold on, let me find it. What bullshit? It's like I can see my rear camera and it's taking images of everything, but I want to use my front camera and I can't fucking figure out how to switch it from the or back camera to the front camera.
Yeah, you'll get there. Take your time. No rush.
That's cool. Because I'm only going to send it to you, PMac.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna fucking.
Unless it's a good picture, I'll send it to everyone. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna distribute. I'm gonna put it on Facebook and show the world.
I bet you. I don't give a fuck.
This is my buddy Helio from United States of America.
America.
He's the treasurer of the Funky Socks gang.
Fucked up. Why can't I switch my fucking camera from back to front like with one button? I know it's somewhere here. But I never use my camera, so I don't even know which buttons do what. Do you ever do this? I have a Samsung phone. Does anyone have a recommendation?
Yeah, I do. There's a little button at the front there, just one of them little buttons along the bottom that will switch it from the front camera to the back camera.
No shit.
Yeah, which button?
Yeah, which fucking one? I have a lot of them that I'm looking at.
It's usually a solid dot one or one that's got two little arrows on each side of it. It just kind of tells you it screams switch.
I mean, I'm on camera, and I can see the back camera.
There's definitely a little button you just hit, and it'll switch to the other camera.
This one?
Yeah, probably that one.
That's not one. That's not it.
Try the other one.
Try the other one. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna click buttons until I figure out which one switches me to the front camera instead of the back camera.
It looks like the recycling logo.
The recycling one has got two little arrows either side. I think.
Oh, it looks like a recycle. Okay, is it that? Oh, there we go. It looks like a boom, schlag lag.
Boom shakalaka.
All right, I got headphones on, but you guys want a picture of me now?
We're ready. Let's go.
Let me get me a.
Is this something that we can't unsee?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty ugly, so.
What's up, fungus?
If you're the only one who gets this picture, we're gonna need a complete detail.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and share it on Discord. So.
Yeah, you might as well, because I was going to do it anyway. So.
Okay, here it comes. So what do I look like now?
Oh my God! Like the wise old man that sits on top of the mountain and dispenses jewels of wisdom.
Very handsome.
So is that good or bad?
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine, bro. Yeah. I mean, your head looks a bit like an 8-ball, but
yeah, I have the headphones on and shit. But here's what I'm kind of weird about. I'm going to send another one. Hold on, because I've grown out my hair, which is not much. I'm going to send another one. Hold on, and do another one. Hold on. Give me a sec.
The wise old man of the forest. Or the mountain. George Costanza.
All right, here comes the next one. Wait, is that it? No, is that the same one?
No, it's a different one.
Yeah, it's just like I grew my hair out a little bit, the little that I have, right? Anyway, so I took that one without the headphones. And I have a guitar with a fly swatter hanging off. Don't you? You gotta love that shit. I hate flies. Everyone.
I hate them, bro.
Anyway, that's what I look like.
Looking good, bro.
I love you guys no matter what you look like. That's what I look like.
That's brave, man. That's brave of you.
Really? I don't think it's that brave to show my face. I mean, you can find me pretty
Well,
much.
you didn't let me finish.
My bad.
If I had a face like that. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, wait. That's a good one. If I had a face like that, boom. What?
I put my beard up. I put my beard all the way up, cover my face. Just two eyes staring through.
I wish I could do that. My beard is pretty thin too, you know.
Nearly there.
I wish I could grow a thicker beard. I wish I could grow that motherfucker down to my belly button, you know.
Do you know what I mean? Like, just take your beard, grab it under the chin, right, and you just shove it up over your head, and then you put the earphones on, and a pair of glasses, sunglasses, and you're just like this big hairy person, you know.
Another one. Hold on. I got a hat. Here, and I have some glasses since you brought it up.
Oh, please do it.
These are reading glasses. Hold on, let me do this. So you provoked me, PMAC. This is your fault.
Be right back. Yeah, it's close. One thing is, take the beard and put it up, and tuck it in under the hat, and then put the glasses over the beard.
Yeah, those are reading glasses that I use to actually see what the fuck you guys are talking about when I talk to you on the phone. Funny. Either way, that's what I look like now, and I'm about to shave most of that hair off and a good portion of my beard. Or you think I should or not?
Yeah, you look 20 years younger. Go for it, bro.
I
Just
think
shape
so.
the beard.
Shape
the beard.
I can't shave the beard. That's no.
No, just shape it.
Well, I was prior to growing my hair out and the beard, I was just bald with the goatee, and that was. I think I'm going to go back to that. I just wanted to try it out. Growing my non-hair out and my non-beard. But my beard's not too bad. What I'm going to do tomorrow is go ahead and shave my head.
You look like a.
What do I look like? Tell me, dude. I don't have feelings as far as that goes. Tell me what I look like.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Dude, then I'll keep it. I am a wizard.
Did you get a different hat? One with some fucking crescent moons and stars on it?
No, that's a John Deere hat, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Get the big pointy hat with the half crescent moons and the stars on it.
No, I wouldn't wear that. Like I would only wear that at a Comic-Con.
Yeah, a little staff like Gandalf.
Yeah, but I won't wear that here or be under the impression that I'm a wizard. I would only wear that at a Comic-Con, like I'm Gandalf.
The Grey.
So, anyway.
I can't
stop watching the Grey is... You can't stop watching what?
The Hobbit, man. The Hobbit is better than Lord of the Rings, dude.
Yeah, the Hobbit movie. Are you talking about the movie?
Yeah, the Unexpected Journey, The Desolation of Smog, and the Battle of the Five Armies. Man, I just watched it the other day again.
Good movie. I ain't gonna lie. It's really good. But I mean, Lord of the Rings, the trilogy is really good too. So
yeah, I was massively into it. I read the books, the big thick fucking Tolkien books, and then I watched the films. Peter, what's his name, brought them out. Filmed in New Zealand, beautiful scenery. Lord of the Rings, fantastic. Then The Hobbit came out, and I thought, my God, this is even better. And yeah, I suppose it all depends. Some people love The Hobbit better than the Lord of the Rings, vice versa. But The Hobbit is brilliant. To me,
I've been listening to a lot of like some old Stephen King audiobooks. I've been listening to Tommy Knockers.
Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
Tommy Knockers, I remember reading that. I've
been listening to the audiobook. I haven't finished it yet. No spoilers, by the way. Because I know they made a movie But I'm sure that just like every Stephen King book, that doesn't do it justice. Except for the only one that does justice is The Green Mile. That movie is fucking badass. It's exactly like the book almost. It's really
Shawshank Redemption and Green Mile, man. Just of those two alone, that man would be a multi-millionaire.
Well, he already is, bro. He's the master. He's the master of disaster. So,
Dean R. Koontz came out along the same time, and
Dean Koontz. You like Dean Koontz too? Oh, I've pretty much read or listened to most of his books too. But Dean Koontz is the shit.
Yeah, that's what I did in my 20s and 30s. Read all the Stephen Kings and Dean Koontz. I actually preferred Dean Koontz.
But anyway, so yeah, that's what. While I'm working and stuff, I either listen to you niggas talk all day about flat Earth, or I'm listening to audio books from like Dean Koontz, Stephen King, and other authors. Can't even think of all of them, but those are some of my favorites. I didn't realize that I didn't really read Tommyknockers or capture it. So I'm halfway through Tommyknockers now, and it's really trippy, man.
Ah, yeah, that is good. That is good. I enjoyed that.
I'm about halfway through it, so no spoilers for
No. Yeah, he's a genius. He's just, I don't know, sick motherfucker.
Well, yeah, it's just like certain people just have. It's like, how do these authors come up with this shit?
Yeah.
Where does that shit come from?
2 or 3 books in one fucking year. I'd be lucky if I could write one book in a lifetime. Yeah.
I know. Dude, if I could write my dreams, I think some of my dreams have something to do with some of these books that I read or some of my life experiences. I had a good nap today, like 3-4 hours, and the entire time I had some dreams, and it had something to do with my life and some of the shows I was watching, books I was reading, talking to you guys, Flat Earth, everything. And it's just like everything all involved. It's like,
isn't that strange the way?
I even flung myself out of my bed today during one of my dreams. It was, dude. I have some pretty weird dreams, and I react to them as if they're real sometimes.
Well, they feel real. Like I have a lot of broken sleep as well, and then but when you have a good nap, the 3-4 hour one, you do actually go into REM state, and they're horrible, man. It's the ones where you've lost everything. You're in a foreign country. You can't find your car keys, your bank card. People are hiding your luggage from you. Just nightmarish kind of things. You're like, oh, and it feels so real. You're like, what am I gonna do? I'm fucking lost.
Well, it's not always horrific. It's just like you want to be there, and you're there, so you're at the same time. It's sort of it's between lucid dreaming, but you're kind of out of control. It's just like you don't want to take control. You just want to see what happens. You know what I mean? And so when you're in that state, it's like, this is one of the most interesting dreams I've ever had, which is almost every single one, because dreams are awesome. And especially, when you're in a lucid dream, when you're dreaming, but you don't want to wake up. It's like, if it's scary, of course you want to, it's like, this is, I want to get the fuck out of here, right?
Yeah.
But when you're in a decent dream and it's very curious, you want to, it's like, what is this about? Then you move forward and it's like, oh, this is, this. After you, you might have been asleep for 30 minutes. It seems like 5 hours. It's so amazing. Part of it's lucid, part of it is you just participating, but it always has something to do with you personally, something you've gone through, but it doesn't always, because a lot of times I'll have dreams where there are people I've never seen before that are involved in the dream. I'm like, who's this guy? I've never seen him, but I'm always just laying there, but I'm not laying. Sometimes I'm walking, and I'm just like doing something.
Dreams do come true. Look at me, babe, I'm a you.
Mm-hmm,
You know
mm-hmm.
you got the hand. No, I like the ones where you wake up and you're like, "Thank fuck that wasn't real, man." Oh, and as you're making your way to the toilet,
I woke up to one today.
thank God.
I dreamt today that I was taking care of a child, and he was like an orphan, and he kept hugging me. It was a little boy, kept hugging me, and it was just like, and I, at the time I was thinking, it's like I got from his spirit. He's just like, nobody's ever loved me like this, whatever. And he's like, he's just like kept hugging me and stuff. And but then I was like flipping through shit on TV, which I do often. I was like, he shouldn't see some of this stuff, Then I had something pulled up on the TV screen that he shouldn't see, and then I was like, and then I heard him running back into the room. I was like, oh shit! That's when I jumped out of the bed, and then I woke up. I was like, fuck. Like, who's this little boy? I don't know. It was weird, man. That's the only thing I remember. Well, I remember a lot about that dream. It's like, how much are you supposed to remember about some of these dreams?
Who knows? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'll be
Sweet
back.
dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? What's the next lyrics?
Traveled the world and the
In
seven
the
seas.
streets, everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them
want to
want
abuse
to
you.
abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. That's a freaking awesome song, isn't it?
Awfully terribly good song. Be right back.
And there's some flat Earth references in the video too. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, Keep your head up. Little down. Boom, boom, down, down, down. Love that song, man.
Hey, Helio.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want to hear a limerick?
I'd love to hear Limerick. What you got? That's an Irish thing, right?
I don't know. I think so. Might have started there, yeah.
Well, Limerick, I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's a place
Limerick,
called
I mean, it
Limerick.
sounds Irish, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can actually come from Limerick if you're in Ireland. There's a place called Limerick. So anyway, here we go. There was a young man from Aberdeen who invented the wanking machine. On the 55th stroke, the fucking thing broke and turned his balls to cream. No?
Yeah. Oh. There was a man from Aberdeen. Is there an Aberdeen in Ireland?
No, that's Scotland, eh?
Scotland.
Scotland.
All right, so how's that a limerick?
Well, a limerick can be anywhere, like.
I know. I mean, it's kind of like a haiku. It's like a haiku, right?
Turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think.
I think so. But you know what a haiku is, right? I don't. I mean, they tried to force that shit on me in English class. What's a haiku? They have this like, is it iambic pentameter or some shit like that? I don't know what that shit means. But anyway, for the poets, have at it. Do you know what iambic pentameter is? Me either, but I remember them telling me that it was something back in high school.
I'm not even going to Google it and pretend I'm smart.
I can Google it, but the smart people already know, but it has something to do with poetry.
I wouldn't even know how to fucking spell that thing.
It really has something to do with poetry and the prose. You know what prose is? It's the flow of
the poem. Yeah.
The iambic pentameter is a form of poetry, just like the limerick and all that. This is what I understand from English, but I've never been good at English, that way. I understood parts of it to enough to write lyrics for songs and shit, but I didn't apply it. I wrote lyrics to the music, when I was writing lyrics to songs, but I didn't apply. I used prose. I understood that part of it, but I didn't. As far as like poems and stuff like that, it wasn't necessarily my thing, for that part of it. But
well, you did all right at the writings part, I think. You weren't too bad.
Yeah,
it's me blowing smoke up your ass there.
No, I think as far as some of my original stuff when I wrote lyrics, it was just me kind of blowing smoke out of my ass. It's like I wrote lyrics, like my friends would play music, and I just some of it they already wrote lyrics too, and then I would like try to sing over their lyrics. Some of it I wrote lyrics to their music. And so it was kind of like, it's like I'm writing, lyrics to the songs. But
music is very important. Very, very important.
But it's like, what's weird is like, it'd be like the bass player or the guitar player had lyrics, and it's like, hey, can you sing this to this? And they might give me an idea, and it's like, here's what I'm thinking when I wrote the lyrics, boom, boom, boom. And they give me an idea what, but they're not singers. So I'd listen to it, drummer would play, everybody start playing, boom, 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 this is a song. And then I built the song around their lyrics. And that was really fun. If they already have some lyrics, I could pretty much make anything happen. If they already have the lyrics down, and oftentimes I would change some of their lyrics to fit, the music. But at that point, I become the conductor. It was like, all right, that's the riff. We have a bass player, guitar player, drummer, another guitar player. I'm the vocalist. So I become the conductor at that point. It's like, all right, cool. Now I have some lyrics. I can make this work, And so I have all the lyrics. And that's pretty much what I did. And I mean, as the lead singer, I mean, you can't. Since nobody else in the band can sing except for you, you have to make the song, right? So that's what you do. When you have the lyrics of the song and they're like, do what you can do with this. Here's what I wrote. Boom, 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 boom.
I want you in my room.
Yeah, and then they're like, and they're really cool lyrics too.
Boom, boom, boom.
Once you have all that down, you can adjust it any way you want to because you're the conductor of the band. They're wanting you to go ahead and make the song happen the way that
the shit now.
They don't even hear it the way at the end in their mind. Once you actually you get a pattern of lyrics and they're starting to play, the way they play it. They just been like playing on their guitars and stuff, like in the drummer, and so you hear the pattern, and then you say, "Okay, boom,
boom, boom."
Oh, wait. Let's play this part over and over until I get this part of the pattern and this part of the lyrics down. That's how you do band practice, right? It was so fun. It just makes me think of this this song that we used to do in Lollygaggers. This was back in the early 90s. I know not what I not know. Scrambled brains is my head luggage. Confused, yes, but I just can't possibly be what I guess. Down, I guess. Anyway, I mean, it's just like that's the way. I mean, they would. There was the bass player of this band I was in. He just had endless lyrics, and he also he was a bass player, but he wrote a lot of the riffs, and so we would base a lot of the music around his bass riffs.
I gotta play this,
So fun.
These are my two cousins. One plays the guitar, and one sings. I'll just play one of these here. And well, the one cousin's called Kevin, and he can play basically anything. You give him a rock song, he plays it. Doesn't matter how complicated, he's brilliant. And my other cousin, Steve-O, he's the singer. And he does a lot of AC/DC tribute nights. He's fucking brilliant, right? He's like Freddie Mercury on crack. But yeah, they did the same thing. They hired out a studio, cost them like £4,000 or whatever for like 2 weeks, and they made this their last album, and it was their best, right? So just have a little listen to this. No, not that. Hang on a second.
WakeyWakey.com.
Yeah, I went and looked. I went and had a look-see there.
No, that's his side. I mean, he's gotten banned from YouTube like 3 or 4 times. It's really fucked up.
As I said, Elon Musk could probably fucking buy YouTube, and then we'll all be free again.
That's your buddy there.
That's my cousin Kevin. He plays the guitar. Yeah, that's Kevin.
Do you want me to play it? Hold on. You want me to play? I can play it through the bot.
Yeah, play the one song. See how it goes.
Cool. Hold on. Let me just give me a sec.
That ain't the best track, but that's the start of it. It's called Voodoo Town.
Yeah, I can play it through the bot. Who's that talking?
Hey now.
Yeah, we're gonna play.
My name's Hank.
That's your friend's cousin. You said
it's my cousins, my two cousins. One's on the guitar, one's on the guitar, and one's on the lead vocal.
Right. Well, let me play this real quick.
Let's go, motherfucker!
Here it comes. Hey, P-Back.
What's up, bro?
So one of your cousins is on guitar, the other one's the vocalist.
Yep.
That he's got like a rat. They're both Irish.
Yeah.
That's pretty trippy, man.
That's not even the best one, but that's him in the top corner with the Batman shirt on. That's the lead singer, Steve-O.
He's got like this. I like it. I like his vocals. Pretty cool. I'll resume it. I just want.
Down, voodoo down.
Love
ain't that just dandy?
Not bad. Hey, here's the song I was thinking of earlier. I think this is one I was thinking of earlier. This will probably get a copyright claim because it's validity or whatever.
They made that up themselves. That the cousin wrote that. They wrote that shit, man.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Me and my friends wrote this one. You want to hear it? It's called It's called Orange Couch. Nah,
I'm just kidding.
no, it's called Orange Couch. We did this. 91? I think 1991.
Way back in the day.
It was back in the day.
Back in the USSR.
Back in the USSR.
Do you know where you are?
I'm gonna play it and then I'm gonna post the link to the video.
I'm gonna shut up now.
I'm gonna freaking post it in the right place and then it'll actually work. What the fuck did I just do? When play control.
It's the button that has the keys. The keys with the keys.
It's where all. There's a lot of buttons on this keyboard, so
technology.
This should work now.
Not bad. Not bad. I give it a 7.5.8 out of 10.
Okay.
Okay, no. I'm just kidding.
It's not one of my favorites, but to be honest, I mean, I like that song. It was fun making that video, but if you want, check this one out. This is one of our darker, more.
Is it German death metal shit?
No. This is American. This is American Arkansas Little Rock freaking grunge shit from the 90s.
Tell me, where did you sleep last night?
Where did you sleep last night?
My girl.
If you catch me at this time on Sunday morning, I'm gonna play some of my old shit.
Don't lie to me.
Where did you sleep
last night? In the boat.
All right, tell me what you guys think about
Where
this.
the sun don't ever shine.
Tell me what you think about this song.
Sounds a bit buzzy.
Does sound fuzzy.
Bit buzzy, a bit fuzzy.
It's not playing. Oh, here we come. I'm gonna put the video in the live stream posted.
King of a life.
Yeah, I sang that song when I was like 20 years old. So, yeah, I had hair then.
Fucking awesome.
You like that?
I fucking like it, man. Of course I like it.
That was, dude, that was, I thought we were going to make it big back then. There's a lot. That's not one of our best songs either.
Yeah, no, so did my cousin. They were very close to Rolling Stones magazine or something, or some big magazine that UK actually came over to Derry, did a little piece in them. They thought they were going to make it big. They were really, really close. It's a band called Fallon. But the lead singer was a fucking ball bag, apparently. He collapsed and he took a hissy fit, a bit like your man. Take me down to Paradise City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, hey, we started in Arkansas in the 80s. I mean, what the fuck are we going to do from there?
Get out of Arkansas.
Dude, I'll tell you, I mean, like late 90s, a lot of bands from Arkansas made it. Fucking Evanescence.
If a band from fucking Seattle can make it, anything can make it.
No, that's not. Anyway.
What?
You don't know shit. You're from Ireland, man. You don't know what shit was happening.
Potato.
Potato. You got potatoes. Oh, you have potatoes over there in Ireland. I'm just fucking with you, brother.
You have a head like a potato. No fucking hair. You have no. You have a head. You have a head like a potato. No fucking hair.
Potato, and tomato. Let's call the whole thing off. How about that?
Should we start again? Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna play another Lollygadget song.
No. Just before you do, can I give you one more? Now, this is pretty much of it's a slow one. But I like it. It grows
from your cousin. From your cousin.
Yeah. Just like the one that you just played there, it does grow on you. Yeah, this one. Here's another one. I'll put the link up, and you can do your thing.
No, it's not my thing. I'm just playing. I mean, it's fucking 5. You know, in America, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 a.m. in Central America. So I know some people are waking up in the Eastern time, but that's. Hey, and if everybody gets pissed about me, just tell me to shut up. I'll shut up.
Can you imagine waking up to us? We could start a radio show. Hello, welcome to the P Mac Helio Show. What's up, bro? You got some fucking socks on you? You ain't got no fucking socks. Get the fuck out of my room.
Hey, P Mac, look who's in here right now. It's me and you. Send me a link. Is that what it? Right there?
Stand up.
All right, I'm going to play it. Hold
on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to look for another link to play after this one. And then I'm probably going to restart the show because, I do, 12-hour shows.
The Great Reset.
The Great Reset every 12 hours.
For 12 centuries. You like that shit?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
P-Mac, that's your cousin's band?
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I like that.
Dude, that's only 2 of the songs. There's a few more that are actually even better.
Hey,
man, I know I can hear from from the ones you play, Helio. The man, tons of potential. This guy too. They were so close to making a big. This is.
Yeah. Well, hey, check this one out. I think you'll like this one. It's called "Wrong Escalator." I posted that video so people can, from the live stream voice text, look at that last song and go to the channel and find some more stuff. Check this one out.
Yeah, give it a like. You don't even have to subscribe.
This was recorded early 90s. That's the wrong escalator right there, bro. Dude, once you get hooked up with this song, it's fucking badass. You're on the wrong escalator, bro. The bass player in the song wrote the lyrics to this one. That's what I was saying earlier. Listen to this part. Gift matchup to this. escalator.
I used to be able to do it when I was a younger man.
Hey, but I can do escalator. I can do
Going up,
that, but I can't.
going
I can't do some of the screaming shit I did back in the day.
There's too much hair in your fucking chin.
Yeah, the hair took it away. Don't you love that song? I fucking love that song.
Helio, that was fucking brilliant, bro. Honest to God, that was good, man. I was rocking the bit out. No word or lie, I was loving that. Especially the wee drum part there. That was brilliant, man.
Dude, that's just a YouTube video. The original track is like, dude, if you find that, as a matter of fact, five years ago,
as a matter of fact, the earth is flat.
5 years ago, we had a reunion of this band, and we played that song and 4 other songs.
And you all got very drunk and ended up wearing socks on your head.
No, it was way heavier and louder. Well, I think we played 4. I said 5, but I think we played 4.
What was that?
And
Wow.
I can send you a video of it.
Do it.
Where we did it live, and it was freaking badass. I only live live on stage. Otherwise, I just function. I'm a man in the world. But when I'm performing music, that's where I live.
The demons take over.
Yeah. On the demons, you motherfucker. No, it's not. I'm saying. Hey, you met me on Saturday night, you lucky motherfucker. Anyway.
Hang on, that's not that. I met you on Saturday night, you unlucky motherfucker.
No, everybody meets me on every night, but it's like somebody happened to come by with a demon note. Whatever. That's not what it's about.
Yeah, right, Flavia. That was good, man. That was good. That was very enjoyable. My ears are fucking ringing, hurting, but somehow I enjoyed the pain.
Hey, don't you wish that you were there? I'm going to send you a video.
When dinosaurs went extinct?
Yeah, this is what I'm about to send you a video for. When the dinosaurs, this band that we just listened to, went extinct, but reunited.
Yeah, do it.
And it was way fucking heavier.
Yeah, this is the live one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
Yeah,
you guys want to hear it?
Fucking hit me, bro.
All right. And this isn't copyrighted in any way. Everything. All right, let me find
J4 form, but the form of the earth is flat.
There's 4 songs that we did, like, what is it? Like 16, 17 years later. We did 4 songs from that album, from what we just heard. We did Wrong Escalator, the one you just heard, but it's way heavier, way more complete, and it's loud. I mean, it's a dump kind of because it's recorded from microphones that are in the room.
1980s.
But the people that recorded the album are live on stage, and we're all freaking old and fucking bald and fucking.
Less of the gum flapping. Get it on, bro.
All right, cool. Let me find it. Hey, you guys talk shit, and I'll find it. And then when you get done talking shit, I'll bring that shit back in, and I'll play you the audio from that.
Okay.
If you want to, or I can just give you the video. You can listen to it later.
Just do something, man.
Dude, it was really fun. It was like, hey, what happened is there was, hey, we're going to have a capture of some old bands from.
No.
Anyway.
What happened was Helio was talking about this video he was going to play, and then it took him about fucking 2.5 hours to actually play the bloody thing.
Hey, how many videos have you played, motherfucker?
Motherfucker, play the best thing. Nah,
let me find it. Anyway, it's all good.
It's the button with two little squiggly thing arrows at the
yeah,
side.
it's one of those squiggly little lines to the left and to the right.
Technology.
No, seriously, I have a live video of the reunion of Lolly Gadget, which was like 20 years after, and it was way heavier and so badass. And so I'm gonna play that. So what I was playing earlier was the original Lolly Gadget, a couple of songs, and I'm gonna try to find the video of our reunion, which was see, I was, all of us were just like, this is what it should have sounded like. But it's just live video, but it wasn't original. So anyway, I'll find it. Hey, you guys, do you have anything to talk about Flat Earth in the meantime?
I'll play a tune everybody can listen to. Enjoy. Hey, you're listening to 250 WKRP in Cincinnati.
WKRP.
T-Mac in the morning.
WKRP.
T-Mac in the morning. Hold on, I'll find it. It's Zorlan Cannon's channel.
It's a good morning. It's 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Nobody knows what the fuck that means. Let's talk about the Celsius. Don't listen to Americans talking about Fahrenheit. That shit ain't fucking real, bro.
Yeah, weather is bullshit.
It's 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus Christ, how close is that to boiling point? What's this Fahrenheit shit? Hey, and now word from our sponsors.
No.
Have you ever heard of the Flat Earth Dave thing? Download now for $2.5 per month.
Wrong fucking channel. Fuck it. Thought I had this shit saved. Yeah.
Fahrenheit 451 is the temperature that book paper will burn.
Good morning, America. Or Vietnam. Wherever you are in this flat earth today, we're glad to see you. Hey, welcome. Helio's going to play his little tune now if he could ever find it.
I will find it, and you will be amazed because we kicked ass.
Amazing grace.
How sweet
that fucking sound.
the sound.
That seed.
No,
Like
that's not the lyrics.
me,
Oh, wretch like
I
me,
once was
I once
Sing it,
lost,
was
Hightower.
lost,
now
but
I'm
Technologic.
now I'm
Take that, ladsy. I'm found. Was blind, but now I see flatters.
Oh, shit, I'm fucking
Thank you,
this
thank
up.
you. We'll be
Hey,
here
am I
all.
fucking this up? Am I fucking this up?
No, just hurry up, man.
I can't fucking hurry this up.
You
I'm
can't,
trying to find this video.
you can't
It's
fuck
really
something up you haven't fucking played yet, man.
no, fucking. I am fucking this up, but I'm trying to pretend that I'm not.
You're very good at pretending.
Not really, because I just told you that I'm fucking up. So anyway,
Well, that's true.
I am really. I mean, I can play some old videos. I'm trying. This is. Oh, here it is.
Oh my god!
I'm close. I'm close. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll find it.
Are you feeling stressed today? Would you like to take some road rage? Just before you do road rage, have a little coffee.
Dude, I think I found it.
I was lost. Now,
Hey, before I play
Amazing.
it here, I think I found it. Let me check.
Mic test. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. So welcome to Flat Earth, guys. Flat Earth Radio 1.2. Jason's going to step in any moment and go, right, boys, I'm shutting this fucking server down. We're restarting. We're doing a great reset. What's this, Derek? Let me have a little look-see. No, well. Oh, fuck off. Annie Lennox.
You should watch the first 20 seconds of that. It's amazing. I can't believe that passed us by for so long.
Say that again, but without the hamster in your mouth.
Sorry, it's my microphone pre-max. Fuck. Yeah, the first 20 seconds of that video are awesome, man. It's all there in the first 20 seconds. I can't believe it didn't get shown as much as it should do. Check it out.
Oh, yeah, I get you now. Yeah, I've seen this before, yeah. Good point.
All right. I
Yeah,
found it. You guys ready to hear it?
Did Higher Tower just fucking Rick roll us? Could somebody ban that motherfucker?
Doesn't matter. You guys ready to hear my reunion with my brother back in the day?
Yeah, we've been waiting for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I just finally found it. I should capture that video and save it on my channel too. I should.
Bookmark that. Bookmark that shit.
I mean, one of the guitar players has it on his channel. So anyway, I'm gonna play it. You guys ready? Boom, boom. Here it comes.
Now, Helio and the Skeptics.
This is a reunion we had.
Jesus. Hey, Helio, did you ever think of that? That's a brilliant name for a band, man. Helio and the Skeptics.
Oh, that is a pretty good name.
Isn't it?
Helio and the Skeptics. Okay.
A little bit of inspiration. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, of course I do. A little part of Helio and the Skeptics.
We're in Ireland, so we'll figure it out. Hey, check this out. Check this out, though. This is live. This is our live show from, I think it's like 6 years ago. Fucking decent though. Okay, that's the wrong fucking. I got. Hold on. Where are you listening to that shit?
Do you know what's freaky? That GIF that Hightower just posted actually choreographs with the exact song you just played. Damn, as they're putting their hands up.
No, sure. I mean, everybody
That's freaky, bro.
feeds off everything. But check this one out. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, sort of unlistenable unless you're watching
Ouch,
the
bro.
video.
That was ouch.
No, that's cool. I mean, that's why I stopped it. It's fine.
Thank you.
But if you watch the video, I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, because anyway, I shared the video. I won't play it anymore. I won't bleed anyone's ears, with that. But
My ears, they're bleeding.
no, sure, but yeah, that's the that's Lolly Gadget. Over 20 years later, and we had a good time doing
It's
those
great for
things.
torturing people. It's
Torturing.
That was torture, man.
Really,
like it.
but if you know the songs, I mean, it was just a bad recording. It was just
No.
video.
The songs are brilliant. We've heard the songs in real time, and they're fucking brilliant. But
No, you haven't. But anyway, but
okay, I haven't.
Either way, yeah, I know you haven't because you don't know the songs. But anyway, but the people that were there, we had a good time. It's all fine. I won't torture you all with that. But anyway, you can watch us do a reunion show when we hadn't been together in a long time, and we had a really good time. That video right there is a capture. If you were actually in the club, you'd been amazed because, but that little pinhole microphone is not going to capture what we did.
You think you posted the video of the live stream, the live thingy? I don't think you actually did.
Dude, I posted it in the live stream voice text.
No, I don't think you did.
I did. You see where my name, Helioskeptic 601 AM? All right. If I didn't, then I'll post it again.
That was just sitting there. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Nah, I'm just kidding. No, you didn't post it, bro.
Okay, let me do it again. Yeah, you can go back and listen to it and watch the video here.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Who am I to disagree? No, if you want to see the Lolla Gadget reunion over 20 years later, this is where you can watch it. That's where all the original members of the band were playing, and we had a great time, and it was pretty badass. Well, anyway, so what does everybody else have going on? We don't have to do music right now or anything. It's 6:05 a.m. Sunday morning, May 1st.
Welcome to Sunday morning.
May Day.
Bank holiday. Is it? Yeah.
Bank. Fuck the banks. Who gives shit what holidays they think are? Shit.
Yeah, over here they call it bank holidays, but everybody's just happy to have a day off work.
It's Sunday is Sunday.
Not Monday.
Sunday, bloody Sunday.
I can't believe the news today. I can't close my eyes and make it go away.
Nah, fuck a bunch of that shit. But anyway, I mean, hey, it's May 1st on the Gregorian calendar. So here we are.
Lucky us.
I don't know if luck has anything to do with it, but here we are.
Well, we were the best swimmers.
According to what?
Fertilization.
Oh shit! Yeah. See, your mind went where I was, and I think we're kind of fucked on that. Anyway, Sunday, bloody Sunday. See no, I'm not gonna even do it. I'm not gonna do it.
How long shall we sing this song?
We're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it.
We're not. That's too rebel.
Damn it. Hey, look. So Sunday's the beginning of the week, right?
Well done.
There you go. Let's start there. Whew. You about to got me somewhere I wasn't needing to be.
Live at Red Rocks. I used to love you two. Bono is a fucking dickhead, isn't he? I used to love him, man. I got the Unforgettable Fire and the Joshua Tree, and I learned all them songs word for word. I used to come home from work and put the headphones on.
I got a meme the other day on Facebook. It's just like the only reason you loved YouTube is because everybody else loved YouTube.
No, I love them.
I mean, there are certain songs just like stuck. You can't. Sunday. How the fuck can you get that out of your head?
Dude, I love them so much. I would turn gay for Bono, man.
Turn gay for Bono. What the fuck?
Yeah, left field.
Well, I ain't homo about Bono, but I like a lot of this shit. But I wouldn't go that far.
Well, that's where comedy is, you know. You got to push the borders, bro.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But yeah, I mean, there are certain songs that U2 has. Well, it's just like, what is the guitar player's name? Is the
Edge.
something
Edge.
the Edge, right? It's all.
It's like us flat earthers. Like, where's the fucking age, bro? Where's the age, man? He's over there in the corner playing fucking guitar.
Yeah, so it's like Bono, which is not his name, and then you have the Edge.
Makes him sound charismatic and edgy, though, doesn't it?
Plays three chords. It's like flat earthers. Like, where's the age? He's over there in the corner playing fucking guitar.
Yeah, it's ethereal. You know, their music is ethereal, and you know they have that album, the Joshua Tree, right? Which you know that has something with has to do with terrorism and all that kind of shit.
But
So
it was good. It was good, man. The Unforgettable Fire is one of the best albums of all time, man. Honestly, it's fucking brilliant.
Guys,
Even-
can I tell you something about this band I heard about this week, and in relation to
music.
Yeah. I don't know if you can have heard of them. They're from Wales. They're a rap band called Goldie Looking Chain. Have you heard of them?
Yeah, that's the guy with the teeth, and he's got the short blonde hair. He's a rapper.
No. This is like a group of well, they are kind of like rap people.
Older Looking Chain is the guy with the short blonde hair, man, with the bling bling.
No, that's
Yeah.
Goldie.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
I think they're taking the piss out of him with the name. I'm not certain. They're from Wales. They've had quite a few hits in the UK, like through the time, but they've actually been going for a long time, right? I kind of liked them. They had there's a kind of certain something to their lyrics, kind of Tavistock inspired, if you know what I mean, because they are very good, some of them. But
Je ne sais quoi. Put them up. Let Hero play.
Well, the thing is, I don't really want to until I've told you this, because I was going to say to you, like, about Bono and this, right? You know, they're all in that club, remember, and they're all not on our side.
Yep.
These Welsh guys, right? They released a song during the lockdown, right, called Covidia, and I thought it was fucking brilliant. I really did. I did remember thinking at the time, how they got away with releasing this? This is like a bit weird, considering, you know, what was going on at the time about what you could and not talk about and stuff, blah, 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 especially on things like YouTube. But they are technically mainstream now, right? And then they released another song a few months later, and I'm not joking, mate. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I really couldn't. It was like, I've always regarded these guys as like a bit kind of, you know, they've got a healthy lack of respect for the law, shall we say, right, and all this. And they re-released one of their like best songs, right, with the lyrics changed to "Better Get a Vaccine," right? It was just a complete fucking sellout, man. It was embarrassing and cringeable at the same time to watch, right? And I thought, what's happened? What's happened to these guys? They sold out quick. And then when I went back to listen to the other song called "Covidia," when you listen to it, it's not what you think it is at all. What they're saying, they're actually taking the piss out of everybody. Because I'll tell you what brought my attention to it was the fact that they mentioned the flat Earth in it, right? Almost like they were kind of giving you the nod that they were flat earthers, and even that's a joke. They were taking the piss when you go back and listen to all their lyrics. You know,
Fair enough.
Very weird. Like, because it's weird how you interpret what's been said to you in a certain way. You know what I mean? It's like the mental image I always had of Banksy in my mind, you know, and what actually Banksy probably is, you know, or who he is. Two totally different things, aren't they? You know?
Yeah.
This is why I think someone said to me once that folk music really is the only real music. I think I can understand what they were getting at there a bit more nowadays.
COVID-19.
I've heard that. Yeah, it's quite funny as well. Luckily, though, we got those pesky Russians to keep our minds off it all.
Oh yeah. There's a guy in England. He put up a thing there on YouTube. He's brilliant. I must find him. Just and they had these Ukrainians and welcomed. We were doing our best for Ukraine, and half the people were from fucking Africa. They're all black, they're not white. They've got false passports. There's a hotel opened up across the road from me. There's Ukrainians in it. Half of them are
Yeah. I've got
Ukrainians.
some shocking stories about it. You can take in lodges for Ukraine and get paid for it apparently and stuff like that. Really weird.
Oh, that's why.
Like the whole of the populace was fragmented about you know what a while back, and now suddenly they're all like kind of looking out for their fellow Ukrainians. It's like, hold on a minute, 6 months ago you didn't give a fucking shit about them. All you would have given a shit about is if they had the you know what, you know.
Yeah, that's where they make the big money. The place where I work now, doctors and nurses from all over the world, like they're just making tons and tons of
Have
money.
you seen Wag the Dog, Prima?
Sorry. Oh, what? Say that again.
Have you seen a movie called Wag the Dog?
Oh, that's Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Dustin Hoffman and
Dustin Hoffman, yeah.
Robert De Niro, sorry, yeah. Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman. There's loads of people in it. I only saw it for the first time recently, and do you know what? I don't really do Hollywood anymore. I'm trying to support anything that's built on paedophilic Satanism, but it really blew me away. It's
You know what?
It's an old film, but it's exactly what's going on right now with
I
Ukraine.
have to watch that again. I
don't know if you find it on Netflix and stuff. I'll stick it onto my.
Oh, I'll find it. Don't worry about it. But
right.
yeah, Wag the Dog. Yeah, I really need to watch that again.
Do you use torrents or?
Yeah, I got torrents. I got everything, bro.
All right. I'll just send you a torrent link to it.
No, I'll get it. You're okay.
Oh, cool. I'll tell you what, mate. It's well worth checking out. Do you know what? I watched it with David first and a couple of other people, and my wife was away at the time, and I just remember thinking, man, I've got to show this to my missus when she comes home. I was really excited about showing it to her. And I must have watched it about 5 or 6 times in the space of 2 weeks with various people who I wanted to show it to. And every time you see a bit more in it.
Yeah, do you know why I didn't get it at the time? It's because I wasn't a flat earther. I wasn't a conspiracy theorist.
You know what?
And
I'm
to
not
me,
going to mention names, but I said to somebody on here, a so-called flat earther, right, and he's not here right now, I must add, about that film, and his initial reaction, you know, that fleeting little microsecond when some people can give themselves away to what they're really thinking.
okay.
His was really interesting because he basically told me it was a comedy.
Yeah, like The Martian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's
what weird. I thought it was a weird reaction for somebody who's a flat earther to have. That's what I'm getting at. You know, it was almost like a defense mechanism.
Yeah, well, that's built into all of us, isn't it?
Yeah, we've all got that
by default. Yeah, they do that by programming. Yeah. So I need to watch that again because when I watched it, I wasn't a flat earther. I wasn't a conspiracy theorist. This is, you're talking like 25 years ago.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. I thought it was the biggest pile of shit I ever watched.
Do you know what? It's one of the funniest films I've seen in ages. But even though, mate, he did say it was comedy, I bet he didn't laugh from beginning to end like I did. But it was that kind of nervous laughter, like just thinking. Oh,
no, yeah, if I watch that now with new eyes, it's going to be a whole other kettle of fish. It's going to be like pure comedy and brilliant, like George Orwell Come to Life, 1984. Like,
yeah, I'll be able to watch it again if you get around to watching it. Send us a message. I'll watch it with you.
Oh, we do the watch party thing. Yeah, we get lunatic.
We've been watching a few films recently, David, God Rocking, just various things like and picking them apart for like the symbology from you know who them like. And do you know what? We haven't had one film yet that is full of it. And David's really good at picking certain things apart, like and pointing things out. It's mad. We haven't. we haven't seen a single film yet that hasn't got it in there from beginning to end, really. Literally from the first credit when it'll come up, the production company. Sometimes it'll be called something weird, like you know, like I don't know. It's normally associated with the sun, things like that. A lot of them are these production companies.
Yeah, suck my penguin balls. Something weird like a. What the fuck do you got?
Yeah, I mean, we watched this Johnny Depp one where it was the Imaginarium of Doctor Something.
Oh, that was horrible, man. That
That
was
was a weird movie, man. But I tell you what, David's take on it was amazing. It really was, because I wouldn't even.
That was your man that did the Joker 2 that died. What do you call him?
Oh yeah,
With the blonde hair.
oh man.
Same guy.
Heath Ledger, is it?
Ledger. Well done, bro.
Yeah. That was a weird film because I liked Godrakin's take on it. The first and only thing Godrakin said about it was he mentioned DMT, which is strange because I don't think he's ever taken DMT or anything. And then later on, David said to me that not only is that pretty accurate, he was saying it's more of a kind of reference to adrenochrome and not DMT, because apparently adrenochrome and DMT are really similar in their chemical structures. I didn't know any of this. And if you blink, you miss it right at the beginning. Right, the title of the film is written in such a way where it's got 666 written really blatantly in that kind of Disney 666 that's in Disney. Loads of weird stuff.
Yeah, loads of weird stuff going on all the time.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know what? I lost 2 terabytes of data this week with like all of my photos on it.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It's crazy, isn't it? You know, all the ones I took of the sky. So I don't really photograph anything else other than my cat and the sky. You know, the moon and stuff. Man, I lost it all. I've got to try and see if I can get somebody to have a look at it and try and see if I can get some back for me.
You should have saved it to the cloud, bro.
I don't trust clouds at all. In fact, I'm just going to ditch my computer now. I'm not going Windows or anything. I've got an idea of how to build my next computer. It's not going to be anywhere near Bill Gates' stuff.
That pregnant motherfucker?
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is not being able to play games, because I'm a gamer. If I can get a system that doesn't run Windows, but it'll play the games I like to play, then
you may as well use their tools. If there's a tool there that can save your shit and it gets lost and crap, it's always in the cloud. You may as well use it, even though you think that the cloud is evil. You may as well put it in there so you can always, bring it back.
Yeah, what I should have done is just backed it up onto another drive, really, and then that would have been job done if I didn't want to use the cloud.
So that would have worked.
You're all right. But the thing is, when the OneDrive, I tried disk checking it over and over. I don't know if it's done anything to it. But the other one, I think, with the right bit of software, you should be able to recover some things off it. So I'm going to try. I think I'm going to try and build the same computer, but I'm going to put
an ARC.
No. I was thinking about Steam OS, because I do play games on Steam, but apparently there's Android builds now you can install onto a blank hard drive. You don't have to run emulators through Windows. And,
Can I just say to you, the way I see technology, yes, it's something to be used and abused, but it's probably even more fake than what real life is.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So you may as well use it.
Yeah, I mean, I've used and abused it all my life, to be honest. I've been a healthy disregarder of copyright for
But
many years.
it wouldn't be something that I would put my stake in. Technology drives, digital, this, that, and the other, and eyes and things, and all kinds of things. I think it's what's more important is to be real life and just talk about things you can see, things you can prove, Earth, shapes and shit. Yeah.
What I'm doing with my computer is just simplify it, because I
wouldn't get too caught up in computers, though. I wouldn't get too caught up on that. That's not the real thing.
Well, without it, I wouldn't be talking to you, like, would I? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, I know that's good and everything, but you know, like, why put your stock in something that isn't fucking?
And that's exactly why I started buying books again. You know.
Yeah, give me a book, bro. Fuck this Kindle shit. Just give me a fucking hardback or softback book that I can read, feel.
There's some collections at the moment. One I call my apocalyptic book collection. Right, they're like serious books. That the power went off and there was no internet and you couldn't look anything up. But
people would lose their shit. Yeah,
they might be reduced. Things like what animals you can eat in this country and what you can't eat, and you know
how to survive in the wild.
Yeah, and the other lot are mainly like history books and.
This week,
I've got a massive collection of atlases. I'm trying to give them away. If anyone wants my collection of atlases, by the way, they'll have to pay the postage.
I'm just the way to the toilet. Pardon the pregnant pause. I have to drain the snake. take the lizard for a walk. Any other euphemism you would care to? That's I'm doing that.
I like the term. I'm going for a Brad. If you talk about a number two,
One of them.
a Brad Pitt.
Jason.
Who's that?
Flatty.
Flatty. You all right, mate?
Can you send me a list of some of those books? The Survival, your Apocalypse collection.
I can, yeah.
Nice one, brother.
The main ones I've been going for, if I can find them, because I'm just getting them from charity shops when I see them, because, you know, I've collected loads of books that way, because people have just decided print is dead, allegedly. But you get these Collins Field guides, we used to have them when we were kids, but they're regional. So, like, I got one for Western Europe for trees, and one for just the UK mainland, I think, for, like, animals, you know, that you can eat. There might be, like, well, I know there's other regional versions as well. But I tell you what, they're well used for local. They're really good. But I will, yeah, I'll send you a list of stuff if you want.
Yeah, nice one, man. That'd be cool.
Yeah, there is a couple of PDFs I pulled up from that look fairly useful little things.
But I guess wild animals in Wales that you can eat is probably going to be sheep. Be the most.
The thing is, mate, if you get to a situation like that where people are going to have to go out and do that, then that's going to be the least of your worries catching the sheep. You know what I mean? You're going to be spending time thinking about other things. But you know, I like the economy of effort way, which isn't to be confused with laziness. So if you live near the coast, the easiest food in that way, protein-wise and calorie-wise, is like shellfish and stuff like that, things you can catch that can't run away. Snails.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
And then, people don't like the look of them. Things like woodlice, I've eaten woodlice, right? They call them land shrimp, I think, something like that. Land shrimp. You cook them, they go pink like prawns do, and they actually taste a bit like them as well. They're no more than prawns that don't live in water.
I've collected and eaten mussels off the beach here a few times.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't like them very much. But if it came down to it and I was hungry, I would eat them. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, they're minging, but
if it came to what's the next one I have to hear about? Yeah, a couple of things, like if you're trying to prepare for anything, one thing, if you haven't got one, I'd recommend to anybody, right? And this thing pays for itself immediately, is a vacuum sealer, right? You know, the things that you store food in your refrigerator or your freezer with.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
They're good for a lot of other things. And if you want to store stuff and give it more shelf life, because rice will last something like 5 times longer if you vacuum seal it out of the packet. You know, no good having a collection of books if they're going to get wet and possibly trashed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the books are that cheap in my local charity shop. You get a carrier bag full for £1. You can get a lot in there. And I've got like duplicates of some of these field guides now, so that I've got one that I can,
You go what?
Say that again, Mum.
Do you have funky socks?
Do I have funky socks?
Yeah.
Well, if I said yes, you probably wouldn't even believe how funky my socks can be. Or is that my feet and not my socks? I don't know.
That was a good answer. You're part of the club. Welcome to
I nearly said, what, you can smell my feet from there?
Yeah. Dude. Have you ever heard of fucking deodorant?
Have I ever heard of what?
Deodorant.
Yeah, but I don't really use deodorant if I can help it anyway, because my skin's a bit doesn't like stuff like that. But I've known every month for putting deodorant on my feet. But I did try blaming my cat for my smelly feet, but my cat did not like that. He knew exactly what I was doing. It was like when people blame their dogs for their farts.
Did he give you that look?
He did, and he knew exactly what I was doing. You know what I mean? Because if I fart, he looks at me. You know what I mean?
Stupid fucking human.
You're like, dude, I washed my feet in front of you. It's obviously not my feet.
Yeah, Flatty, where did you say you are again? North Wales.
No, south.
South.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Southerners are a little less palatable than the Northerners. Northerners are alright. The Southerners, not so much.
I've found the more further away you get from the centre of the country, which is pretty close to where I am actually right now, the geographical centre, the nicer, more chilled out and relaxed people get in general. That applies to Wales, Cornwall, Scotland, especially. I went to the Hebrides. I couldn't believe how chilled out these people were. It's crazy, considering they spent all summer getting eaten by midges as well. Didn't seem to bother them. And I think it's because they live far enough away from like what we know as the real world to feel safe and chilled out.
Yeah, don't give a fuck about Facebook, news feeds, shit. Bro, I'm just wondering where...
Sensible ones wouldn't.
Yeah.
The island I went to, right, I didn't realise till I got there that it's where George Orwell lived there when he wrote Animal Farm, apparently.
Blair, what was his fucking real name? Blair, wasn't it?
What, George Orwell?
Yeah, his real name was Blair, wasn't it?
Oh, I can't remember, actually.
No, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, just saying, like, he famously wrote Animal Farm there. Do you remember when the KLF burnt £1 million for a publicity stunt and got in trouble for it?
Yeah, I remember that.
They did that in the same building on the same island where George Orwell wrote Animal Farm for some reason. I don't know what the connection is there, but random fact.
Outer Hebrides, outer space.
Yeah. We went on a 2-week road trip, me and my mate, to Scotland, went to Ben Nevis and everything, but we ended up leaving his car and getting a foot ferry over to Jura, which is famous for its whiskey. And it was awesome, mate. So good, apart from the midges. But once you got enough whiskey in you, the midges leave you alone anyway.
Somebody said to me one day, they were like, can I have a gin and a 7-Up? I said, and they went, not gin and tonic, no. I said, no, tonic. She says, no, the fucking tonic, it's horrible, it's crazy. I says, gin and tonic, what the fuck, who would drink that? And I went, yeah, no, it's crazy. It's like only strange people drink gin and tonic. She says, yeah, I know. It's like, even mosquitoes don't like it. Apparently, gin and the tonic.
The tonic's got quinine in it, isn't it?
Yeah, so the mosquitoes don't like that. So I just turned around and said to her, see, even the fucking mosquitoes don't like it.
Well, when I used to be a proper full-on drinker, And literally, I was drunk every day. Like I never sobered up for quite a while. I must have. I'm not proud of it.
Well done.
The insects never used to bite me at all when I used to be like that. I certainly
Because they knew if they bit you, they'd fucking die.
it could be that. Yeah, it could be like the
I'm not biting that motherfucker.
was enough to keep them away.
Yep. Well, tonic mosquitoes don't like tonic. Well, who does? Crazy people.
Do you know what I like about tonic water is that if you get it under UV light, it glows.
It glows?
Yeah, under UV. Not many foods do. I went through this phase of trying to find UV foods, and but tonic water is
What fucking phase is that?
UV. Well, I was trying to devise a way of making my mate's shit glow in the dark, to freak him out. So I was experimenting with all these foods. Turns out there's not that much food that is naturally ultraviolet. But I have found something now. I haven't had a chance to try it on my mate yet. I did try it on myself. It turned my urine instantly ultraviolet. Any B vitamins, basically. The effervescent ones are especially good. That's a true fact.
The less he would go to for a laugh, eh?
Pure science.
Science. She blinded me with science. Dum 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 dum. So what is it? I have to say that fucking gif, the train going through the tunnel, that's fucking amazing.
These weird things that are dotted around the place, like the kind of may or may not be remnants of something older, like, I don't know, the pyramids or the Great War or things like that, right? There was this Scottish guy, he had a YouTube channel called Rebel Without a Pause. I don't know if you've heard of him. He was a flat earther. And he was an old boy. He was a pensioner, right? They shut his channel down in the end, right? Because of his content specifically, because he was a really kind of sideways thinker, and some of the stuff he put out there, I thought was brilliant. But he started and he did quite a few little videos about it, about all the dry stone walls that were in the UK. They're everywhere, even on the little islands off the coast and stuff. And and then he explained how they'd actually built. Right, and it's like a real mystery, much like the pyramids are regarded as a mystery. A meter of dry stone wall weighs a ton, and
That's actually ringing some bells. Rebel Without a Pause.
he did start up a second channel, but he only put a couple of videos up. I think they demolished him up there.
Shut it down pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a shame that. I have tried to find those videos of the dry stone walls since. I've looked everywhere for stuff about dry stone walls, because the info about them is actually quite thin on the ground and sketchy, because nobody knows what they were there for if they admit it. And anyone who tells you that they do, they're not right, because everything I've heard as an explanation for them falls apart when you look at them properly, because they didn't even have gates in them. They were just like enclosures.
No gates.
Say that again?
No gates.
No Bill Gates. No gates at all.
No Bill.
They were put in at a later date, the holes for the gates by farmers. Some of them go up and down like mountains, across marshes, moorland, like with seemingly no actual kind of logical thing about it. Different size enclosures.
Derek.
Yeah.
Is your name Derek?
In reality, no.
What's your real name?
My name's Jason Watcurve.
Jason. Watcurve.
I did say hello to you right at the beginning, Primac. You said it's Jason.
No, I just have to figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, my account got disabled a couple of days ago.
Oh shit! I was going to say something to you now. Hang on. Never mind.
We were talking dry stone.
No, there was something about what you said earlier. Oh, history. Jesus Christ. History. I mean, the thing about flat Earth is you realize that once you realize that that's a fugazi, that's a pile of shit.
That's nothing compared to what you start to find out if you look a bit closer at anything in it.
Exactly.
It's all a fugazi, mate.
Yeah. Thank you. And we love that word, fugazi. It is. The reason why we're here is because we're thinkers, or, well, I'm not saying that we're all thinkers and all out there and we're all fucking superior to somebody else, but we're thinking about things. We're trying to figure out why we're here, but, the age-old questions, why are we here? Where do we come from? Where are we going? But we actually have substance in that. We're actually fucking trying our best to find that out through our spiritual being or physical being or whatever the fuck being it is. We're trying to figure that out. And the more you look into it, the more you realize that it's not to be taken seriously. It's probably something else. Something that, like I always used to say, just as an aside, that if people were actually to meet God one day, they wouldn't recognize him because he would be so far outside your perspective or knowledge of what he is that you wouldn't even understand what's going on. You know what I mean? And so I'm getting philosophical. And that's what I think it is. And so what you should do basically is look at life and think, that's funny, man. It's a funny fucking thing. Because living in the now is more important than trying to figure out what is, what was. Because if what was and what is all lies, and what, if it's all lies, then what's the point of looking into a lie? If you can understand what I'm saying here now, is that there's no point in looking into something that is a fucking absolute untruth. It's, you get me?
Oh yeah, right. Do you know what? To put that into words, I feel I'd actually struggle because you'd think I was being rude, but man, I really don't give a shit anymore, mate.
Exactly. That's my point.
About human beings or any of these
Yeah,
people.
not giving a shit. Not giving a shit is the pathway to understanding what it actually is.
But that doesn't mean I don't care, though. But,
No, of course not.
You know?
Of course not. I know you'd be guarded against thinking that maybe that I might sound a little bit rude here, but if I don't actually give a shit, the times in my life when I found that I don't actually give a shit, it's the times when I was actually happiest. That's the times when I was actually free.
Yeah.
Why should you even worry about your pitiful existence? And again, I'm thinking, don't take this the wrong way. Your existence is pertinent. It does mean something, but it is so infinitesimally small that it doesn't matter. So that's you get me?
The ability to truly let things that don't matter slide.
Let it go.
That's a Fight Club quote, but it's well said, that quote. You know?
Yeah, we're on the same.
Some of the people I miss the most on this plane, mate, are animals.
Yeah, what?
That says a lot about to people, I think, you know. Most people, not all of them.
But it has this ability to make you think that it matters, to make you think that it's serious, to make you think that something is going on and you must figure it out. But in the greater scheme of things, you shouldn't even bother your whole about it. You shouldn't even worry about it because it doesn't mean anything at all. And so if it doesn't mean anything at all, it might sound like somebody completely different here now, that why should you even worry? I don't think we're actually ever going to figure out what the fuck is going on here and what is happening. But that's a philosophical question. Whether it's God or some people like to believe in God. That's fine. I believe in God. I believe in a higher power.
Forming a kind of thing about what's happened around here in relation to human meddlings, right? But as for higher powers like that, not really. In fact, the more I've tried to talk to people about it and got their input on it, it's actually become vaguer to me.
Yeah. And let me tell you another wee thing. As soon as you start to try to say to yourself that maybe the God thing doesn't actually matter, there's something inside of you, maybe because of pre-programming or what they're programming us to believe, brings up all these emotions or things inside of you.
They're far outweighed the stupidity. I feel I've been a Darwinian evolutionary kind of atheist for all those years before I figured it out.
Yeah, dude, I was a complete nihilist.
Yeah.
Complete nihilist. And then I realized I was a fucking ball bag.
Yeah, that's changed the way I look at the world, you know. The flat
This is the thing, right? So let me bring it back to the point I was trying to make is that the flat Earth, the place where you live, if that's a pile of shit, and it's provable, then nothing is really true, right?
No, that is right. And you can't prove anything, even stuff you've got first hand. You know,
It opens up.
Still don't know, do you?
Jason, like I always like to say, it opens a whole new can of worms. A whole new can of worms, bro. Anything is possible. It could be anything. We don't know. I don't know. It could be round Earth, fucking flat Earth, globe Earth, whatever the fuck. It's just, and so your existence, fleeting or not, it is very, very fleeting, right? I mean, you watch people pass. It's like a veil of sorrow, isn't it? You watch people pass, you cry. People be the most to you, you cry. Should you actually worry about that? Once you come to that realization that it doesn't really matter. So people like to they like to find purpose or some reason for their existence. And once you say to them, hey, perhaps, just perhaps, there is no reason at all. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's some creatures that are getting loose off us, or we feel sad and they're feeding off that. We don't know, but
I think I know what my purpose is now.
So
to make sure my loved ones are all right.
And yeah.
Somebody's got to turn out the light, P-Mac, haven't they, at the end?
Yeah,
Probably going to be me.
Yeah. So you can never ever say that something is what do you call it? Absolute. You cannot say an absolute. You cannot. Not in this fucking world, bro. But so what I found recently, just as if you're still listening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there, bro. Yeah, there. Yeah. Living in the now. The now is a very, very important thing. The yesterday, the tomorrow. Who gives a shit, bro? If you're living in that, if you're in the moment where your whole body, your whole mind, everything is just like, don't give a shit about future, don't give a shit about past. I'm just here to fucking help people, or be nice, or be myself. Because people can tell very, very quickly whether you're being yourself or not. People aren't stupid. That's the most important thing, is to live your own fucking life. And unfortunately, everything that we're born into here is telling you, it's directing you, it's telling you how to live your life. life, how you should think, how you should be, how you should. No, fuck that, bro. I'm gonna make my own version of what I should be. And it's very, very hard because there's triggers in place at every fucking turn, every twist and turn. As soon as you think one thing, your mind will say another because it's programmed into you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And when you kind of get a weird feeling about that, call it what you will, spider sense.
Weird feeling.
People tell you you're being paranoid or
Yeah,
whatever.
your whole body fucking seizes up. You're like,
For years, I used to listen to other people instead of like what was coming out of my own kind of.
listen to yourself. There's
intuition.
more. Exactly. There's probably more of a God in you than anybody else.
No, I don't believe in God still, but I'm not an atheist. I do believe there's a creator, but as for God,
Wait a minute.
God's
Wait a
living
minute.
God.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I hate to do this, Jason, but can I just take it back? What did you just say?
I knew you were going to do that. Everyone pulls me up on it. I said I don't believe in God, even though I'm not an atheist anymore. But I do believe in a creator. I believe God's a human construct.
Didn't you just fugazi yourself?
No. Why did I forget myself?
Don't believe in a creator, but you believe there's a God.
Yeah. No, I do believe in the creator, but I don't believe in God.
Right. So what? Hang on. All right. Are you fucking with me, bro?
No. And I have this conversation constantly with people because they don't kind of get it.
Right. So you've got a
lot of
different
people think
concept.
they're the same thing. I don't.
Okay. All right. You know what? I can skip right past this because my fucking brain hurts.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about it if you want. It's just, God has an organised religion. I just think it's an extension of the control mechanism they use on us. But as for the creator, whoever made all this around us, that's, I think they're two separate things. Well, that's the way I look at it in my head anyway.
Right. No, I see that. So there's a creator that's saying, this thing is created, but it's. Right, okay. Now that kind of that's thrown me a wee bit. I have to admit. There is a creator. No, I don't believe in creation, but there is a creator.
Put it this way, you know the people who run this world, and you know their MO, how they do things. You can pretty much take anything they say, turn it on its head, and that'll be the truth.
Yep.
Now, all I know is they have a vested interest in making people.
On making the system perpetuate.
Yeah, and fear of death is a big thing for people because it's instilled in them, like because of things like this. When I'm thinking to myself, maybe if they've got such a thing about it, then it's the complete opposite of that. It normally turns out to be something along those lines.
Yeah, it usually is, bro. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah. Whatever they tell you.
I don't think there's much going on at the Antarctic. I think all the action you're going to find at the North Pole, because if you look back at all of the things they've put out since Admiral Byrd's famous speech, it's all distraction from the North Pole.
Right. Why would they do that? Why would Admiral Byrd? Why would they allow that to come on TV in the 1960s? Was it to say
He
that?
wasn't allowed to come on TV. He was told to go on TV. He was told what to say. He was a Freemason.
Fair enough. Yeah, sure.
There's things he was setting up way in advance.
There's plenty more land out there. There's plenty more things to say. Maybe he said that just because there isn't.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about the North Pole, some of the things that I've read recently and been told by people, because there's some really, really mind-boggling stuff that I found out.
Do you know? And Jason, I think the most important thing is to be just localize your truth to yourself. Do what you do. Speak to people the way you do, and just ask them things or whatever. But do not believe the mainstream narrative ever.
I don't even listen to the mainstream narrative. You know what I mean? If I get a glimpse of it, because someone else tells me, I haven't got a television, I don't read it. You know, just try and stay away from it. Well, I do know there's a very important court case going on at the moment with Johnny Depp, isn't there?
Oh, there is. Amber Heard. Yeah. Hey, listen to this. There, Jason. There was a meme, Matt. It was brilliant. It had her right. Listen to this. 5:05, wake up. 5:06, have a coffee. 5:07, take a shit. 5:08, get out of bed. Your shit's in my side of the bed, you motherfucker. It was funny, but what I said was funny, but the meme was brilliant. It was 5:05, wake up. 5:06, have a coffee. 5:07, take a shit. 5:10, get out of bed. But Jason, the more I see this, what we're living in, it makes less sense to me, bro. It's like a puppet show. You understand? You understand what I'm saying?
It's almost like they're, you know, they're almost half-assed about everything as well.
Well, they are.
It's like some of the shit NASA have put out in recent years. That, you know.
So everybody's
these people are now do, like, you know, things look like flies on the space station and people dropping things and you're hearing them hitting the floor and what, you know, it's like they get lackadaisical.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you need to see when an Asian man travels past in the background with a harness attached to his fucking and people just go, yeah, they're up in space, man. I mean, how dumb do you have to be? It's like, what's that fucking film? Dumber and Dumber? Nah.
All right, yeah, I don't remember seeing that. I may have actually. I'm not really into films like that, but yeah, Jim Carrey film, isn't it?
Jim Carrey's amazing, bro. It's a fucking fish story.
You're a paedophilic Satanist, I suppose. Right.
I basically, well, if I could give you my brief synopsis on my philosophy on life, is everything is fugazi, everything is bullshit, and we're living somewhere else. Something else is going on here now that we're not quite aware of.
Yeah.
They're
I'm gonna
trying
send you a couple of
very
links
hard
to
to
the DM to you, mate.
keep it. Yeah.
Just sort of a couple of things I wanted to. I'll DM you. I'll find them. It's just a couple of videos on YouTube. Oh yeah, think about the dead internet theory and the
Is it dead internet theory?
Yeah, it's quite in depth as well. Do you know what a Potemkin village is? Like a I think it's like a psychological term.
Remember when Elon Musk said that the AI would probably is the biggest threat to humanity, and then 3 days later went up and bought like all of the AI companies.
Fuck AI, mate. Bullshit. Just like fucking dinosaurs and fucking nuclear missiles. Because if AI is that good, right? How come whenever I look up a fucking burger in my city, Google can never find me one? Well, it can, but not what I asked for. Do you know what I mean? Simple AI stuff.
It's strange to me that a multi-billionaire comes on the platform and says that AI is the biggest fucking threat to humanity ever. It's probably going to fucking kill us all. And the next day he goes out and buys like fucking the 3 biggest AI companies in the fucking
Yeah,
world.
that's the logical thing to do if you can afford it, isn't it? Think about it. That's their philosophy through and through. It's like the whole, you know, from the opposition before they become you, sort of thing. But yeah, all he wants is the tech, isn't it? He wants to rule the world before Bill Gates does.
Yeah, there's a race going on here.
The human race.
Oh, let's see once. Isn't that the baby? Bill Gates, Elon Musk, baby.
Yeah, I've got to send you these dead internet things because you're going to love them. I've just thought. Yeah, I'm doing it now.
It's just so ridiculous, man. I think the best defense against that is just to see it as a fucking absolute nonsense.
A collection of
An absolute nonsense.
tables that you'll probably never get to the bottom of.
Probably not. You're probably right.
Take from them what you possibly can of use, sort of thing.
I agree. And I found that's when I'm at my happiest, is when I don't take the world seriously at all, because it's just like a fucking puppet show. You know, even though I think Donald Trump is right most times. It's just a fucking puppet show.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have to watch what I say to some people.
It's an exercise in consciousness. I think. Maybe a test. I don't know. Maybe we live multiple times. I don't know. But I think the best way is not to take anything seriously.
We're all actors, mate.
Yeah, because once you start taking things seriously, then you're being a dickhead. You're trying to figure out this and that, and you're like, no, bro, no, it's not flat. It's definitely not flat. We're definitely not a spinning ball. Just to bring it back on topic again, it's definitely not. It's definitely not that. And when you wake up to that fucking realization, it opens up. Here we go again with the can of worms. Opens a whole new can of worms. Anything goes, bro. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying? Yeah. Are you speaking English? Yeah. Well, then I know what you're fucking saying.
I did see a little bit of mainstream news yesterday, actually. I regretted reading 2 paragraphs on the BBC, actually, about that MP who got caught watching porn in the House of Commons. Did you read about it?
No, say again, but slowly.
There's an MP apparently he's resigned for he got caught watching porn.
Yeah, that boy, yeah.
House of Commons, and I read the BBC interview with him yesterday. That made for some bizarre reading, I tell you, because well, just what he said in general was very weird. These people, if they are real at all, they definitely don't live in the real world, I tell you.
Yeah, NPCs, bro. I'm starting to think there's a truth behind this NPC thing. In fact,
yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to think that. But before the word NPC was mentioned, I actually thought that. I thought, maybe these people are non-player characters.
It's almost like they've gone into a kind of defense mode where they know if they just go into that kind of zombie state, hypnosis, they can close through and ignore it, you know?
In order to perpetuate the bollocks that is life, that we think of as life. But life should be something completely different. Completely different.
Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't be tough and graphics as much as there is for a start.
I think we're onto something here. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like if you literally choose any subject and just scratch slightly below the surface, a little bit deeper than you would at, any other time, you pretty much always come to a point where you just think they haven't got the answers to these questions. You know, this is where they start getting annoyed with you because you're kind of denting their egos a bit because they're the so-called experts in whatever field. Do you know what I mean? It's like some of the people I've met, history lecturers. A friend of mine, dad used to be a history lecturer, right? And man, if I'd have known now what I knew then, I would have had a lot more to say to him because he's like last line of defence in any argument was this. Basically, I'm a history professor, you're not. Which you can't say that as like end of conversation, can you? Not right.
Well, you can, but
Well, yeah, you can, and it normally does end it as well because most people won't push the fact. But especially with history, I'd love to speak to a history professor, face to face. Oh man, I've got many questions. Let's just say it that way.
Well, you see, a lot of people won't be humbled by that. I remember when I thought I knew the answer to everything. I knew it was Big Bang. I knew that's where the universe started for a fact.
Yeah.
And then when somebody asked me how do you, and I knew that I didn't have a fucking answer. That threw me. I was the biggest nihilist, bro. I was reading Nietzsche.
Fucking hell, my mate used to read it.
Yeah. Just take you into the land of fuck all matters, bro. I said, no, that's not true.
Yeah, my dad died a couple of years before I got into flat Earth, and then my dad was. He didn't bring me up as an atheist and all this, but he was one, and he was into NASA and space and the usual things.
Probably because mainstream narrative force you into being a nihilist. That's basically what it's doing. No, you can't help it. You could be the most intelligent person on the earth. Everything with Big Bang Theory, dinosaurs, Big Bangs, and all that shit there is forcing you into being a nihilist. That's it.
Mm. But yeah, I was going to say quickly about my dad. Right, I don't think he'd have ever got his head around the flat Earth because he thought some of the things I thought were real. He thought I was off my head. I don't think he'd ever be able to accept the flat Earth thing or the dinosaurs for that matter.
Well, he's looking down you now, going, "Fuck's sake, son, you were right."
Well, like I said, I didn't discover flat Earth till a bit after that, but I would have loved the opportunity just to say, Dad, I think the world's flat, just to see the look on his face, because honestly, it would have been a Kodak moment.
A Kodak moment. Jesus, are you from the 90s or what?
The 90s, that was so last year. Yeah, the 1890s.
Yeah, I don't, bro. Listen, I'm pretty much subscribed to the idea that this is kind of a simulation. As you can see in my tag, it's not real, and the best way, my best defense against this is that it's not real. Because if you were to for one day take it seriously, you'd end up a fucking manic depressant. It's a fugazi. Everything we see, Hillary Clinton, politics, left right paradigms, all kinds of shit. It's just it's an absolute fucking nonsense. And the best way for me to keep my mental health is to realize that it is fucking stupid.
How old are you, Pre-Mac, if you don't mind me asking?
Go ahead.
How old are you?
Me? I'm 50. Fuck, I think I just turned 55, but I'm not quite sure.
Right. So just be nosy because I'm pretty much your age as well.
How old are you?
I'm 51, 52 this year.
Hello, bro. We've always had this fucking inbred curiosity so go ahead.
You're just young, pup.
Young pup. Hey, Flatty, how old are you? 90?
No, 45 in a couple of days.
You old bastard, you.
ODB.
But it's, for me, it's good to talk to people like Flatty and like yourself, Joshua. Right? Is it Joshua?
Jason.
Yes, mate.
Oh, Jason. Yeah, we never take anything for granted. We have to. You have to keep an open mind. You have to fucking realize, right? There's a possibility of everything, right? So simulation or not simulation, that's fine, whatever. But I find that when I'm at my happiest is when I don't take this shit seriously. When I look at life and I go, hey, life, fuck you. You know, I just don't care, man. I'm at my happiest. Why is that? Why is that? It's not to be taken seriously.
Don't sweat the petty things and don't pet the sweaty things.
Them kinds of things. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And live also, a very, very important part of it is living now. If you have I don't know what it is, whether somebody helps you to live in the now or, you have no idea of the future, no idea of the past. You actually don't care what it is. You're living in the now. And I know it's very Eckhart Tolle. We've all heard of Eckhart Tolle, and he's the next Antichrist and all this fucking shit here. But living in the now is probably the happiest place you ever find yourself. If that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Anybody?
Yeah, I do, in a way, because I think you did what you said at the beginning to me. Like, it kind of, it can get you down, can't it? If you let it. Sometimes
Don't let.
I don't really do that nowadays, but at one point, like the whole thing did because, just because I was worried for people I love around me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. The only way to win the game is to not play the game, man. And I think this is a game. It's to not play, and I think this is a game.
I am not playing your game.
Yeah, honestly and sincerely, I will throw my gloves. I'd say, I'm not fucking playing anymore. And that's when I find myself at the happiest.
Not a game. I mean, it's a game. So serious.
Why so serious? I mean,
I don't have an answer to that, so maybe it's not that serious.
Yeah, that's right, Colin. Right? If you put your life into perspective, right, with all the millions and billions of lives that have gone before and the millions and billions of lives that come after, what significance does that have?
Well, I know that there's a significance that I took my life and created a new life with my life. So I mean, there's some significance to that, right?
Really? Not the way I look
having
at
a
it.
child. That's pretty significant. Or no, is that just part of the game
It's
too?
a natural process, like eating food and shitting it out the other end, isn't it? Having children.
We're like animals, eh?
Well, it is a biological process, isn't it? It just seems to. It isn't a miracle.
It's definitely a biological process.
Well, I'm not saying it definitely is a biological process. I was just sort of.
Well, if you take one thing into one side and you shit it out the other, what is that?
Well, I don't know.
It's a biological process. We're the same as the animals.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the animals are above us. Do you know what I mean? I think they've got it sorted a lot. They solved it a long time ago. You don't see them fucking each other over for a percentage, and
Fucking each other over and fucking telling each other living on a spinning ball.
They seem to grasp the concept of unconditional love a lot better than most humans I've met.
Yeah, humans are fucking deadly, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I often go back to do you remember the old Roman times? Like they would watch people fight each other in arenas to the death. I think that was a great form of entertainment. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
It's a bit strange, but then again, going to what.
Hey, I mean, we watch people beat each other to death. Basically, I mean, there's rules to it now. They can't really kill each other, but they definitely mess.
But hello,
Hello. What about the times when they did? What about the times when
Hey,
they did?
Hey, my point is, people still like to see that shit. People still like it. And if they did kill each other, I'm sure there would be people that didn't even care. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's part of the sport."
Of course. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. So
carpet bomb around people from miles away, that's all right.
the whole thing is not true. It's not true, bro. It's a fucking fugazi.
I don't know. Either way, I don't like to watch it. I don't like to watch whether it's real or not. The type of energy, not good.
Did it happen though? Do we believe it happened? Do we believe people used to fight in arenas and kill each other to death for other people's entertainment? Do we think that was a great idea to fucking entertain each other?
Are you saying, do we think it's a great idea, or did it actually ever even happen?
Yeah, I don't know, both.
There's actually movie footage of them digging the Colosseum out of the mud. It's buried under, I think it was 3 meters, I think it was. And there's actually old movie footage of them digging out parts of the.
I believe they did. I believe they did because in the old days they used to watch bears. They used to put dogs against bears for sport.
Yeah, but we only have their word to go on it, don't we?
Yeah, that type of stuff still happens. Maybe not dogs and bears, but dogs and dogs and chickens and.
Like modern slavery and all that shit. It's still happening, right?
Yeah, everybody's a slave to something.
It's still happening. I mean, like 2014 modern day slavery. I said, what the fuck's going on, bro? There's modern people, big gangs of people, and they're fucking sex slaving people all over the world in 2018. Great. So, what's changed, bro? What's changed?
Nothing. I mean, that's what makes the world go around, isn't it? The industrial military complex and human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
Oh yeah, and big pharma, I suppose.
Oh, that has never stopped. I mean, human trafficking, they just made rules around it, and then they made it illegal. Unless you have a lot of money, then you can just pay your way. Gets to a point, then that's why we have all this corruption, because all these politicians got so much dirt on each other. Not just with that, but just other
Glue
stuff too.
the whole thing together, isn't it? That the blackmail, that's the thing that holds it all together. The fact that once you've got video footage of somebody having sex with a minor, they'll do what you tell them to for the rest of their lives, basically. Do you know what I mean?
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
Say that again, mate.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. I know.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
Nah.
Oh yeah, that's I don't know. Yeah, that definitely didn't happen. I don't know how people believe it.
So I suppose what we're saying here is, if nothing's changed in fucking 1,000 years, how are humans progressing? Sex slavery.
Well, there's at least a solid group of us that realize the Earth is flat. I'd say that's progress.
Good point.
But if this group, this community is the only form of progress that humanity has made, then we haven't really made much.
Hang on a minute. I'm here. What are you talking about, Will?
Good morning, everyone.
I resemble that remark.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? What's up around here?
Anyway, guys.
We're just chatting fart, really. Good fart, though.
Oh, good, good. I just wake up and
This
Just
is what we're
step
trying
in.
to. This is what we're trying to say. If okay, things have not changed. People will make you believe that things have changed. Nothing has changed from like 1,000 years ago. Everything is still the same. There's sex slavery. There's all kinds of fucking shenanigans going on. There's whole banks that are money laundering Mexican cartel drug money. The whole thing is corrupt. What has changed? Canada.
They've refined it a bit.
Yeah. You just
Oh,
called it
I can
back.
tell you what's changed. They're actually getting the majority, the mass of the population to be okay with that kind of stuff, because it kind of goes back and forth, right? But like, we're kind of more headed towards the side of being okay with all those things happening. You know, people seem or being okay with it, or just generally not even caring at all, only caring about themselves and whatever they're doing.
Yeah, I would say it's more the side of not caring at all. That's a horrible place to be, man.
It's just like the people that are like, oh yeah, ball or flat, what, I still gotta go to work in the morning. It doesn't affect my life.
Let's throw our kids into the fire and fucking sacrifice them to fucking bow.
Yeah, then maybe we'll get a good crop this year, huh?
Yeah.
We'll get some rain.
But
Do a
that's
little
what
rain dance, little
that's
throat
what I said.
slitting.
It cut your throat. Yeah. It's a nonsense, man. It's a nonsense.
Throw some babies into a volcano.
Yeah. Here. Poof. And they go up like it look like a firecracker.
Don't forget to drink their blood first. All right, maybe going a little too far there, but point is, what is the point?
There's no point. Humans like to think that they like to pareidolia and make sense out of shit. Maybe hang on. Nope, ignore me. I just think the best way to look at life is like it's
Take it one day at a time, one drink at a time.
one drink at a time. And believe it or not, I can go 7 days without a fucking drink, pal. What is life? Deep question. What is life? What is it?
I don't know, if I'm being honest with you.
Of course you don't know. Nobody can define that shit.
I feel like life is kind of just like, it's kind of just seeing what type of soul you have. Seeing if you're a good person or a bad person.
You know that everything you say and everything you be and everything you did has no bearing on anything at all. Nobody remembers it. No, it's never going to be written down in the annals of history.
If somebody remembers.
No, nobody does though.
Yeah, somebody will.
So what is if nobody knows what it is? What the fuck is it?
Hey, somebody knows though. That's what I'm saying.
No. What I'm saying is nobody knows.
The creator knows.
Now this ecumenical matter.
You want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, okay. So the creator knows that my man and I were going to meet in the 1960s, sevens, and I was born. You think the creator knows that?
Oh yeah, for sure.
He does?
Yeah.
Yes, the creator knows that, but the creator knows also that he gave you free will. He gave you free will to make your own choices. So he wants to see how you're going to use that free will.
Okay, that's a good point.
And besides, those who live next to us, they also know that, you know, what's going on, because they are the closest persons. Even, you know, a lot of stuff they will not remember, but a lot of stuff they will do, because it is family, right? All family members knows what the other ones at least know a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm saying is that life may not be what you think it is. Is that a possibility for a Jesus freak?
To what? I'm sorry.
Is life not being what you think it is a possibility to Jesus freak?
To Jesus what?
Maybe
I didn't.
Freak. Maybe the Bible doesn't matter. Maybe it's just
Well, yeah, I get what you mean. Well, in that point,
It matters to a certain extent. Like, you know, you gotta understand that that's just a way for people to understand what's right and wrong.
Can I ask you
It's an
something?
instruction book.
Conrad, can I ask you something?
What?
Can you lose your entire paradigm and your entire belief in Christ, your entire belief in everything, and just figure out life for what it is? Could you do that? Could you do that for me?
What I feel like I have a good understanding of life and my purpose. So
Okay, can I ask you one thing? Can you believe for 1 second, just 1 second, that what you believe in is not actually true? Is that a possibility?
well, I know certain things that some people would say is a belief, but I know them for fact to be true.
I'm not asking
That's
you for
something.
beliefs, bro. I'm asking you.
I'm telling you what you would consider my beliefs. Would consider my truths.
Fair enough. And how did you get to the truth?
It's
personal.
It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. You know, especially to somebody that hasn't experienced supernatural things in their life. I don't know.
I've believed it. But can you suspend that for a second?
No, I'm not gonna suspend. I'm not gonna
Why not?
suspend
It's just
what I
an
believe to be
experiment. It's a
true.
hypothesis, man. It's a hypothesis.
there are things that you cannot describe it, but
I think he just wants you to go to a hypothetical.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the thing is, like, one of the things that you can say there is rightness or correct is when you don't hurt the other ones surrounding you. That's one of the principles of being rightness.
Whatever you
Yeah.
believe in, that's fine. All I'm
No. I'm not talking about believing. It's like when you do something that doesn't hurt the other ones who live next to you or your neighbors, whatever you mentioned, you know, that is called right. You know what I mean?
Dude.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to do anything.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is, from your question, is like one of the things. Yeah.
A little bit proselyting here now. You're a little bit religious, right?
I'm sorry?
You're a little bit religious. All I'm asking.
No. I'm not religious.
Put
That's
your
the point.
religion on hold, just
Okay.
for a second, right?
Okay.
And think about perhaps there's no such thing as religion.
Mm-hmm.
Just
That's That's what I'm trying to say.
With religion, there's still such thing as emotions, and we know what makes us happy and what makes us sad, and we know what hurts us and we know what doesn't hurt us.
Whatever
So
makes you happy, bro. Whatever makes you happy. All I'm asking you is to temporarily suspend your belief in religion and think about
I
things in
don't
a
have a
different
belief
way.
in a certain religion, but I will suspend my beliefs of. I will suspend the fact that there is ancient texts out there. All right, so
But what if there's not?
with no ancient religious texts that people use to like
Well,
found their belief system.
Conrad, have you seen the system we're living in? Have you seen it? They've told us we're
Yeah,
living
I
in
see it.
a wall.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, and they also say that there's a God and there's Bibles and all kinds of things. So all I'm asking you to do is suspend that disbelief for a second and pretend that there's no God. And then try to figure out for yourself if something is real or not. Okay? I'm not asking you to fucking give up Jesus. But just think about it for a second.
Well, in that point of view, like you mentioned, it's what do you see and what do you do on your daily basis.
What do you see? What do you do? Hey,
I'm sorry?
Human beings, we
never
still
mind.
know what hurts and we still know what doesn't. We know what we're causing pain to others.
All right. Listen. All I'm trying to say to you is maybe, just maybe, you're a little bit of a religious zealot. Okay? All right? I'm not saying you are, but just think about it for a second. Maybe there is no such thing as religion. Maybe
And there isn't. There isn't. Religion is something that the system made it.
Would you let me finish?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Maybe there is no such thing as religion. Maybe there is a God, but he's not the God you're thinking of. You understand me?
Yeah, I
I
do. I
think
do get it.
I feel like what you're saying is like to me for me it's not religion. It's about building a relationship with the one who created everything.
Well, how do you do that?
It's not about following rules in a book.
In the book, like a Bible?
Any religious text.
Like a Bible.
Any religious text. Any of them.
None of
Any
them.
of them.
Right. So are you following the Bible now, Conrad?
I base my daily life and how I act
On a
on
book.
what the Bible says.
Yeah.
Some of it,
Well, there
not
you go.
all of
You
it.
just contradicted yourself.
How?
You just did. Play it back, listen. You understand.
But hold on a second, if you mind, if you don't mind. But I don't follow the Bible 100%. Well, I never read the Bible 100%. To be honest with you, I don't disbelieve it or believe it 100%. Okay, but what Connor is trying to say, like I am gonna try to say, and I hope that you get
Say
it.
it
Whatever.
very quickly.
Yeah, let me see if I can translate to you
Hurry up.
in the best way I can. The thing is, like, on my daily basis, right? I have uh, I have all kind of stuff that I have to do or that I should do for me to fulfill my needs, right? So as long as I don't hurt nobody, as long as I don't criticize nobody, as long as I whatever I do to not hurt anybody else, that it's what I think is rightness or good or you know. Makes sense what
Grateful
I'm
that
trying
you're
to
even
say?
alive.
What'd you say?
Being happy to be alive and being grateful for what you have.
Grateful.
But you get it what I'm trying to say?
No, not really. Could you
Okay.
try that again?
Yeah. So for example, I wake up, and I decided, okay, I need to do certain things in my life, right? and I'm gonna try to accomplish that. But instead of hurting somebody else to achieve that, I'm gonna try to do it without hurting nobody else. Make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Me,
Well,
I deal with assholes on a regular basis. Like there's people out there that just are not good people. But what should you do in that situation? Should you stoop down
Connor,
to their level? Should you be an asshole too? No, you
no.
should just realize that some people don't understand how you're supposed to be, how you're supposed to act, and they just don't get it. Maybe it's the way they were raised, maybe it's the things that are going on in their life, but you need to understand that everybody deals with things differently, and maybe some people are just dicks, you know? That's just how it is.
Yeah.
It's not okay to just because someone else is being an asshole doesn't mean you should.
I don't know. Hey, Shalom, go ahead.
now, well, basically what Corner just said, basically that's it. I mean, uh,
Done and
like,
dusted.
I'm sorry.
Done and dusted. That's the end of it. Bah.
Yeah. You know, just try to do.
All I'm asking you, right? All I'm
Yeah.
asking, and don't take offense to this.
No. I don't. Personally.
I know you don't. I believe in higher power. I am absolutely almost 100% sure there is a higher power. What if it's not here?
What if what? Because I didn't hear the rest.
Does anything in this life, right? The way the veil of tears, the way things go on, we eat each other, and does it seem like a natural selection kind of way that something would think up of how to do things? Does it seem real?
I'm sorry. I didn't understood very well what he just said.
Okay. What if life is not real?
He's saying because of where we are right now and the way things are, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
You
like
have
you're
to.
saying because of the way that we are and the way the government is controlling us, like you're just saying that none of this is real because
No.
we have.
You have to, by some way, justify how it is how you're experiencing it. So,
So you asking if life is real, right? So I gonna be funny in a sense, like, so how do you define you being talking with me right now?
that's real.
You know what I mean?
That's real.
Can you prove that we're conscious beings? Can you prove that you're talking to other conscious beings right now?
No.
So how do you know it's real then?
Oh no, sorry, I can. Yeah, no, it's real.
How do you prove that we're conscious?
No, I think he get it. I'm sorry, I cut it off.
Yeah, would you stop fucking interrupting, you motherfucker?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're all right.
That's a good question. How do you prove that interaction with other human beings is
The
real?
answer is you can't.
True story. So how do you prove that? I don't know.
So how do you prove that this is real, right?
But what if it's fake? What if?
Well, you're asking you just asked the same question. What if it's fake? How do you prove that it's real? That's the same question, right? Or no?
What if it's real? What if it's fake? No, those are two different questions.
No, how do you prove it's real or what if it's fake?
Oh, that is the same question.
Yeah.
So go ahead. How do you prove it?
I use my senses, my God-given senses, my sense of smell, my sight, my taste. Things that are physical to me are what's real. But how do you define physical? That's something you can use your senses. to identify.
I gotta give you an example. Two kids, one is black, one is white. How they know what it is racism? You know? How do they know that?
They only
Do
know
they?
because they see
Oh,
their
hold on a
parents.
second.
They, they learn it from their parents.
Connor. Hold on a second. Can you define that? How come those kids don't know what it is racism?
They don't. They
Well,
don't
no, hold
know.
on a
They
second.
only know
No,
because
no.
we teach
The
them.
question is not for you. It's for P Mac C, I think.
Hello.
Hi. Can you explain me why those kids don't know what it is racism?
No, bro. It's like everything is racist these days.
No, what I'm trying to get is like, how can we know what is right or wrong, right? Because I mean, you ask what it is real or fake, right? It's the same thing. Like how
I
come
honestly,
those?
well, I'll give you. You asked me the question, right? I honestly
No,
think.
no. You ask the question. How do I
Well,
know what it is right or false,
you
right?
asked the question. I'll give you an answer, bro. I
Okay.
think it's all fake. I think it's fake. I think this life is not real. I think what is happening to us right here now, we're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. I think there's something deeper and deeper going on here. I do. All right. So
Yeah.
fair enough. With and the Christ-like person, all out there, I believe he probably does exist. Did exist. Somebody did come down and say, "Listen, boys, you've been hijacked. Here's a way out. Follow me." All right. Have no fear.
That
Yeah.
that's wrong. That's wrong, though.
It's
See,
wrong.
that's wrong.
Well, listen. Why would you say this? My philosophy is wrong when it's only a philosophy. It's a philosophy.
No. What you just said about the
Christ.
like follow me and have no fear. That's where the religion part comes in. Oh, don't worry about what
Yeah.
you do.
No
You'll be
shit, bro.
saved. Just ask for forgiveness. That's wrong.
Right. So, what do you think happened?
The religion happened. Okay? The book is just a story to tell us what happened and to tell us how to not make the same mistakes as people have made in the past. That's what the book is for. It's to show us how to be good people. It doesn't have to do with, oh, don't worry about being a bad person. Just ask for
Listen.
forgiveness and you'll be saved.
I know how to be a good person by a book.
Well, some people don't understand that because of the way they were raised. That's why there is the book. So if somebody was raised in a family, say they were abused or whatever,
Comrade.
and they end up being just a
Comrade.
shitty person, right?
Comrade.
Right? So you have a shitty person that's lost in the world. They find a book that explains to them how to be a good person.
And
Okay, that
they,
book doesn't have to be the Bible. There's other books out there, other ancient texts that tell you how to be a good person. It's not just the Bible.
Conrad, do we need a book to tell us how to be a good person?
Some people do if they're brought up into into a life where they don't understand right from wrong.
No, Connor. That
You mean
is
like,
not true.
you mean like
That
psychopath?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut it off again.
You did.
But go ahead.
You bastard. I don't understand this, man. So somehow we're found in a world where somehow by some book we're told how to live, but inherently we know how to do that. But somehow we need a book to tell us how to do that. Bro.
Children can be indoctrinated very easily.
Well,
Okay, we all know this.
Look at the fucking globe Earth, bro.
That's
okay. So we all know this. If you are under the influence of figures like your parents who are bad people who have just thrown out their idea of right and wrong, and so you grow up seeing that there is no difference and it doesn't matter, you're gonna be lost.
Comrade,
You're gonna be lost.
All I'm saying is that life is not what we think it is. It's something completely different, and you need to take. Sometimes
I
maybe
understand that life is not what we think it is. I have a lot of problems with the Bible. I have a lot of problems with religion. I have a lot of problems with what is generally considered right and wrong. You know, so
How do you have a problem with right and wrong? What the fuck?
Can I
because,
say
like you
something
said,
now?
how do we know? How do we know what's right and wrong? How do we know that our feelings, what we understand to be right and wrong, just by our senses?
You
How do
inherently
we
know
know that
that.
that's actually right and
You
wrong? Like you're
you
saying.
you inherently know that. What the fuck?
How
Exactly.
do
Yeah.
you know
But
that? How do you know that?
can I say something now? Now or
Well, duh. Like you kill somebody, that's wrong.
no?
If
The
you help
thing is,
somebody, that's right. Duh.
People were literally raised in like war times
Connor.
where they were raised to believe it's okay to go kill people if you're doing what's right in
Well,
the
this is the
in
thing,
the
right? Comrade, this is the thing, right? You remember the Mongols? You remember the Crusades? You remember the things that people go into other cities,
yeah. They
right?
went and
But
killed each other under the name of
shut
God.
up,
Like
Conrad.
that's messed up.
Yeah, exactly. So isn't life a little bit messed up? What is life?
I understand that.
What
Yes,
is
it is
life?
really messed up.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing, Conrad. Listen to me. Listen to me. Take a little moment. Shut up. Just listen. It's the same thing. It's fucked up.
but
People, Mongols go into whole towns, destroy entire people, slaughter entire fucking villages, genocide everything. Nazis do the same thing. Other people do the same thing. This is a life we're going through, bro. Does that seem real to you? Does that seem like a really nice thing to do, like for a test?
that
Does that seem real?
Never do that. I know I would never do that.
Well, then what the fuck?
Maybe if I was raised and brought up in that time though, who knows what I would have done.
Well, you would have killed a couple of Englishmen just to get the American independence, right? You would have shot English people.
I probably would have slaughtered natives if I came here. If I came here with the British, probably would have came in here and slaughtered natives for fun. You know,
Conrad, go and listen to me. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
can I say something now?
Yes, hello. Go ahead, man.
Well,
knock yourself out.
The thing is, like, you just gonna do what the Templars or the Crusades or whatever did.
Exactly.
If you are brainwashed for it, okay, that's the rule number one. If you are brainwashed to do it like that, I'm sorry.
If the Pope says,
but I'll be listening.
If the Pope says it's fine to go and kill fucking 100,000 Muslims, then it's fine.
Exactly.
God,
Yeah.
God will elevate you into the higher heavens of the heavens. What holy shit, man!
Right. Yeah. So the thing is, like, the way you are raised, the way you are educated, or the way that whoever surrounding you teach you something.
Brainwashed.
Exactly. Yeah. Brainwash you. Exactly. Yeah. So the way you gonna be brainwashed is the way you're gonna behave, and you're gonna think that that is right or it is wrong.
So we admit that there's brainwashing going on.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah. For
40, 50
a lot of years.
You believed you were in a spinning ball and you realized you were brainwashed?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Brainwashed.
Everybody's brainwashed differently now. There's just different forms of it.
And that's fine if you believe in a God, if you believe that's what gets you, that's what gets you through the day, bro. But as possibly as a hypothetical, not reality. We are living in a very, very different reality. There's no such thing as God.
I've seen the Creator. I've seen it in my daily life. Yeah. So.
All right.
I've had dreams. I've had dreams that I can't explain. I've had a lot of interesting experiences, and the only explanation I can come up with is our Creator. So.
Well, it was stupid for me to say that no such thing happened, right? Because it happened to you. So you believe in that? You've seen that? You've done that?
No, he felt it. That's different. It's like let's say let me try to give you an example. Let's say that you felt something that you want to describe to somebody else, and the other one's gonna say, "Oh, you are a fool, you're an idiot, or whatever," right?
Listen,
how are you gonna prove that to the other person if
all
he
I'm,
if he if he didn't feel it? What do you felt?
sorry. All I'm saying is that there are triggers in place. If you believe in a certain thing, right? You believe in a god, you believe it triggers there. If somebody says a certain thing, trigger that. We are not living in the reality that we think we're living in. That much is true, right?
Yeah. On that, I agree 100% what you're saying. Yeah. But the thing is, like you said a couple minutes ago, you know what is right or wrong when you, by your basic sense, right?
Okay, right.
So, uh, you don't gonna feel what is right or wrong when your senses are blocked. That's how
Our
you're
senses
gonna.
are blocked. Our minds are taken over. This world is not what we think it is. It's completely fucking different.
But it ain't blocked 100%. And if it was,
Oh yeah.
you wouldn't be here talking with us.
Oh, thank
Because
you. Yes, Shalom. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I missed that.
yeah, I get it. What you say, what you're trying to say, but but at the same time, it was like, okay, I get it. What are you saying? But at the same time, like, I, I, are he sure that his mind is 100% blocked now?
I'm not sure anything. Anybody says they're sure anything is a fucking retard.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but anyway, you get what I mean. So that's what matters.
I did. That's good. Yeah, that was good.
And again, this is the good kind of conversation that we as human beings should have.
Yeah.
You know, to
Otherwise, how are we gonna figure this shit out, bro?
exactly. Yeah.
But we are gonna one day figure it out. Do you believe that?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Also?
Like we figure out how the Earth is not a globe, or why 9/11 was an inside job, or why COVID it's whatever it is. You know, the same way that we figure out all this kind of nonsense, we're gonna figure out more
Don't say
than
that.
that.
Don't say that word again.
Oh, okay.
Stop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I knew that, but somehow I just slipped. But you know what I'm saying.
Oh, we still can't say that? It's gone now. It's gone like a year. Didn't it just pass?
Let's not talk about that.
Strict though.
Yeah, because we are on stream live, so we cannot use those.
Well, Sweden used to be the safest country in America, in the fucking Europe to live. Now suddenly it's the most dangerous. Why?
Well, again, we it's not censoring, but we should not talk about that around here.
Who's from Sweden? Who's from Sweden here? Anybody? Swedish people? Put your hand up.
No, this is a live stream on YouTube, and because of the algorithm of YouTube.
So
because yes.
Well, Sweden used to be the safest place to live in. What is it now?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
The second worst. Huh?
I'm still safe where I live. You know, I don't have no problems yet.
Where are you living?
I'm in Portugal.
Portugal.
Yes, Portugal. Yes,
Portugal.
yeah. Even my sister, my government is trying to do whatever they are trying to push. You know, I'm still chilling. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just gonna say that governments are a pile of fucking shit, bro. Just off the top of my head, man.
Yeah.
I fucking hate them. Kids.
It's like I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Where are we going with this? Anybody got any funky sack?
I'm sorry.
We can't talk about a lot of things on here, right?
Just because we are live streaming on YouTube and the algorithm can screw us, that's why we cannot talk about some topics. That's all.
Hello,
No.
YouTube. Do you want to hear a song?
Oh yeah, sure.
I've got a song for you guys. We'll just put it in the live stream for you.
I wouldn't dare.
If you want to listen to it, I just ruined it. You might like it, Matt.
I might.
It's got some good lyrics.
Which one's that? Go ahead. Play it, bro.
I don't think I can.
Bastard. Sing it to me.
Oh, I can't sing to save my life.
Are you shit there?
Cunts are still running the world by Jarvis Cocker.
You used fucker.
You guys are British, right?
You common people. Whatever common people do. We're common people.
Yeah, I'm in the UK.
Yeah. I noticed by the accent. Yeah.
Where you from, Shalom?
Portugal.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I asked that already. Fucking dickhead.
I went to UK once in 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God you never came back.
I'm going to say
Yeah.
It's from Portugal for certain.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I will. no offense. No offense,
we
but
didn't like it. We didn't like it when you're here. Fucking please stay away.
I know that. I know. Actually, I've been there like almost 6 months, and
It's funny, isn't it? People,
yeah,
England go to Portugal for the sun, and you come here for the rain.
exactly. Yeah, when I noticed that. Yeah,
weather.
Fuck's rain, bro.
When I noticed the weather, I was like, "Oh, nah, let me go back. I'm in the wrong place."
I just want to experience some snow. Give me snow, rain.
Anything that's bad weather, that could possibly, disrupt something in the real world. That's good.
There you go.
Like George Carlin's sketch about he just wants it to keep raining and raining.
Yeah, the thing is, like, over there it's very cloudy almost all the time. It's kind of, for me, it was kind of really.
Oh yeah, well, that's why English people are like they are. They kind of crave disappointment because of the weather.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Shalom.
Yes.
Shalom is the one woke person in fucking Portugal. There's only one, bro.
Yes.
No,
nobody else. I'm just kidding, bro.
No. That's cool. No worries.
It's just the one guy. The one Portuguese guy. I'm fucking woke. Shut up, you hurry.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of funny because a lot of people interrupt me, so I always step in.
What do you say?
A lot of people interrupt me, so yeah. So that's why I step in. It makes sense, right?
You're all right, bro.
No, you're the same.
Yeah,
don't worry. We are here to debate and to talk, to have fun, laugh, and make jokes. Even if I don't know, I forgot the word. Just chill and relax. Have fun and get more knowledge, basically.
No.
Hi, any rolls?
You bastards.
Any mods in the house?
I don't think so.
Calling mods. Oh, D. Give me an M. Give me an O. Give me a D. What are you called? Mod.
I think Elio Skeptic is a mode. I think he can do something.
I think he's fast asleep.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Multi Tom Tom?
Yeah, good man. How are you?
Yeah, good. What do you need a mod for? Can I help? I'm not a mod.
Well, there's a guy there with that role, Crim, CR1M. He wants to talk. He needs a role, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He or she.
I'll sort it out now. One sec.
Okay, cheers, mate.
Wait, did you say him or she? That's not very.
Yeah, well, you can't. You could never tell with the username.
That's not. You're excluding some genders there. So.
Well, non-binary. There's he, she, or non-binary.
I'm just joking.
It's a crazy world we live in now.
Yep. Exactly.
Remember the days when there was only two genders, like male or female?
Yep, I remember those.
Well, we still have only two genders, but Gaelic just created a bunch of more crap. Well,
They complicated things with transgender.
Yeah, basically they just messed up a little bit more. Yeah.
And believe it or not, these things were prophesied in the scriptures. If you want to believe it or not,
Well, that's the thing that I don't really believe in 100%. But yeah, I do get what you're saying, because as a person of God, I will tell you this: there are demons that do certain things, like telling you what is going to be the future. So when you know that, you can say, well, that will only be applied if I do believe it. So in a sense,
Are you saying that the things which are written in the Revelation are created by demons?
yes.
That's foolishness.
No. Demons, they can't predict the future.
That's the thing; they cannot. So the
why
thing
do you
is,
think that the Bible is a demonic book?
no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the Bible has been changed for a long time. So, and a lot of things are
How do you know?
distortion.
How do you know?
Well, I can read many Bibles and I can see the difference between
Which Bible?
all of them. I'm sorry?
And we know that there's books, out there that were written in the same time.
I'm speaking to the other guy. 1 second, please. What Bibles have you read?
King James, I don't know. There are many. I mean, when I read the Bible, I go to many Bibles, and then I check it out. Each one, for me, makes more sense to to understand the purpose of those verses. You know what I'm saying?
So you read multiple translations and you came to the conclusion that parts of the Bible are inspired by demonic entities?
I'm sorry, Clay. I didn't understood exactly what you said.
So you read multiple translation and you came to the conclusion that, I guess, especially in the New Testament, multiple things are inspired by demonic entities or written down by people who were demonically possessed?
Yes.
So how do you come to that conclusion? Like,
Well,
is it talking about how we should kill each other and hope that?
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, For example, let me give you one example.
Sure.
I don't know the verses, the correct version of the Bible, but there is one Bible version that says that first came the Word, then the Word was with God, and God was the Word, right? You
Yeah,
know
that's
that
in John.
The Word became flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you read multiple Bibles, they have different meanings, right? With the same verses. Uh, so what is the conclusion? I could interpret it in one way. You can
I
interpret
can
it.
explain you the conclusion. So
Okay.
God, who created everything that you see, including you and me, He is the Word. Which, when you read the first page of Genesis, it says that the Word was there before creation, right?
Yes.
Out of the Word, everything was created. So if God is the Word which became flesh, He's the same as the one who was there before He created everything, right? So the one that you see represented in the flesh, which is ultimately Jesus Christ, is God in flesh, revealing Himself, even though He knew that, all these religious dudes who thought they were self-righteousness and they were so smart and so full of pride would kill Him anyways, because even though he made all these miracles, right, as being God in flesh, and He made things that only God can do, still people were too blind to see that He was God, and they killed Him. So imagine that. If people at that times were too blind to see that they have God in front of them in flesh, okay, limited in flesh, and they still can't see that it's God, just think about how confused people are these days, that, it's quite hard to believe in something where you don't even see Him, right? That's why so many people say, oh, I don't see God. But I'll be honest with you, man, even if God would come back, that's not written in scripture, and that's just a hyperbole saying, if God would come back in flesh, doing the same things again, the same people who before said, oh, I want to see miracles, I want to see God coming down and talking to me, they would still say at the end, oh, he's demon possessed, or he works with Satan, or whatever, we need to crucify him. It will never change, it will never change. There's just certain people that are too full of their own wisdom, their own pride, they can't lay it down, that they will never experience, the true nature of God. They will never see it, okay, because they're blinded. And that's the simplicity behind it,
Yes, I do agree with you, but let me give you a link. I just posted on the text voice chat. Whoops. Okay, I just give you this example. Okay, here you can have multiple Bible versions, and the same verses you have different text, different meanings.
I agree with you that there are certain translations.
Let me finish so that I can. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Just to explain my point of view. That's all. The thing is, like, for example, I'm gonna read all of this, right? And I'm gonna interpret it my way, and you're gonna read it and you're gonna interpret it your way, right? So those who don't know the truth will gonna be misguided, because you cannot verify each one it is the correct one. So that's why. Well, yes, of course you can, because you have the knowledge of God with you, like I do.
Yes, the Holy Spirit. Once
Exactly.
you receive the Holy Spirit, you will determine and you will understand, what is inspired by the Holy Spirit, which is what was written down, and what more might have been falsified, And
Exactly,
yes, I
yeah.
agree. There are certain translations, especially the ones, the New Age ones, and the age that we're living in, that completely turn around certain scriptures and verses or leave some out. But there are also translations like the KJV or whatever the
Yeah,
English term would be,
New
the King James version,
Yeah.
That I personally prefer. I mean, I read my Bible in German, right? But if I
Mhm,
talk to
mhm.
people in English and I want to talk about scripture and so forth, I use the King James version. I also have a very big 16:11 version right next to me.
Mhm.
And yeah, but at the end of it all, as long as you can, as long as you stay in the Holy Spirit, you can determine these things, right?
Hey,
So
I know it's Sunday morning, at least for a lot of people in America or wherever you are, but this isn't church.
Okay, Elio. Good morning to you.
good morning.
No, I'm just saying, hey, we we can talk about religion all day,
I know.
not in this room. Not in this room.
Yeah,
okay.
I
Okay.
understand. We talk about the painting, not the painter. I get it. That's
Yeah.
it will never change on this Discord, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, and to be honest, arguments about religion and different aspects of the Bible, it's grating to my ears and to others as well, especially new people that are listening. So I want to encourage you, if you want to have the discussion, please go to another room.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
No problem.
Yeah. And thank you, by the way, Elio.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't see any other moderators. I mean, but it's kind of a standard. You guys already know. You've been here long enough to know that.
Well, about religion,
I have
you
my
know.
opinion.
Yeah.
Dude, I can talk about this stuff all day too.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
just that's why I just want to encourage everyone.
Yeah.
You want when people hear us talking about that, it's not not talking about the main
Yeah. No.
topic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah.
mean, I love
Okay.
you guys. I just want to encourage you to, keep the faith, keep the discussion,
Right.
on topic. But this isn't. I'm sure it's okay to bring up the Bible, but keep it relevant to the topic instead of
Mm-hmm.
getting into
More
detailed
deeper.
discussion
Yeah.
about doctrine and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do you
yeah.
want to go to a different place to play?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go down into
Yeah, we have a
biblical.
biblical. Yeah, you can go to biblical and talk about it.
Okay. Let me see if I can find that room. Biblical. Oh, okay. All right.
Let's get back to the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, hey man, I know they're both flat earthers, but I just I just wanted to, say that. I don't want to discourage them from, having discussion because it's definitely relevant, but it's not for this room. That's all I was saying. Because hey, I wouldn't atheists and Christians, whatever, or Bible, Bible knowledge. I mean, that can be discussed on this server, but just not in this room necessarily because it tends to go all sorts of different directions, and then it kind of fills up the whole chat, and so. Because, like I said,
Yeah, there's a person called Lame Llama who hasn't got a role.
like I said, I have a lot of opinions about it myself. And while they were talking, I had all those opinions going in my head, but I'm just not going to say them in this room. So,
Thought you were sleeping, Helio.
I haven't. No, I haven't been sleeping. I've been listening. So, well, actually, I was listening to some of my old music. And I was like, "Damn, that was pretty good stuff." For like the past hour, I've been listening to a lot of my old recordings and stuff. It's just like, wow, man, I can't believe that shit. But anyway, but yeah, and I come in and then they were talking about that stuff, and I've been listening to that for about 15 minutes, and I totally understand everything they're saying. So it's just minutia.
There's somebody
Really.
here with the handle Lame Llama, so in a role. So I don't know if you want to talk to that person.
Who is it?
Lame
Oh,
Llama.
Lame Llama. Do they have a role yet? Hey, who was asking? Because reason I'm asking who was asking about Lame Llama, I want you to check him in. You see how it goes? I can check him in, but I want somebody else to check him. It's like, oh, we got somebody here. All right. Who was that was talking to me?
That was multi Tom Tom, Helio.
Oh, was it multi? Why don't you check in Lame Llama? Ask him about the Flutter. I'm gonna unmute Lame Llama. You want to talk to him? Go ahead, multi.
Multi drums, multi tom toms.
Either. Hey, Flatty, you want to check in?
Yeah, I'm multitasking at the moment, so
yeah, go ahead,
talk right
brother.
now.
Go ahead, brother. Oh, you can't talk?
Can I hear Miggy do
Okay,
it?
cool.
You up for doing
All
it?
right. Yeah, go ahead, Miggy.
Did you give him a roll?
No,
I'll do it
I
if you
just
can.
unmuted Lame Llama. He hasn't spoken yet. I unmuted. Doesn't have a role yet.
Lame Llama, how's it going? Welcome to the server. You have the ability to use your microphone if you want to get on the voice chat and kind of have a chat with us.
See that Lame Llama unmuted, but okay, now I hear. Well, I hear myself and
I think he or she's trying to get the microphone working.
okay.
There you go. Hello.
There it is. There it is.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you guys doing?
Doing really well. So, yeah, we have a forum here. We talk about the shape of the earth or lack thereof, and we want to talk with all the new people that come into our server and just kind of welcome them here. But what brings you here? Was
Just
it curiosity or click the link?
checking out the what other people are seeing and saying. I'm on your guys' side there. I think they're lying to us.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just here to kind of listen for the most part and read
Well,
discussions of what
yeah,
people are saying.
listening's great, man. But I think being engaged in the conversation is also beneficial because we get to figure out what we really know about what things have been taught to us. So it kind of gives us to use our minds a little bit, right? There's one thing to be in the server kind of lurking and listening, and there's a whole different other to be engaged in a conversation, which helps our mind grow because we start challenging the things that we previously thought were our ideas that we had a bias on. And it doesn't really matter what, but in concerns to the shape of the earth, I think that's a bit more intriguing.
Mickey,
So
when new people join, I like to ask them: have you ever talked to anyone about this topic before?
Few people and my sister's boyfriend and cousin, people like that. Some of them.
Really? So you know some people that are
Yeah.
talking about flat Earth and
Well,
stuff.
some people are more on board of like, that's possible, but I don't really care. And then others are full on, no, I got all the science to back me up, and argue with me for a good chunk of time. But
Oh, cool.
it's not there. I have no negativity though, luckily from it.
No, well, there's no negativity here. We just we go with facts.
Good so far.
one of the things that we disapprove of is dishonest characters. Dishonest characters will come in here, pretend to be somebody that they're not, and then LARP for some whatever reason. So LARPing in here is something that is something I would advise anybody in here not to do. Don't pretend to be a flat earther and then all of a sudden change into like attacking flat earthers on certain points. That has happened in the past. No, I'm not generally saying to you, Llama, but I'm saying we have issues with this in this server. because people know how popular this topic is, and as Indio, who's the server owner of this particular forum, as he would put it, it's like you're in the major leagues when you step your foot in this server. This isn't like a small time group of people who have just like stumbled upon flat Earth and don't know their arguments. These guys have been sharpening their swords for about 7 years. So all of us in here, are well equipped to handle any and all coming globe Earth arguments. So we've had a lot of debates with anti-flat earthers. We've had debates with, and just a little bit of history, right? Debates with anti-flat earthers, debates with LARPers, people who pretending to be flat earthers, and we've also been kind of put onto us the superimposed idea that we are the flat Earth Society, which we're not. So there's a lot of things that we have fought against, and this server has been maintaining in a group of people that are consistently combating the ideas of the globe Earth. So, and in this forum also, like Helio was stating before, some people get off into the religious topic of it, and it is for the most part in the religious text, but it's not really for this particular room. In this server, there are different rooms where people can actually have those conversations, and that's okay to have them, because sometimes you need to get into the biblical text or any holy text that you hold dear, but just not in this forum. This particular room is dedicated to exposing the lies that is the heliocentric globe Earth and everything that encumbers it. So we stick to the facts, we stick to evidence, and if none can be provided, then we pointed out that it's just a belief that people have. So just a little brief kind of history as to what we've been dealing with and where we're at today. And that's why we welcome everybody to come here, because it's like there isn't this idea that we're going to outright start calling people names. You're an idiot. You're dumb. It's not about that. I mean, sometimes it gets to that because we're all people, right? We're human. We get in our skin, and we're not going to all stay like these, calm, cool, collected. I mean, sometimes people push our buttons. I'm just being real, right? We're real. We're people. We're having a conversation. But for the most part, people do keep their composure. But we want to make sure that when people come here, they are welcome. They are allowed to, tell us what they feel they understand the Earth to be, but also give them a fundamental understanding, right? We want them to come at it from a standpoint of looking at it from a perspective of like, just be honest. If you feel like the Earth is a globe and you're not convinced that it's flat, then say that, because honesty always in this conversation is key. And we always make sure that we have a conversation with someone that wants to be honest in it. So anyway, I don't want to just a little bit of tidbit of information, Llama. So
yeah, it's been a good. I've been here for I don't know, maybe a week, just lurking or so. It's been a good experience so far.
Well, hey, you don't have a VC verified yet, so we should at least give you that. You sound like a cool dude. So
yeah, I understand your troubles with all that crap. I've been. It's
all
annoying.
right, so I just gave you VC verified, so you got that part.
Thanks.
So you'll be able to open you have access to your microphone anytime you want to. Moving forward from there, as far as the rules go, that you'll get rules as the more you participate. So that's all that. So
sure, yeah, we hope that you grow in your understanding here. Listen to different sides of like how people come at the argument. Everybody has kind of created a niche in how they pitch their argument, because everybody feels like they can say it the way they say it best, right? So we want to make sure that everybody here, though, we're on the same page as to like the basics, right? That we don't think the Earth is moving, right? It's not moving whatsoever. It's flat, it's stationary, and we're not flying through the cosmos like some pebble lost in a void.
Yeah, I
So
think that's silly.
core fundamentals, right? So yeah,
Great.
there's
Okay, so that sounds good.
But yeah, so what has been your experience through I mean, how long have you been talking about this?
My sister like sparked something in my head like a year and a half ago or so, and then after about 6 months ago, maybe I got off work due to reasons, and I've just been scouring information as best I can, and it came to the inconsistencies of globe models. So I found what Space Fake, I think, on YouTube, and I think it brought me here or to another one, I can't remember. And yeah, from there, just trying to get, like you were saying, how other people do their take on explaining it. There's lots of good resources here. Just scrolling through the chats, so that help even the simplest arguments against it, against the globe.
Yeah, awesome, man. There's a lot to glean from the people who have been doing this for quite some time. So there's many in here who have consistently been on this forum for years, and those are the ones that when you listen to how they speak to the people who have this bias of the globe, how they approach
Hello.
the conversation. So
Right. So quick question for you guys anyway.
hmm
So, what's your take on it? I brought to my sister's boyfriend uh gravity, like, because obviously if we're flat plane, we realistically don't need gravity because there's yeah. Anyway, but
Prove gravity.
prove gravity, right? So I'll say that they'll drop a can, they'll prove gravity. I'll take something lighter like a cheese string wrapper, right? That's open. I'll drop that. Oh, there's gravity. But as soon as you it touches the thing, the more dense object underneath of it, why does everything else stop? Right? Why is gravity not continuing to pull down that cheese string? You know what I mean? And then so as soon as I went to that, his argument changed to gravity is now pulling us from all directions. I'm like, what the
okay.
fuck? Sorry for
It's
language. It's
absolute.
not allowed. But I
What
was
the
like,
fuck, bro? Language, huh?
but yeah. I'm like, how your argument like changes like that to keep that sphere model in your head. I'm like, I don't know.
So
Well, it's as easy as because they've been brought up to believe that this is how their reality is perceived. So when they're talking to you, they're not speaking as if I know this is how it is. It's more like I've been taught this. Why are you going against something we've been taught? So it's really just the bias that you're speaking to. If they're not like professing. A professor, however, or somebody who's like in academia would probably approach the topic differently.
He
However, somebody that is not is going to give you just information as they know it, like dropping something and then
for sure.
saying like "ta-da," So to
ta-da!
you that to
He
you,
was a little bit more than average on just what you're taught in school. Like he knows scientific lingo that like
okay,
every single time I ask a question, he goes off on a tangent. I'm like, stop giving me scientific nonsense and answer the question. Like it's pretty simple, and if we're just having a simple discussion, we don't have to move to complex things. Just yes or no for the most part.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
He
What do
can't.
you think would be the hardest thing for him to do, as far as like you proposing something to him? What would be the most difficult thing for him to give you if you wanted to have assurance that what you were speaking of, as far as the globe goes, he wouldn't be able to provide to you? What do you think would be the most difficult in your mind, Lama?
For him to
Explaining.
provide to me for proof of globe.
Mm-hmm.
Prove we're spinning. Prove we're moving.
No
Like
motion.
you would not. There's no way in hell you would not know you're moving.
Sure, but
Right.
does that also provide evidence that the Earth is not a globe?
If it was moving,
No. Well, the idea that's one good fundamental, right? Because we talk about the fundamentals as to
No motion.
what we agree with here on the server, but also we also talk about like what can be proven for the globe. Because here's the thing that they'll come up with when it concerns to the spin of the Earth, right? We've heard all the arguments, everything that probably they can think of, and so I'll give you I'll be the other side of the argument, right? They'll say this. So you're telling me that we can't feel the spin, or because that's what you're perceiving, but you're only saying that because you're born on this earth. It's like being on a very fast moving train where the train is moving at such high velocity, but you don't feel the speed inside of the train. So this is what they're telling you at the point where you start arguing to them about motion, right? So at which point your logically consistent argument would sound like, you're coming up against something that you can't provide as evidence because they're giving you a story, right? That is an indication of it's a false analogy. First of all,
I
I'd
mean,
point that out, but
I want you to test this theory first. I want you to have a child on a train. I want you to and grow that child up on a moving train, and I want you to see if they notice that change. It's physically impossible to ever show me that side of your theory. That's just an
right,
argument at this point.
right. But here's what's happening, right? You've gone into this theoretical postulation or this ideology in which you're playing on his playground. So the idea is to get him to the practical and to the real, right? What we're doing is when we indulge arguments like this, we head off into this hypothetical kind of situation. Well, that wouldn't be possible because imagine if your child was born on the train, and so we engage them in the level that they want us to. At which point, it's their playground, so they dictate the rules. So
So
what happens is they
are there
change.
windows? Are there
No,
windows on
yeah,
that
but they
train? Can they look
they
out the
change.
window, see
So the
that they're
point,
moving?
what I'm trying to say is they changed the argument to suit
Yeah.
their model. And so what you're doing is you're chasing a ghost. At that point, it's like this is how we learn how to understand the psychology behind what they're doing. So they're trying to keep the dream alive. Meanwhile, you're chasing a ghost. So in that argument, you're going to give them things of logically consistent, sound, reasonable propositions, but they're not going to see that. Because even though you would say that statement, following that statement would be like, no, you don't understand, bro, what I'm talking about. I mean, a moving train. Do you feel motion? And so it'll continue to spiral up into the point you say, there's no talking to you then. So you'll be blue in your face in about an hour and a half into the conversation, giving them a logically consistent, reasonable argument. They won't see it. They'll continue to believe that, but because you haven't broken through their bias. Their bias is that the Earth is of a set size and dimensions, and it's moving into the cosmos in a particular manner. But you don't understand it because all of the science, all the consensus, right, backs me up. What backs you up? You're just some crazy guy talking about how the Earth is not a globe. And I have on my side all of academia. I got astronauts into space. And you don't have that argument. You only have are some crazy ideas that you have that the Earth might not be what you think it is. You understand it's not that you're not speaking correctly about the topic. It's that they fall back to consensus. They fall back. Well, maybe if you pin them on an idea, they'll be like, well, I'm not a scientist. You know what I mean? Like it's
Right.
so. I'm fast forwarding you past the conversation into what needs to be. What needs to be done is you need to have demonstrable evidence that the Earth is of a particular set size of dimensions. So what they got to give you is they got to give you demonstrations of how the Earth has curvature. Show me the curve of the Earth. I need a measurement. How do we know that the Earth has been measured to have curvature? Where has this idea begun? Where is the core foundation of its origin? Who's taught this idea to people, and why have they been thinking that it's a globe? So here's the thing. You're taking the person who's claiming the globe all the way back to the origin of where it begun. And at that point, they're probably not going to give you the answer because they don't know themselves. They're only spouting things out that they've understood from their knowledge, learning through school, that it already is a foregone conclusion that it's a globe.
Right.
So you're stopping them in their tracks, having them provide you the evidence because the burden of proof lies on those who make the claim. Now, our natural physical world doesn't dictate to us that it's a globe by any means in an observation.
Right.
When you go out and you stand,
It's flat.
when,
It's not
what's that?
spherical what you're experiencing.
Right.
You're experiencing a flat. So if you want to tell me it's something not than what I'm experiencing, you got to prove it to me.
Right, but perceptions are warped, right? Perceptions have been warped.
Yeah.
And perceptions are warped because you see flat, but I'm telling you it's not, and I'm a teacher. So I can tell you that you're going to learn a lesson of how it's not flat. So the thing is, their perception has been warped. So the thing is, you got to remind them or show them how to approach the topic. Okay, so you want to tell me that it's a globe, that's fine. I need evidence. Where is the measurement that the Earth has curved, and where did this information come from? Because you didn't just think about it all by yourself. This information came from somewhere. Somebody taught you that it was a globe. And where did that story begin? And so when you take them all the way back to origins, number one, they're not going to know. Plus, the information they're going to give you doesn't have any solid foundation in demonstrable evidence. So have no fear of that. Other thing is, when they start to tell you, well, I don't have to know about where it began. I can just show you. I can take you out to a beach somewhere and show you the horizon. It's flat and ships go over the horizon. At which point you can actually point out to them, okay, so you're going to take me to do a demonstration or an experiment, right, quote unquote. Yet you're not going to tell me how you know it's a globe. Like, you don't just wake up and look at the Earth and say, oh, it's a globe. You don't, and let me show people how it's a globe. You're actually taught to think that it's a globe. So your warped perception, you're trying to tell me how you're going to do an experiment or a test to show me how it's, it's all wrong, man. You have to first know that somebody taught you how to examine that it's a globe. You've examined that it's a globe. Now you're going to tell me how I can examine it. But at first, if you're telling me to examine it and you haven't examined it yourself and you're just telling me just because, well, that's not going to work. So we need evidence. So empirical evidence, right? It's the thing that is the fundamental asset of our understanding of the geometric shape, if there was one, of the Earth. So the claim is, right, the Earth is a set side of the dimensions. So when you ask them, show me the claim, I need to know, demonstrate to me that you know that the Earth has curvature, they're going to rebut to you that they don't know. They just been taught that. At which point you understand that all their reasoning, whatever argument they come with, Coriolis or gravity or Cavendish, whatever they bring forward, has not founded on anything understood that it's a globe, but only believe. So it's a belief. So when you talk to a person, you expose that, and you're like, listen, what you want to tell me about the Earth is a belief. You don't know it's a globe because I took you all the way back to the foundation, the ground in which we stand upon. And you still haven't told me how you understand that this is a globe because there's no measurement here. These metrics that we have, they're calculations. Understand?
Right.
So you can go anywhere you want in the conversation. That's great. And you can, like I said, you can be logically consistent. You can tear them down on gravity. You can tear them down on Coriolis. All these great things, and your arguments will probably be sound because the way you think. But to them, they're gonna always have this mindset of keeping the dream alive. You'll never be able to stunt them because there's no evidence they have to provide to you. All they got to tell you is science, NASA, astronauts, and give you all these like ideas, without it showing you. So anyway, it goes back to a real easy word: show me. That's it.
Right.
Just show me. You say it's a globe. Show me. Demonstrate to me.
Exactly.
Anyway,
We have a guy in here called Klaus Schwab now.
For sure. Yeah, we got people coming in and out. Yeah, I'm gonna sit back, but that's anyway. Lama, I just want to kind of
anyway. I appreciate it, and a little bit of backstory and how to keep it back into not playing on their playing field anyway. So I appreciate
yeah, no, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for I'm just gonna kick back. I'm gonna still be here, but I'm not gonna. I won't be as vocal. I'll let somebody else maybe take the lead.
My son's here anyway, so I gotta mute up.
All right, hey, thanks, Lama. See you, man.
Yeah, see ya.
His dad's the Dalai Lama.
What's up, Flatty?
What's up, brother? You okay?
Yeah, just another morning, Sunday morning, actually. See some of the crews here. Liza's hanging out. Solar's here. Julius is here. I haven't heard Julius talking like it's been a minute. Got PMac in the house. I heard you earlier, PMac. You and Helio been on. Rookie spinning.
Nate Barnes in the house.
What up? Happy Sunday to you, Miggy.
What are you guys up to? Just hanging out?
Yeah, it's sort of midday here in South Africa. So already had the day, the whole morning, been to church, had lunch. Now it's time to chat, you know?
Praise God.
Yeah, it looks like the guy Lame Llama was saying Carl Schwab, Klaus Schwab or whatever.
The Great Reset.
He's another guy. I don't know if
That's him. That's the very guy. Klaus Schwab.
What's up?
What's up, Klaus? How you doing?
What's up?
How you doing, bro?
Killing, chilling. Taking away people's freedoms.
Say that again.
I think he said taking away people's freedoms, PMac.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. That's happening all the time.
You'll own nothing and you'll be happy.
Please take away my freedoms. I just want to believe in big government for the big countries.
As long as it makes you feel safe. Take away as many freedoms of mine as you need to until I feel safe.
Yeah, we're fed up with all these terrorists. Just take it, bro.
I just stepped in here, Miggy. Were you chatting with a Glober just now? Or was that...
No, that's Lame Llama. He sounds like he's a guy who's really hip to being a flat earther. But we just gave him the VC verified role. Well, Helio did actually. I was just participating and having a conversation with him.
Welcome to the family.
And
Yeah,
how's your trading going?
Sorry, I think I over talked to you. Solder, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, how's the Bitcoin trading going?
Markets are down, brother. They're pretty red right now. But
that's why I'm asking. Yeah, everyone can make money when it's on its way up, but when it's making money on the way down, that's the real secret.
Yes, so Bitcoin and all them, they're doing bad, but NFTs, however, are doing really well, which I'm also in the business of trading. So, I'm very diverse in my portfolio, which currently right now is NFTs looking like they're holding against the downtrending market. They're also getting very popular.
What are NFTs?
Non-fungible tokens. So basically, yeah, go ahead.
No, that's fine. NFTs.
Yeah.
Non-fungible token.
Yeah, for the most part, they're just. I don't want to get too far into it because it's flat Earth, but for the most part, they're just like if you can imagine being a collector of fine art, and I'm speaking a little bit forward about this, but it's like fine art, and you're a collector, and you see a bunch of pieces that an artist has put out, and their pieces are going for X amount of money, and you make a bid on them or you buy them, and you hold them. You hold them like.
Ain't you beholden to the same system, the access system? It's not actually real.
It's the blockchain, so it varies from the traditional sense. So it's not going to be the same, but it has the same idea behind it of trading. So the most, I guess, rudimentary way I could tell you is just like baseball cards, like holding a really nice one that it's a collector's. You know what I mean? Like you can buy a baseball card pack, and then all of a sudden you find a rookie card in there or something. Like that's essentially kind of like what it is with those.
Can I Can I just distance myself from the monetary system just for a minute?
You can do what you want, man. Like,
Thank you.
yeah, do what you want. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll get back to flat Earth because it's
Yeah. Money, flat Earth. Eh.
Yeah, the reason I asked that was that to me it is flat Earth related. Is that when you wake up to flat Earth and the deceptions that have been afoot, it's about what you do next. Now you know the information. What are you going to do? And what I really appreciated, Miggy, you and I chatted a couple of weeks back about it, was you then took what you know that the monetary system's false, and you started exploring these trading options. And as you mentioned that last one, you said you were actually doing really well. It's the same with me. I took what I knew, that this whole world's a deception, that I need to put into practice what I've learned. Started my own business in the middle of COVID, and we're finally hitting a point now where it's life-changing money, and
Hey, you know what I was
it's what
thinking,
you do
Solar?
next with it.
Now that you said that, like, you know that people in the Great Depression were doing well. I don't know if people understand this or not, but like even at the worst of times, people were actually thriving. And I mean, there's this whole idea that because of the way situations are, we have to kind of capitulate. But I don't think that's the case. If you are of a mind that you can persevere, you can see what you're capable of, right? And I think people limit themselves to the for the most part, and that's, I guess, because you
Well,
see the world crashing down around you, so you're just like, oh, I might as well just give up, because it's all bad.
if you're the best person in the if you're the worst person in the best times in a monetary SOS, is that? I mean, is that really? I mean, does that mean anything? I mean,
I don't quite understand, BMAC, what you just said. So, did you
yeah,
explain?
yeah. So if the Earth is flat, and they're lying to us about that, what portion of the world monetary system is valuable to you?
The world monetary system. I guess people give the thing that we talk about as currency intrinsic value. So it doesn't have its own value. It's what we give it value. So it doesn't really matter what it is: gold, dirt, anything that we give value to the thing that we're talking about. If you and I make an agreement and say, I don't know, a log is worth like $10,000, you and I will be trading the log as if it was worth money. So it becomes the new currency because it doesn't have value of its own.
So,
We give it the value. So
so
it's what you and I declare as
yeah,
what money is. So
yeah. So what kind of system is that?
are you talking about right now the kind of system we're living in? Because it's not the
If,
system.
no, listen. If the system we're living in is fake, what what adds value to?
Well, yeah, but okay. So I think maybe you might be throwing out the baby in the bathwater.
We
So
we we do
yeah,
we
but
do so really. You know how they hijack perspective, hijack definitions. Well, it
Science.
turns out that we're currency, right? From the time that I
Yes,
wake
we
up to the
are.
time that I go to sleep, there are many transactions in between as a result of what I'm doing,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
so when it comes to a monetary system, in my view, it's a way to kind of materialize the effort that you put in,
Well, could you
immaterially.
could you walk out of that? Could you just say fuck the monetary value, fuck everything? It's all
I
a
don't
fuck.
think you hear. I don't think you hear what's being said. So I don't know.
You don't. You know. Oh, sorry. Okay. I don't think you hear what I'm saying.
I
If
I mean, I tailored a
if
response to you
no, listen,
specifically,
Elijah.
but you're not responding. I don't know.
All right. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Right. Whatever you think, bro.
yeah,
If
we can't.
if the whole thing is fake,
Yeah, but we can't see PMAC. We can't take the scorched earth idea and move it forward and make it something that how we live life today, because it would be impossible, right? Let's throw our hands up and say screw.
What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna go along. I'm gonna go along with it and say like, okay, let's all throw up our hands and say screw it. It's all bad. Let's say f you to the system and walk out and just be free people.
So
Well, in our
your
minds.
decision is to be part of the system.
No,
That's how it works.
well, yeah, of course, because you have this scorched earth idea that you think that people can prosper under this banner that you're flying right now, which it doesn't work. It's never proven to work. This idea of like, okay, so something is bad, let's just burn it all down. Let's burn the house down because it's all bad. And you don't see that people are not making the thing that we're talking about bad. Like it's how the approach goes. So if I'm trading with money, like it doesn't matter, like an actual fiat currency, like dollar. The dollar itself is not bad. It's what I do with the dollar that makes it bad. You understand? I don't know if you understand. It's not. How can I put it? You're saying, okay, the whole system is bad. The idea of what people were trying to do with currency, in and of itself, wasn't bad because they're using it as a form of like how we can trade, as an agreement, right? I give you this, you give me that, and then there's something of value that we're trading. But now if you're saying, hey, you know what, all of it's bad, let's just do away with that, then how are we going to...
if the system is corrupt, what part of the corruptness are you going to fucking make non-corrupt?
So you can live every single day in a corrupt system, but still live every day doing good things, right?
Part of the corrupt system. So you're perpetuating the system.
Can I just say something here then, Migs? I think that we're discussing two different points. Firstly, the point that you and I were discussing was how to, once you can see through the system, use the system for your own potential gain. And what PMAC's talking about is the entire system is wrong and does need to be abolished and taking it down entirely. So we're talking about two different things. One, seeing through the system for your own benefit, and the other one, demolishing the entire system because it is flawed in its outright conception.
Thank you, Solar. Jeez.
Yeah, but that's true. But at no point does that make it right. I think, and PMAC's trying to say, well, we need to make it right because if you're not tearing down the system, then you're only supporting it. That's his end argument.
What,
you understand?
No.
Right? Isn't that right, PMAC? Like if we're contributing to the system, then we're a part of the system, and that's not true. That's not true.
Right. So, okay. So if you're contributing to the system, what part of it makes you not contributing to it?
The system in which you're describing are two different things. The system is the governments of the world, right? Am I not correct?
Miggy, that blows my mind. That actually blows my mind. If you are contributing to the system, but you're not contributing to the system, which part are you not contributing to? You are part of the system. So if you're part of the system, you're obviously contributing to it. I mean, how do you think that they're mutually exclusive? That blows my mind, bro.
Because
it's the same.
You think you can live in this world without being a part of anything? It's like how do you reason with that? Like I don't.
Why should you live in this world and be part of a system that you don't want to be part of? Can you not?
EMAC, I'll give you an example. I'll make it very simple. Every single day, do you purchase any goods whatsoever? I don't even care if it's a piece of gum or.
I am a consumer.
Okay. Being a consumer, you're part of the system, bro. You'll always be.
Yeah.
And if you try to take.
But when you're dealing in cryptocurrency and all kinds of things, you are willfully being part of that system.
So are you willfully being a part of the system yourself?
No. I'm passively being a part of the system.
I see what this is about.
I'm being passively a part of the system.
It's about this overall propagandized view of cryptocurrency.
You're breaking up, Elijah.
I am being passively part of the system. You are being constructively part of the system. You are letting that system go. I don't mean to, but I have to in order to fucking survive.
Okay,
But you
so
are
what
willfully being a part of the system, making it survive by
what system are you
your
talking
choice.
about? What
Well,
system are you talking about?
well, let's say the system that everybody believes we're living in a fucking spinning water ball.
No, so
How many?
I think
Go ahead.
what's happening now is that effectively PMAC is saying you got to be like a Mormon and throw all your money away, or they live in a little
No,
society where they
that's not a
don't
moment.
use
That's not a
money.
moment.
They step aside from the entire system entirely to not live in
That's,
that world with that system. What Miggy and I was saying was that if you can use this thing to your own benefit and then use the benefit you've gained to help other
exactly.
people, which one is better?
Exactly.
Would you rather live poor and only be able to feed yourself and your family, or would you prefer to make good money on a stock exchange and then use that money to help other people?
Exactly.
Which one do you think's better?
Flat Earth Solar, do you hear that sounds? You are basically being a part of the system. Without you're basically voluntarily propping the system up.
So the U.S. Federal Reserve
So
during this
in order to
emergency.
free
No, wait,
ourselves
wait,
from
wait,
the
let me
system,
just say this. Let me just say this. The Federal Reserve was entitled to print $100 billion US new every month
I don't
to
care
add
about them,
to the
bro. I
circulation.
don't care about the fucking.
Okay, but let me just make the point.
All right.
They're at a size now where they're investing more than $1 billion US per hour into the system. So if you come with like $1 million, there's no way you can compete with a system that's putting $1 billion of new money into their system daily
So
or
there's
hourly. Eventually, it kind of gets to the point where no matter what each one of us does individually, it is futile. The
just
system is too large to collapse from
so
a
yeah,
single individual.
yeah.
So to try and spend your whole life trying to achieve a goal that's impossible in its outright nature
But if you know the
is
system is corrupt, why are you fucking propping it up?
not propping it up, trying to extract benefit
Well,
from it so that we can see good.
you're doing the whole fucking cryptocurrency thing. You're living off its fucking thing. So you're basically propping it up.
Listen, but what? So what? And
And
Do you have money in your bank right now, PMAC?
no, in
Because
our
then
head,
you're
that's the
also
point I'm
propping up the
getting. That's
system.
the
no,
point.
let
I'm
me
trying to
speak,
figure out
Elijah.
what his motivation. That's not, I'm just because
Elijah,
obviously there's like this
so
special pleading fallacy where it's like, oh yeah, sure, I can buy a stick of gum because it is what it is,
do you realize
but
how
you're
fucking
doing
hype?
the same thing. But you're doing the same thing, and somehow it's more wrong. Why are you a part of the system?
Do you
I
realize how
don't get.
hypocritical you guys sound right now? Do you
No, you
realize
asked
that?
a question. You said
No.
you
Do you
asked a
realize
question. You
how
said
hypocritical you sound?
you asked a question. You said, why are you part of the system? Where is the hypocrisy in that?
Because you are part of the system. You are basically
How is being a
no, not
part of
you,
a
not you.
system?
Listen.
Can
People are
we
actually.
define the definition? I'm about to mute you, man. I'm trying to get control
Right, so
of the
you don't agree.
situation.
You don't agree with what I'm saying. So you want to
Because
mute me?
you should just be muted.
Right.
Because
Well, okay.
you're
Fuck
not
you,
making
Elijah.
this an easy conversation. You keep talking over me. I'm not talking over you. So one of us has a problem. It's not me.
So can I explain my reasoning? Is that okay?
No,
I can't.
no,
Okay. So mute me then. So I can't explain. So okay, mute me then. What the
no,
fuck?
because
Bro?
it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable to talk about your reasoning
What part of
when
what
I'm
did I
asking
say?
you.
Okay, I can't finish.
How.
You talk over me, bro.
Yeah, it's unreasonable
Because you
when
have the
you're.
power to mute me. Right. Okay. You talk
No,
over me.
no. I'm just demonstrating that you're
You're just
belligerent because
demonstrating. No. You're just
if you
demonstrating your
are you
hypocrisy.
gonna let me finish or are you gonna talk like Helio? Like I can ban you today and somebody will have to take care of you after you cry in somebody's inbox. I don't care.
Do what you want, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me. What's your reasoning?
Well, you're calling us hypocrites, but you're not
Yes, you are.
giving a logic. Okay, well, how
Well, the
is
very
being how answer this question I'm asking you?
right.
How is being a part of a system hypocrisy?
A part of a system that you don't agree with, that you wish would be burnt down, being a part of that, how is that not hypocrisy? Is
No,
that the,
how is
is that the question you're
how is
asking me?
being a part how I'm gonna ask it again
Okay,
because maybe
I'm too dumb
you
to
like
know.
ballers hear what you want to hear instead of what someone is telling you.
Hit me.
So how is being a part of a system hypocritical?
That you don't agree with. Do you agree with it?
What don't I agree with?
Do you agree with the system, Elijah?
What part of what are you talking about? Be
The whole
specific. You're
system.
the one that you
Well, the
what do you
system.
mean the whole system?
Okay, the monetary system. You disagree or agree with that?
What's wrong with it?
Right. What do you mean? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it?
Well, is it working?
Isn't it?
Is it working?
Isn't it?
Like billions, like there's billionaires and zillionaires and people happy and people are poor. There's like billions of
Yeah, there's also billions
is
of
it
people with a poor
right?
mentality.
Elijah, let me ask you this one thing. Does this
I don't know why
system
people are poor.
look real to you? Does it seem like everything's fair?
What does this have to do with you explaining how I'm a hypocrite? 'Cause
No.
now you just seem to be asking more questions.
Well, because what you've asked has brought me around to the point of explaining how you're a hypocrite or how you might not be, but it's the whole system.
You just keep asking me questions. You're not explaining
Right.
how I'm a
So,
hypocrite.
all right. Well, okay. So we don't like the system that we're living in. We think it's corrupt, right?
That's very vague. Don't get like I get
Vague,
what you're trying to say, but don't be vague when you're trying to make a point.
right? So when you're dealing in cryptocurrency and promoting that shit and telling us how shit and how corrupt the world is, but you are part of that system,
That's
and
still
then,
very
and
vague.
wait a minute, and then you turn around and say to me at the same time, in the same fucking breath, that it's not you being you're still a freedom fighter and you say, but you're part of the system. You're
That's still
promoting
very vague. It's
big.
see, that's because that's the claim that you made, and I responded to that particular claim, and then you didn't respond to
Listen,
me.
Elijah. Listen,
Look,
I'm just
stop,
gonna. I'm just gonna.
P Mac, don't mute, don't run, don't be belligerent because you've had a little bit to drink. Okay,
Bro,
just chill out and
bro.
have the conversation.
Sure, let's go.
So let me finish speaking and just be quiet and have some patience.
Culture.
You had a claim. You made the claim in the beginning that you just made just now. I had a fair and reasonable retort and rebuttal to exactly what you said. You never addressed it. So here we are again, having never addressed my response to you that you want me to take for granted as true and then answer based off of those premises. No, I don't agree with you.
Well, you're framing my head, man. It's just it's so hypocritical. It really is.
Let's just move forward. It's like saying anyone who ever has a YouTube channel is part of the establishment. Doesn't matter if they're spreading truth with that YouTube channel. If they use the YouTube channel, they're part of the bad system. And it's the same with the monetary system, PMAC. You yourself use the fiscal system. You obviously use money to purchase things every day. So you yourself are also part of the monetary system, which you're now sitting on your high horse claiming
No,
that you're
no,
not a part of
no. I have
because
no
you're not
hairs.
touching cryptocurrency. All that we were suggesting is that if you have the eyes to see, that you have seen the flat realm that you live on,
Then you should be
then it
part of the
means you have
system
the
to
eyes
enrich
to
yourself.
see through. It means you have the eyes to see through the system and use that system for you to be able to achieve the goals that you want to. I often say to flat earthers that they shouldn't be poor, because if they can see this truth, they can see what's coming, which means that they have the ability to start planning for their future. And in a year or two's time, with a couple of careful decisions, they can be in a far different financial situation than they are right now, because they had the eyes to see the flat earth in the first place, which means they have the eyes to see through the flaws in the system and use those flaws to their own benefit.
That's fine. I just don't understand why, if you're so against something like the system, like the left-right paradigm and the systems that we live in, that you would participate in that in order to enrich yourself. Therefore, you're using it to enrich yourself. Therefore, you are part of the fucking system. And
This
yet,
is
no, no, no,
this is
listen to
becoming
me.
this is
You
becoming
have
this is becoming
okay.
circular.
All right.
PMAC,
All right. All right.
you keep telling us you're a part of the system. None of us are arguing and saying we're not a part of the system. You're saying, well, that means you're hypocritical, but you're tying it to the people who pretty much talk about cryptocurrency. That's the only example you've given up. And then we say, well,
Dude,
under
that's
any
not an
monetary
example.
system, under any monetary system, you're a part of the system. For instance, the system that we're under right now, the one that allows for sex trafficking and slave trade still to this day. What the fuck are you just shut the fuck up, sit down and have a cup of coffee, man.
Isn't that crazy? Like 2022, right? We thought
You're
sex
just
trafficking.
waiting to talk,
Listen to me
right?
for a second,
Like,
right?
and
Right? Can I speak now?
no, because you're not
No, I can't.
you're not
Okay. Are you
you're
taller?
not understanding your hypocrisy right
I
now.
was about to agree with you, bro.
But what in that agreement just concede that you should just be quiet because you're making a
Right,
useless
right.
argument.
So
Nobody's saying that they're not a
you're
part
saying
of
in
the
order to agree
system.
with you, I
You're
should
saying
shut
that
up.
we're hypocrites.
So
We're saying who's not a hypocrite
in order to agree
under
with
your
you, I
logic.
should shut up. Is that what you're saying? So in order to agree with you, I should shut up.
No, but you keep saying, well, you're a hypocrite. And I'm like, well, who's
Dude,
not?
I was agreeing with you. You didn't fucking listen.
Okay, so who's not a hypocrite under your logic is my
God.
question.
Oh my god, bro! I was about to agree
So
with
you,
you.
Okay, can I say something?
Sure.
12L.
I know that this is not a good point of dialogue, but the thing is, Jihal has his point of view, and PMAC has his point of view, and what I'm going to say is like try to understand one each other, even if it ain't possible, because
Yeah, I demonstrated I understood by responding to him, but he's not responding in kind. He's just being circular.
yeah, I know, but
No, you're making shit up there now, bro. I actually was about to agree with you, but you didn't have the time to fucking listen to me. So circular, shut up, bro. No, you're wrong. You're fucking wrong, bro.
well, that's the thing, PMAC. In your point of view, well, he may be wrong, and on each
No, I'm
point
not
of
saying
view,
he's wrong. I'm saying he's wrong about telling me that I'm doing a circular argument. He's wrong in that respect. His argument.
I do get, yeah, I do get what you're saying, because like a couple minutes ago when I was talking to you, I agreed with you.
When everything was cool.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I remember those good old days.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. That's the thing, I have my
It's very
point of view.
simple. It's very, very simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you are against the system, yet you are participating in it, then you are part of the system. That's basically it. It's not hard to understand. Figure it out, bro.
And then I said, yeah, so what? Remember?
So what? Yeah, and then so what? And now suddenly I'm
And
fucking
then you
Mariah.
said, well, and then you said, aren't you a hypocrite? And I said, yeah,
Little
who
bit,
isn't?
little bit.
And
Yeah,
then and
that's
I
it.
said,
Right. Let's
yeah,
go.
and I said, yeah, who isn't? This is the part where you answer that question because you ask a question, I answer it. I ask a question, you answer it.
Listen, we can pick
So,
a stand all day. Like, listen, have you got any tunes you can play? Do you know any good joke?
so who
Do you know any good joke?
isn't? Because you're acting like my line of questioning is unreasonable.
It was very unreasonable. Bro. It was fucking absolutely almost insulting.
Right. I mean, right now. I mean, right now, because
Yeah.
again,
Do
here
you know
we
any good
are,
tunes?
and I'm.
Do you know any good tunes? Do you know a good joke?
So now instead of see what I'm saying, but you
Well,
you started a conversation that you're not willing to finish by saying, well,
oh,
yeah, I
I am.
guess I had no point.
Well, no, I already finished it.
You're just gonna ignore. You're just gonna ignore
No, I
when the
think I
shoe
finished it
when the
about
shoe
fucking
drops
3 sentences ago.
Can we get this back on Flat
because
Earth?
you were wrong.
All right. Let's go, bro. Just don't mute me, bro. Don't mute me, bro. I'll get you on the fucking buy fucking Discord.
Let's just take it back to Flat Earth.
I agree, but one thing, Solar, before we do that, I just want to make sure that people aren't taken in the light that they get painted in, because what's going to happen is people are listening to this conversation on YouTube, or they could be just lurking, and they're going to take it as in, PMAX got a point, and if nobody says anything, then everybody's going to get pasted in this idea that we're only speaking of things that we want to, cherry picking, and not saying that we're against people get spreading these ideas about globe Earth, and we, you know what I mean? Like it's,
I
and
agree,
then
Mickey.
what he's
Good
doing
point.
essentially, is toxic to our community. It's toxic because now people are going to start looking at his point thinking, like the anti-flat earthers will start getting fuel, and that's what you're doing, PMAC. You're giving them more fuel, and we don't want to do that. We want them to understand that the logic behind the globe Earth, it doesn't compute. There's nothing there. But instead, you insist on being like this flat earther in here, who is going to go against the people that are in here doing the good work in the Discord. When the Discord is a part, like as you so call it, a system. The Discord
You
that you're talking on.
self-righteous motherfucker.
So there you go.
Hey, whatever, bro.
There you go.
So
Oh,
I'm the self-righteous motherfucker, or is it you?
well, the scripture definitely talks about this behavior. That's for sure. You know what kind of person can't stand correction?
Well, he's trying to. That's the issue that he's still having on him, and
White knighting is very clear that he's not willing to take correction, and he's going to be belligerent about it, and that's like just doubly wrong.
All right, we made the point. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Hey, we got somebody in our chat named Bufu. Was he somebody that was in here a long time ago? Is that you, Bufu, from like a while back? Just noticed.
Bufu's been around a long time.
This is the same guy from a while back. I haven't seen him on recently, so. What up, Lou?
What's going on? I don't know if you're reading the side chat at all.
Probably not. No, I got because I'm on my phone, so I only have the voice call deal open.
Take a deep breath, Lou.
let me brace myself first. Hold on. You have to be in the right position to breathe in deep. Okay, there's a breath. All right, so yeah, yesterday I was out skateboarding with my daughter. Went to the skate park in between rainstorms, and I was doing some good shit actually, improving, progressing, dropping in from the 4-foot quarter pipe. I moved up. It's like the biggest drop in this little park. Did that like 5-6 times, and then I decided because there's like a set of little like a ramp in the middle in between going to the other end where there's like another quarter pipe, and I decided to skip that one, go around it to maintain my speed to try to get higher up on the quarter pipe and try to get to the top to the transition or whatever. And I got up there and then came back down, and I guess I'm just not as comfortable riding backwards as forwards also, so that's part of it. But freaking started I was on my, which are now my back wheels, but normally my front wheels, and riding them down, and got a little bit on my, little bit sideways, a little bit backwards, and then the wheels were wet, and I slipped out and came down so hard. I think I cracked the rib or two. So I'm in a lot of pain right now, but it was awesome. It was fun till then.
What was that, skateboarding?
Yeah.
So yeah, you should just probably hang it up with the extreme sports bit, man.
No, I'm getting into them more again. Don't tell me that.
You?
Yeah,
well,
no.
you're gonna have to heal.
The skateboarding is more I was not intending to go into the skate park, but my daughter, I got her aboard, and she wants to go to the skate park, and so I've been going in there. But it's intended to be more for like snowboarding practice, off season. I'll recover, but I mean, yeah, it's going to take a few days at least.
Did you get checked out?
No, I mean, if I start coughing up blood, I will. There's nothing they can do about ribs. They just send you home, tell you to take a bunch of ibuprofen and ice it. They don't put your chest in a cast or anything, you know. I mean, unless it's completely out of place, like, and poking at your, like, you start coughing up blood, then a bone like punctured your lung. Yeah, you go in, but there's really nothing that they can do about this.
All you can do is just rest for a couple of days. Otherwise, you're gonna be like. I smashed my leg a couple of days ago on rollerblades, so I know how to feel.
People still rollerblade, huh?
Well, I do. Even with 15 years old, I still do. Yeah.
Do you try to do like street, like rails and stuff, or you just rollerblade?
I do slalom basically, and downhills. I do a lot of downhills and freestyle slalom. Yeah, that's why I got my nickname like that. And 3 days ago, I went for a urban roller with a bunch of guys, and I was helping a girl to make a downhill, and she wasn't used to it, so we fall off, and I smashed my leg entirely, basically, and a little bit of my ribs as well, but not a big deal. But yeah.
The way Salim Lama's a new guy. He just came in here. He's deafened right now, but he was He was talking earlier. He just came on the server, but he's been looking on the flat Earth side, so kind of seeing what we got here as information. If he ever does come back and gets off of Deafin, probably maybe have a continual chat with him. But for the most part, he's just lurking.
Yeah, Lou, you'll learn pretty quick that if it's wet, you don't want to hit ramps or any type of, like, even skate parks that are, really smooth concrete. That doesn't mix with water and your wheels.
I'm not. It's common sense. I know that. We were out there anyway. Like,
I mean, like rough concrete, right? Like a parking
yeah,
lot and stuff like that. Like you're going to be fine with a little bit of moisture, but anything that's slick, concrete that's like your garage, water in your wheels, and
right.
it might as well be on ice.
Yeah, the concrete at the park. It's actually probably. I just meant the ground. The asphalt was rough. It wasn't too bad, but yeah, the ramps were covered in that kind of plastic type material. Man, were they?
So you know what's not quite as common sense? So you're riding on the smooth skate park, right? And they have some grass right there. And you're like, all right, I'll just skip over this grass and get under that sidewalk. And you go with your scooter and you hit the grass and then you go flying over the handlebars.
You're a scooter guy, AI?
That was my son's scooter that I was trying to get over. Right, so there's this place where there's a grass in between where you get to the sidewalk. So I'm like, I'll just ride right over the grass and keep going on the sidewalk. No big deal. It was like immediate dead stop and right over the handlebars.
Let the rollerblade
It was
go.
an e-scooter.
You couldn't help going after the scooterer.
It was an e-scooter, right?
No, just a regular little razor style.
Oh, I don't know why you thought you could roll over the grass with that, man.
Because it's got wheels, man. That's why.
Aren't those wheels kind of tiny though, on those type of scooters?
Unless he had like some of the bigger ones, then I could see like maybe how he, because I would have thought I could probably make it, but not the very small ones. That's insane.
So you took a tumble, AI?
My different perspective is I'm just gonna say something about you, and the irony in it is that not willing to say, yeah, that's that's insane.
Wait, you working today, Elijah?
Yeah,
How much of New York do you get to see on a daily basis?
so Not a lot of it. No.
Do you guys have like zones and whatnot?
Yeah. I'll just stick to try to stick to the upper east, but sometimes it's the city. The city being just the borough of Manhattan.
I was just gonna ask, like, do you just stick with just the like a borough, like, and cover the whole thing, or is it even broken down even smaller where you're just
Even
in a
smaller, so we'll just say from 59th to Wall Street. So that's basically 59 blocks, give or take. Well, a little more than 59, maybe like 100.
dude. Since it's kind of quiet, might as well talk about this. This has been my thing the last 3 days, other than trying to hurt ribs. This Cassidy Campbell guy. Maybe I'm late. I know it turns out a bunch of people in here have already seen him. This dude is hilarious, comedian, actor, whatever. Like, but he's been trolling like city council meetings and like school boards and stuff like that. Doing this like extreme like BLM leftist activist like character, transgender rights and all this stuff. He's
Oh,
got
I
me
think I've seen
dying.
that. I think I've seen that guy. Yeah.
Dude, he is hilarious.
Sounds ridiculous the claims that he's making, but yeah, he's
Wait, you mean he's not serious?
No.
What?
he's not serious, Jemsy.
I was taking him seriously, especially when he took off his towel in front of the meeting. He took off the towel and had the bathing suit.
What's funny is okay, that's the other dude that rolls with him. But that did what you're talking about with the swimsuit. But no, like what's really disturbing actually is when he does this, crazy trans BLM activist, it's really not that far off what the real ones sound like. He's mocking it and kind of gish galloping around, like just going from one thing to the next to the next to the next. But it's pretty similar to what the real leftists sound like these days, that's the creepiest part about it.
He should run for president for on a leftist agenda or something.
I don't think that's going to happen for the next candidate. People already they want to change. And it looks like they might get somebody either Donald Trump like or whatever. I know we're not supposed to be on politics, but it's just the way things are going. If it's not Donald Trump, it'll probably be somebody like him.
Yeah, there's kind of this mentality that we need someone to rein these Karens everywhere and put them in place. We need some tough hands.
Yeah. What about Dean Odle? Dean Odle's running for governor in Arkansas. Obviously, that's not the presidential race, but he's an outspoken flat earther on the gubernatorial race.
That's interesting. Do you know those actually? He's got his ballot in there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So let's say he doesn't make it. Okay. While he's in the race, he's going to be criticized, right? Scrutinized, and his views are going to be publicized, right?
Yeah, I would assume that
So,
his whole career is going to be put on trial.
yes. Here's the thing a lot of people don't know, okay? In a lot of areas, let's just call them liberals, for lack of a better numbered term, they run and win more often than not in certain small areas, especially because nobody runs against them. You know, for example, the conservative or the Republican or whatever just isn't present. And they might be a write-in candidate. Like they didn't go through the formal ballot process. So they're not on the official ballot. So when someone goes to vote and they see their choices, they only see mostly liberal and democratic choices in some of these small areas. And in fact, some guys have won by simply putting themselves on the ballot or putting themselves in a very effective write-in campaign, and they've beaten like the liberal right out. And these guys that have won were actually just alternatives to this, to the sense that the people were sick of the status quo, and so this new guy showed up and they voted for him, and he's like a novice, you know, just an average Joe, which is what the politic races are open to in a lot of areas. You don't have to have like degrees or track record or anything. You just have to be reasonably acceptable to the average man. And so I said all that to say this is that there are a lot of offices in public areas that people can become invested in and actually make a difference in the local sphere by just showing up and saying, I'm willing to do it. You know, and that includes many, many flat earthers, you know, town council, what else? Let's see, school boards, for example. A lot of areas are sick and tired of their school boards because of how they flubbed the past couple of years with the education of their kids. They want them gone. And guess what? In some areas, they will not allow a new, sorry, they won't allow the other people to be fired or something like that unless there's a reasonable expectation of somebody to fill the spot until the official re-election comes up. So if you want to do it ahead of time, you have to have a candidate, right? You have to have somebody willing to step in because they're not just going to fire the people that are there and then have nobody, right? So even within your local area, you could go around to people and say, hey, parents, aren't you sick of what's been happening in the past 2 years? Let's get these school board members out of here. Let's get, you know, a few 100,000 signatures or whatever the threshold is for your area. Let's get these school board members gone, and then let's take over. And I'm willing to be one of the school board members, and here's what I think, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, yeah, you sound awesome. Let's do it. So, yeah, this idea of, you know, quote unquote, being in the system, being part of the system, being logistically powerful within a system that exists. Like if you have a system, whatever that system is, and you don't utilize caveats within the system to your benefit, then the system's controlling you, not the other way around. Because there's plenty of things you can do within a system, even if the system overall is bad. You can control it in your personal area, utilizing your skills and talents, right? Affecting other people to be on board with what you want to do to affect change. So, for example, in this one community, they got rid of the school board because they hadn't been educating their kids. They wanted to worry about what names are we going to name the schools to make them more socially palatable to the community that we're not educating their kids for. And the parents were like, wait a minute, that's stupid. You're fired. Right? And then who's going to step in? Joe Schmo? Or maybe let's say somebody steps in as let's just call it a truther, for lack of a better word. Right? Not that they're just going to switch one propaganda for another, but that they're actually going to communicate with the parents, tell the parents, hey, maybe this is something we shouldn't be teaching the kids. whatever. The point is you can get involved on a local level and actually effectuate change. You just have to be willing to show up and work. Oh, and by the way, a lot of these places don't get paid, but some of them do. So sometimes you get money for your time. But one thing you definitely get for your time is the ability to effectuate change with authority to do something rather than just complain and opine. All right, so that's my rant on that political thing. I'm done. It's from this one area that I was in. The town council members got an $80,000 salary for the year. $80,000. And the credentials that you needed to become the member was like 1 year, I think, in some professional sphere, and then you needed to take a test. That's it. And then you're qualified. Of course, you have to win the votes of the people. But who in this server on a mean income is making 80 grand doing what they do right now and complaining about a system that they can't change when they could be involved in the system? Now, don't get me wrong, when you're involved, sometimes you have extra strictures put on you because you now have legal responsibilities. But you could vote on things. Like let's say, for example, that Dean Odell actually wins becoming a governor, right? And he's a flat earther. Okay. You look up what the governor's powers are for a state, and you think about the kind of change that he could effectuate if he actually wins. And maybe he never will win, but the point is it's worth trying. Even if you're only doing it for PR, it's worth trying. Because then your ideas and your principles and your thoughts about the current things that are going on are going to be publicized. And a lot of common men are going to hear what you have to say, even if it's put on, propagandistic broadcasts like mainstream media that's going to twist what you say. A lot of them, the common man, is going to see you, hear what you say, and it's going to resonate, and it's going to change the way they think. And then you may not win the election that year, but maybe 4 years from then, after you posited your ideas and now you're a hot button item being talked about for 2 to 3, 4 years running up, maybe next time somebody will win. We have had people say, oh, nothing's going to change without violence, so it's pointless. But, for example, in that one district that I told you, they fired all the school board members, took over the school board and said, enough, we had enough of your nonsense. They all signed a petition, which was the legal threshold to fire those dudes. They fired them, and they put in new people. All it took was some parents to say, I've had enough. And then they organized with the other parents, and they said, yeah, you know what? I, too, have had enough. I just didn't know what we could do about it. Now that you told me that we could do something about it, because right here in this paper, it says if you get, 600,000 votes or whatever it is, signatures, and these people are gone. So I'll sign that, sure. That's a reason why a lot of change never happens, because everybody sits at home, opines about what's wrong, watches videos that satisfies their angst by telling them, yes, we too understand what's wrong, oh, it's so bad. And everybody's like, yeah, it's so bad and horrible. And then what do they do the next day? Nothing. They just find another person that will commiserate with them in their situation and be like, yeah, look at the lot we have. It's horrible. Maybe someday the regime will be overthrown and everything will be great. Meanwhile, they all could have just signed a piece of paper and fired the people who are in charge around where they're at and took over.
Yeah, you're right. That's the complacency I think AI people have. That what can I do anyway? What really deters any change to happen? And then who's gonna actually stand with me and say that these guys are doing wrong? That's the thing. People feel like they can't affect anything.
Yeah.
And in your on the local level, you can because people get elected. You're elected locally. Things can happen, but it's been happening around the country. I've been actually talking about this subject, and I know, like I said, it's just speaking the truth about it. Having people unite together and make decisions on like these characters that are on school boards and whatnot.
There's a similar thing we had with this this whole Twitter and all of these platforms where people were complaining about the censorship and all of this, right? So the user base of these platforms is multi-million, right? And the amount of capital that's dispensary or dispositional within a body that big is a lot of money, right? Let's just say you take 5 million people. How much disposable income do they have as a aggregate, right? Let's just say you decide to not drink some crappy soda or whatever it is that you indulge that's worthless. Just decide not to do that, and then you aggregate all your money together. How much money would you have? Right? Quite a bit. You could buy servers, right? You could pay technicians. Right? You could literally create your own substructure and have a new media platform up and running in no time, as long as you had a cohesive leadership that could execute using your logistics and your will. Now, there has been people that posited that idea, right? People that we've listened to in here that said, hey, we're going to start a new platform. We're going to do it crowdsourced, venture capital or whatever the heck. No, sorry, we're going to do it crowdsourced until we get it to a certain threshold. Then we're going to, somehow finance it under some kind of, I can't remember the name of it, but, basically a whole bunch of people paying money into it. Not necessarily like a stock market or anything, but I can't remember. Irrelevant. The point is, all the people together are going to pay for it. They're going to get the benefit. It's going to be ran in a certain way, like with essentially a more free doctrine and partly owned by the customers, right? That's the thing. Like, there used to be this thing back in the day. So a very popular conservative talk show host, Rush Limbaugh, he used to have this idea, this concept in his show. And it was actually, I want to say it was a whole program. It was called More of Us, right? And the whole purpose of it was to show people that statistically, there's more general conservative people than there is the hyper liberal or crazy people, whatever you want to call them. It's basically 80-20 in almost all spheres of influence. There's almost always 20% that are the hyper government is the loveliest thing in the universe type people, and then the rest of them are just normal people, 80%. And he would always say, like, why are we letting this little 20% push us around? Tell us what to do, control what media we get to have. And part of the answer is that most of the 80% are busy, right? They're doing life and they don't have the time or the energy to focus on these kind of social impact things that the people whose entire lifestyle is social impact can focus. But it still remains. It's like there's a sleeping giant of people who have plenty of money and plenty of talent that they could turn this thing on its head if they would just have some kind of impetus of organization and purpose.
Yeah, it's weird that you said that, AI, because you're looking at these guys. It's like, where are they working at, man? They have all this free time to do all this stuff, and they don't seem like they don't have a job anywhere. Like they're out terrorizing places, and like where do they get the time to rally for days on end? Like where's the don't they have jobs to go to? Like, and it's weird, right? But it seems to stem from like there's a funding source that they're getting this money from, that they're able to do these things. Whereas, like you said, the people who are working class they don't got the time because they're busy doing life. Not that they don't want to, but it's they're at work.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I got to work right now. I'm working a main job and a side job, essentially 2 jobs, full time, practically.
Yeah, we had, let's say, a whole bunch of people that had free time and were conservatives. What could we potentially change if there wasn't a reason to actually be required to punch in and out? Like if you had the means to, like, let's just say somebody gave you like $5 million or more, or probably more, just so that you would not have to work again. What could you organize being a conservative and have other people rally? You could do things, right? I mean, you could have organizations of people that were constantly marching, constantly having campaigns of people that were doing good, like in the world, and changing. But because of the fact that those people are having to have they have to do their job and actually be productive in society, it changes the we can only look at it from like the standpoint of an observation mode, seeing it on TV or seeing it, not so much the normie news, but like just information on our local level in schools that we know and like stuff like that. So like, and then you're disgusted by it. At the same time, you're like, well, I got to go to work tomorrow, man. I can't march with these guys. You're like, who's gonna pay the bills? Like, I'm gonna shut my light off, man. Like, So I don't know. It seems to be like those groups are funded, that they don't have to worry about stuff like that. There's that old saying, right? Crime doesn't pay, but I don't know. Those guys are some of them are making living out of it.
Yeah, it's crazy too. It's like I got so many offers for work too. Like I could literally work if my body could take it, like every hour of the day.
Well, you're an AI, so why don't you just use the human living tissue over metal endoskeleton to you turn you flip the switch and you'll go robotic. There's enough work right well now because of the 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 illness that was going around. That people can there's enough work for people to get back to work, I guess you can say. I've been seeing a lot of job openings around here, so work isn't the issue. I think it's now people don't want to work because they're so used to making money at home or doing other things other than what their jobs were, the ones they were going to.
There's that's been a thing since before any scam demic friggin' ever came to be, is like everybody's been looking for workers. You can't get good workers. Yeah, everybody these kids now coming out of high school all think that they're worth $80,000 starting salaries with zero skills.
Yeah, and we've got to over these next coming years, we've got to mediate $2 trillion of unproductive funds that were given out during the past couple of years. So basically free money that was given out for no labor being produced. And now that's got to be mediated into the economy, right? So that's going to be a lot of changes.
Did you say 2 trillions, bro? I think it's up to 10.
It could be by now.
The very first stimulus package from Trump was like a $6 trillion package.
Did it stimulate anything? I don't know.
Yeah, but some of the monies that they give out, it actually requires production to be done with that money, and some of it doesn't. Some of it is just given to people to essentially do nothing. So like if you give money to a company and they build a building, right, then you have the building. But if you give money to some people to sit at home and watch the news, then what have you gained? Nothing.
Well, it's a catch-22. Like the thing is they're making up the money with or without you taking a check. You can try to say I don't want that check. It does not. Right. It doesn't matter. The runaway inflation is coming, so you kind of have to take that check. I mean, you didn't even really have a choice. They just put it straight into your bank account.
Yeah, and you also need that people that you need flow of money, consumption. So definitely has to stimulate even that type of people that just gonna sit down at home and order food to be delivered at their homes or whatever. And that money flow, it's gonna require for this system in a way.
Yeah, but people don't want to be the ones to carry that food to you. They don't want to take jobs to do that anymore. It's like those jobs are, who's gonna do? Nobody wants to do that, or be at the place of restaurant business to make the food.
That's because the jobs for the most part aren't giving out raises. You're not really making much more than you did 20 years ago. Whereas cost of living is going through the roof. So you can work your ass off and still not be able to make ends meet, or you can just collect a check from the government.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to pull out brass tacks, I don't think anybody can work at as a worker in a restaurant business and make it anywhere. You'd have to work 2 to 3 jobs.
Yeah. The service industry people, which they get paid, the little bit more or minimum wage or 10, 15, let's say even $20 an hour. That's not enough to make it anymore.
I've seen, because I'm surrounded by people that kind of make that kind of job, do that kind of job, and people want to work and they get the job done. Even if it's $20, $16 an hour, they do it, bro. And they get their checks and they live together and make it happen. They help each other, families help each other, and there might be 7 people, 8 people living together, but they're doing
No,
it.
that's unacceptable. That's the whole thing. Is like, the trillionaires, the billionaires out there, these tech giants, they're all doubling. In 2 years, they've like doubled their wealth.
I agree.
Whereas everybody else, no, you're just gonna have to make some concessions. You have to stop buying that Netflix subscription. You're gonna have to get a roommate. You might have to pick up a second job, and it's just these times that we're in. It's rough. It's what you're gonna have to do.
Tighten the belt, huh, so to speak.
Yeah, no, housing and rents are going through the roof. People are seeing like 50% increases in their rent.
But you spoke about the trillionaires, right, and the billionaires. I live like in this region. There's a lot of rich people, and they want people to do a lot of things for them, and they pay decent amount of money for people to clean their homes, clean their toilets, bring their groceries, do all sort of things for them.
Yeah, well, we can't all be assistants to trillionaires.
What was that? What you say, bro?
So we can't all be a trillionaire's personal assistant,
No. But the service industry, like it is there, and people do the job, bro. People they want to work, and they they provide the service for many unlimited type of things. People just figure it out, and they do provide the services, and ask for compensation for it. And I know people that go out there and clean houses, and or clean one house, they charge $400-$500 for 4 or 5 hours of work, and they make one day, they make $500 for cleaning a home. So there's some people that kind of do that kind of stuff, and they make okay money.
It's been a lot longer. I drive a truck for a large chain grocery store, and I've been having to wait 3-4 hours just for the load to take out because half of the warehouse work walked out. The people that load the trucks, they all said they were working too hard, working too many hours as hourly employees. So they all just up and quit together. And it happens a couple times a year, and they make pretty good, like 20 something an hour and up to 30 with incentives. And still don't want to work.
Wow. They just walked out of there while they were loading your truck? They just like, oh, we're done. And you're like,
yeah, well, I come in on the mornings, on the weekends, and I get here like 6 a.m. or something. And, I got here today at 8, and I just now got the load. It's like 3 hours later. So I'm having to stay in hotels at nighttime because, I only get so many hours a day to get these runs done, and I can't get it done, which is more money in my pocket. But it's still sad to see 30 people getting paid by the hour walk out because they're working too many hours, right? It's like you should take it while you can. It's not always going to be like that.
Doesn't that break down the chain? Because they're not loading the truck, then the truck can't deliver the goods. The goods aren't received by the people who usually consume those goods. Like, I mean, it's like a whole of like, it's weird.
I mean,
and then the shitty thing is,
they were making decent money though.
They've hired and fired everybody in this city probably 2 or 3 times. So like, I don't know how they can let that many people go. Sometimes they fire that many people at a time, and we have to bring in people from like Atlanta or like go to these different districts and bring people in and pay for them to stay in hotels and stuff like that, just wasting money. I mean, it's nuts, man, just because people don't want to work. And then I get to the stores and they're all short staffed. They're like, we don't got nobody. We got one guy in grocery who works 90 hours a week or something. And you can't get nobody else. Everybody's in a bad mood all the time and stuff.
Yeah, I know, but like it falls back to like they can't make that guy. Like I know he's doing what he. I hate that, man. Like the person who's last and the dependable one. He's like, well, sorry, man, but we're gonna have to like we don't have nobody else. We need you. Like it's like it's not like a guilt trip, but it's like the one who is actually doing the job is now starting to do like more.
Yeah, now he's taking on 3 or 4 jobs and not getting paid for it. He's
not
getting
getting
paid for normal wage.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my wife's role. They fired everybody else in the department, dumped all their work on her, and said, do these 3, 4 people's jobs now. I'm like,
Yeah.
cool. So you get, half of their paycheck or something?
Yep.
And no, all this extra work for the same amount of pay. I would have
Yeah.
walked out.
Agree with that
But
at all.
she
I
stuck
think
with it. And she's the manager,
With
so
your example there in the warehouse too, where you're talking about these guys are making them $30 an hour, $23 an hour, and they all walked out. Well, they wouldn't have all walked out if they didn't know for a fact that they could get paid more somewhere else. That's how bad it is right now looking for employees. Like if you want to work, like you can pretty much ask for whatever the fuck you want. Like if whoever you're working for now, you want to watch them get scared, be like, yeah, I got a job offer, and they're going to pay me $10 an hour more than you are. Watch them light up.
Yep.
yeah.
They'll retain you. They'll be like, "Oh, we'll give you that." I mean, that's not a problem. They'll make it, dude. I know what you're saying, Lou. That's what's gonna happen. Like people don't understand that because we've been like for this long time, but since the recession, like everybody now has like a little bit more leeway to actually ask for. Because I would hate to be in a position of a guy who's in a company and you're working hard because you got to support your family. Then everybody walks out and you're like, there's a skeleton crew and they're like, well, sorry, man, but we're gonna have to give you like, another shift and then you're just like, I can't say no. Like obviously, like I gotta work, but
Yeah, I've been in those positions many times. That's why I got into driving the truck. I was tired of getting laid off and then having to start over from the bottom at a different company, making way less than I was worth with all my experience and stuff. Now I make a killing driving a truck, but whoever just said they could work around the clock if they wanted to, that's about to be me because I dialed back driving to 4 days a week, and then I'm starting up a side hustle, something to do with trucks as well. And I might be busy, like, work as much as I want and maybe turn my side hustle into a main business if I can.
yeah, there's right now, from what I can tell, there's a lot of work, man, to be done. So there shouldn't be any reason why people can't get to work. I think it's just more of what they're willing to work for, that they don't want that. But as
Let's
before,
be
they were
honest.
taking
There was
jobs like,
never a reason. There was never a reason where they couldn't go into work. They were just told that they couldn't.
I gotta go make a delivery right now. See you guys. I'll be back.
see, Adam. I saw a video, Lou, of the guy who was delivering milk, and the gas price that he put in was like $1,000 to fill up his semi. I was like, dang, dude. He's like, and these prices, man, they get passed along to the, down to the consumer. So it's like, it's crazy, dude. That then,
It costs over $200 to fill my work truck's tank, and that lasts a little over a week.
goodness. I mean, those expenditures, they're gonna land somewhere, man. Like somebody at the end of it's gonna have to pay. Whether in taxes or somehow, because you just like inflation, bro. Like that's what it's coming down to.
Material costs for construction have gone. You can't even keep track of like percentage wise how much these things have gone up, but I mean lumber, everything is sky high, double what it was 2 years ago. That's like that's like a starting point. For example, like we're doing some shake right now on this house that it's about we had a square or two of it sitting in the barn that we bought probably 4 or 5 years ago, and at that time it was like $320 a square to buy. Well, we had to go and buy the same stuff for this job, $1,300 something dollars per square. It went up $1,000 per square in like 5 years.
Wow. I bet you guys jaws were dropping, right? Like when you saw the bill. Who's?
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean, it's whatever you pass it on to the homeowner. But now the homeowner, though, I mean, luckily we do pretty high end homes, rich people's houses. But they're pricing people out of being able to maintain their houses.
Yeah, so like, okay, if you were like, say, go to an average person, person who's living off of a budget, and they didn't see that. I mean, obviously, this now you guys know, but if you didn't know and you were coming to the lumber yard to get what the materials required, uh, wouldn't it be like a sad situation to come back and tell them like it's going to cost about thousands of dollars more than you normally would, but it's just because of the cost? Don't you think they would look at like the person that they've hired as a kind of like a shyster because of it? Like, not to say that you guys, but because they would, in their minds, are not thinking the total cost of like what you guys have to do when you're putting things together, because of like the increase of every, like, I don't know if that people
They know.
actually
Everybody knows. Everybody
do
knows
they.
that everything that inflation is a runaway train right now, and so if they have the money and and a brain, they're going and they're doing all the improvements they can right now. They know it's expensive now, but they know it's still going to get worse. It's not going to get better. We're not going to get any kind of the prices will never go down.
Yeah.
So if it's running away now, they're like, all right, well, we better do it now.
They were telling me it's a seller's market, and I was thinking about selling my home, and I paid like close to about 100, but they said that your house could go for at least double the price. I'm like, dang,
Yeah,
dude, like,
if you sell it to BlackRock, first off, yeah, yeah,
yeah, no,
like first off, I don't know when you bought, but if you bought it for 100,000 10 years ago, or what? How long's it been?
yeah, no, I'd say about that, man. It's been like 8-9 years ago, man.
All right, let's say you bought 100,000 10 years ago. That place is probably valued at 200,000 now. And if you were to go sell and ask for 200,000, BlackRock will come in and buy your house without ever looking at it, waive the inspection, and pay you between 20 and 50% higher than your asking price.
Why?
Because they're buying all the property up, all of it, and then turning it into rentals, and then raising people's rents 50%.
But BlackRock owns everything, man. Why would it? Oh, it's a land grab right now.
Yep.
Yeah, control land grab. Yeah, dude, that's crazy, man. But people are taking the offer because it's way too enticing to say no to that kind of a deal, man. Like, who would say
Right.
no?
But they're gonna unless. I mean,
Why would you take
it's
that
hard to
offer?
find houses though. So like, yeah, you might be able to sell and go, look, I'm getting a good price for this, but in 2 more years, you're gonna be kicking yourself in the ass because you might be renting for for $2,000, $2,500, $3,000 a month for your rent, where your mortgage was like $750.
No, I see the logic there, man. I mean, yeah. But I was kind of incentivized to actually go that way too. I know this is getting away from flat Earth, guys. I know, but it's. I think when we're speaking of truth, sometimes it brings me to like analyzing like all the different areas of like how we flat Earth, and the truth of it, it exposes it a lot to like all the other areas in our reality. I think this is one, like the inflation of what we're seeing these days, and is it real, right? Like, I mean, I think it's artificial, but I mean, people are, who are we to say, right? Like, we're not the politicians lobbying for different things to happen. We're on the receiving end of all of that.
So another thing that kind of occurred to me a week ago or so was that what we're seeing with the raising property values, like how they're shooting through the roof, it's reminiscent of like the housing bubble collapse in 2007, 8. But in this case, so, I mean, when you're in a bubble, you always expect it to burst. I don't think this one's ever going to freaking burst though, because everything's fake. It's all artificially propped up. You got these giant corporations owning everything. Like their money is endless. It's a world domination plan, is what it is. Own everything, and you own nothing by 2030. Be happy about it. Maybe not that
Wow.
last.
Key is, I think the key is to find places like in Okeechobee, Florida. There's a development that has land for acre and a quarter lots. So the worst ones you can buy for about 10 grand, and they go up to about 25 grand. And long story short is there's places all over the country that are out in the county, such that where people would not want to go to. And I still think there's so much land here that they're pushing you all to, oh, look, this is a market. It's getting higher and higher and higher. And, heck, if I had to go live in an RV for a number of years to save up the money to build a place or something, I'm telling you, I think that's where my mind's going. That I think they're hiding so much land that's all around us that there's other ways, I think.
Most of it's not developed, but it's still owned by a big corporation somewhere. It's owned by Gates, or it's owned by Bayer, or it's owned by, which is Monsanto. It's owned by like they buy all this stuff up and they don't develop it. They're just holding it. And we're seeing a homeless crisis all around this country too. Like, there's cities all over the place that typically didn't have much of a homeless problem, where they're starting to see these tent cities go up and stuff like that.
A lot of land.
It's starting to look like, in the beginning of the tent city, and They Live. Like, that's like where we're headed, is just living in squalor like that.
Talk about like Skid Row and
of-
whatnot, Northern California. That's bad, dude.
A lot of land here in Florida is owned by the banks. When I look into it, it's some bank.
Every property that you haven't completely paid for, if you have a mortgage, it's owned by the bank. Okay. So people say my house, it's not their house. Most of the time, the bank owns it. You're just a caretaker.
None of them own their house. All they have to do is look at the deed. What is your title on the deed? Tenant. Is a tenant an owner? No. A tenant is a renter. You people with deeds, title deeds to your home, you better go look at it. You're a tenant still.
And the truth is, even if it says owner, you still pay your yearly rent. So you're not an owner, you're more like a leaseholder. You just have the right to pay the yearly rent to your county.
If you choose to stop paying your property taxes, or if you can't afford to pay them, do that for a couple of years and see if that property is still yours.
Well, think about this. If they can take your kids away from you for not taking them to the states run the indoctrination camp programs, eventually you're going to lose your house too. I mean, it sounds like it's a different, separate thing, but it's not really. They're the same people. And besides, you know what? It's funny that no, they don't own the property either. They stole it.
Well, not really. They the Native Americans didn't think that they owned the land either. They took a check for something that they didn't own.
Yeah, I think they thought that the idea of owning land was ridiculous, right? It's not even like a concept that they believed in.
You know, you think about it, the land will be there much longer than the paper filed at a courthouse.
Yeah,
Or the
Here's a,
electronic.
it is ridiculous as a concept.
here's a question for you all. I know it's a little off topic, but it's about property. How long do you think they let America sit after after the biblical, the Old Testament? Because I believe the Old Testament was in America also. The stories in the Old Testament, the cities, the places, all the places in the Bible, I think were in America as well.
Probably in Utah. What do you think?
Yeah, everywhere. The whole thing was someplace. It wasn't just here and nobody knew about it. People lived here the whole time. So someone probably knew and they said, we're just leaving this over here for whatever reason for 1,000 years or whatever
What are
they
you
did.
talking about?
Okay, well, you don't get it. So it's okay if you don't get it.
No, I mean the Old Testament is like
I'm talking about America being part of the Old Testament.
How?
Yeah, well, you got to do your own research, bro.
No.
I'm not gonna sit here and discuss it for you.
Declare that and say do your own
That's some
research.
American-centric
It's on you to
bullshit right
support your argument.
On what?
Yeah.
I believe so. Okay, this is subject. This is speculation on my part. Okay.
Well, that's not a get out of jail free card.
It's not. No, I believe. Go ahead and laugh, you little. Go ahead and laugh if you want. That's fine.
You little.
You don't have to think. You don't have to take anything I say in account. I don't care.
No,
It's
look,
none of
Sonny,
my fucking
you
business.
made
listen.
the argument. I'd like to, if you could come up with anything.
Okay, I believe like the Mississippi is like actually one of the rivers in the Bible. It's like the Euphrates, or just. I mean, why do they have Memphis? Why do they have all these things? I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, probably. I believe some of the locations and the stories that are from the Old Testament are in North and South America. And I think it was just left and forgot about because of
to help
wars.
me and everybody else understand, Sonny, like, is there could you point to something in the Bible that set like a verse that supports what you're saying, where I could go, okay, I see what you're saying.
Doesn't the Euphrates have 7 tributaries? The Mississippi has 7 main tributaries. Why do they call all these places Old Testament names along the Mississippi? Go look them up yourself. You live near there.
But like the Old Testament is pretty clear about it being based in, like, you know, for instance, Joseph in Egypt, and you know, the Israelites being enslaved in Egypt, and the Pharaoh, and you know, leaving Israel, you know, all these things, Mount Sinai, you know, all these things that happen in that area of the world. So
yeah, and how would you know that those? And how would you know that those places that were named Egypt are actually in the locations that we've been told they're at now?
Because that's the same location. We've always been referring to this land as Egypt.
Okay,
you know?
how would you know
and
that?
The Red Sea and all that. That's,
through the
you know,
storyline,
how it's been referred to throughout history. So at what point did it change?
Okay. Through the storyline that you've been given, how would you know the difference?
Okay, so Egypt used to be in the United States?
I didn't say that, did I? I didn't say
by a
that. I
different
said that
name,
some
right?
locations that are stated in the Bible, I believe, are possibly in North and South America.
And the rest are in, the Middle East, or, where they're said to
Look,
be.
I'm not saying I have the whole story. I don't know. I just have bits and pieces, just like the rest of you. I'm just saying, what if Egypt was in America? How would you know the difference by the story that we've been all told? How would you know the difference?
Because we have evidence that Egypt is
What?
Egypt, like
Okay,
the
what
pyramids, the
evidence do you have
pharaohs.
through the story you've been given? What evidence do you have that you can prove that for a fact
The
that that
pyramids,
is
the
the place
pharaohs, the
they told?
hieroglyphs, the
Okay,
descriptions of the land.
are the pyramids mentioned in the Bible?
No, but the pyramids in
No.
themselves, they have, the tombstones of the pharaohs. The pharaohs are mentioned.
Great. So you just
I
don't
mean,
know. That's fine.
you're reversing the burden of proof.
Yeah, you don't know because the story you've been given is the same one I've been given.
I
How
was
would you
talking
know
to
the
you, so.
difference if they told you it was Egypt? How would you know if it wasn't? How would you know it is for sure? You've only been given a story by people that wrote the story.
How do I know that three-toed gnomes aren't pulling at my toes, creating gravity? You're reversing the burden of proof here. You've made the claim, and then you're saying you can't disprove it.
Just forget it then. Don't even worry about it.
You got to ask John Levy. Maybe he'll figure it out.
Go to the Pantheon, and where is it? Memphis? An exact replica of the Pantheon.
The Parthenon? I think that's over there. I actually was at that place. The Parthenon replica where they got like a big
Parthenon,
tall.
yeah. That's right. That's true.
Forget the name of the statue. It starts with an A, goddess or whatever. They got like a 40-foot tall statue inside of there.
Talks about the all the Native Americans that speak Proto-Hebrew. What are these? They're supposed to be separate.
I mean, what is your? Hold on a second. So about the Parthenon, what are you saying about that then? The replica? Are you saying that's the actual one and not a replica?
I don't know. It's like, how would I know? I don't know. Is that the replica or is that the
Oh,
original?
because you can like look at the records of when it was built, who worked on it, the material costs, and all that.
Okay, well, we'll go look up some of that information.
I mean, it's documented that is a replica.
Like it was documented that all the world's fairs were just temporary buildings.
Yeah, and I think John Levy pointed out in a recent video that he did that some of these places like Carnegie Hall or some of these large colleges and stuff, they say, they were founded at so and so time, the 1800s or something like that. But in reality, people had only moved to that area like 10 years prior. There's no way they built these giant building structures in that amount of time with the population that they had. So that's why it doesn't say like it was built. The records say it was founded. So the records can't really be trusted, right? Like it's already a kind of trick on with the wordplay, and then the structures were probably already there, and then we literally found them again. So some of them you can't just go by the records.
I'm just following the piston breadcrumbs just like everyone else. I never said I have all the answers. I'm proud to be amongst people who are lambasted for saying things that their peers think are fucking crazy. I'm proud to be that in that group of people. Because a lot of those people in history were found out to be true. What they were looking at, it was found to be true in a lot of cases.
Yeah, that's all good. But like when you make the alternative claim like that, alternative hypothesis, you have a burden of proof, right?
Well, I did say it's speculation.
That's fair.
I'm not the only one that has discussed this as far as America, parts of America being some of the areas that were discussed in the Bible. I'm not the only one who has said that.
Yeah, but I would guess that you probably wouldn't have said it unless those other people said it first.
No, well, I've heard some things like that, but I've kind of gathered this information, come to this idea myself. I didn't like just through what I've looked, the type of research the history and things I've looked at.
I think it's one of those things that it would have to be all or none, because it happened so long ago, and the technology in as described in the stories wasn't in the level where they could just be in different continents, back and forth. So either it all happened at that part of the world, or all happened in America.
Well, I disagree with that because I think there was ocean travel going on the entire time. I think that's a fallacy that was given to us.
No, but I'm with
That they
you.
couldn't
But
travel.
it's like a storyline, right? That arcs
Right.
together. So the story would have to involve this ocean travel over large distances if it happened in these different continents. But it doesn't. It builds up upon itself constantly, and there's these things that happen, these buildings that are destroyed, and this happens as a result, and it's action, reaction, reaction, reaction. So
Well, we
don't
do
think
have a
you
lot of
can
missing.
argue that it's both, unless they some of them are wizards and teleported the entire land as if it was like another dimension or something like that, and no one realized
No.
Some crazy shit. I don't think it happened that way.
No, I'm not talking about anything like that. No. But there's a lot of missing pieces to history. I mean, like this story that they just started ocean traveling in the 1500s is stupid. That's ridiculous. You could basically take a barge off the coast of West Africa. You're going to end up in the Caribbean. So I don't know what people are talking about. People that are saying this shit have never sailed on a boat or don't know anything about the prevailing winds and currents. For instance, the African heads in freaking Central America on the east coast of Honduras and Belize, the Olmec heads, clearly African descent looking.
I posted a link to the video of what I was talking about because, of course, he explains it a lot better than I did.
Probably should stick to photo anyway.
It was an interesting video. You should see like this. He's scrolling through the pictures of all the different continents and all the similar buildings. I don't know. It looks like he might elaborate more on that in some more recent videos, but Just seeing all the, you know, these ancient, these old buildings, they all look the same on every continent. There's definitely people in America. I don't know if it's in the Bible or not, but
Yeah, that's a pretty strange thing. I like those videos. I watch a lot of John Levy and others, and it's caused me to be really more fascinated about architecture itself. And I started noticing things in my own city, and you can pick out things very easily that are very different than everything else around it. You're going like, wow, like this one Victorian house from like 1895 is left here still. And you go, and I look at some of the old pictures, like from the historical society here, and it's very strange because it was a whole different world. There was every 2 blocks here, and just in this city, every 2 or 3 blocks there was a huge red church. They were everywhere. There's a couple of them still left. This one has a whole entire floor underground. Not only just the floor underground, but a freaking courtyard underground too, with arches going to the rooms that are underground. Like, who builds a brick building like that? You're building brick arches under the ground level with mortar? No, you don't. Anyone who's lived in a place where they have basements, like a lot of you do, no, you don't build that way. You have to have a sealed concrete structure in a basement, or else water is going to leak through. Just interesting stuff, man. I don't know. I'm fascinated about this kind of thing. It's not only like there's lots of things. Yeah, but
and there was like two styles. You got your like Victorian style. There's another word for it. I can't remember. And then like the Greek style or Roman style with the curved arches. So you got the sharp architecture, huge sharp edges and pointy things, and then you got all the round curvy shit. And it seemed like they were opposing, right? And then they started. There was a point in time where, they seemed like they were trying to cover one up by turning it into the other one. For what reason, I don't know.
Right. Like take off the main facing of the building and replace it with something else. Yeah, pretty strange. Hey, Elijah.
Well, you guys wanna watch some John Levy and get woke?
Sure, man. I love his work, actually.
Yeah, like because I look, and I think Sasha said it. Like, unlike I don't know where all of this mud flood stuff is coming from because I don't watch any and everything that people send me. But I'm the one that introduced people to. I'm not gonna say I'm the one. But I know that I was the first that I know of to mention John Levi. And others said, yeah, I know of him and all that, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I like him because it's not like he's really making claims.
Right.
Or if he is, I gotta watch it with another, because now that I'm like more sharp, I gotta go back and watch. But like the stuff that I've been interested in from him is stuff where he's going through like records where there are pictures from the same government website or the same archive. And he's like, look at this one here, and then look at this one here. From the same source, here are these two photos from the same source that are dated to have been taken about 10 years apart, or about 5 or about 2 years apart. And look at the difference in the background. Isn't that odd? How the fuck yeah?
Yeah, man.
That's
I
not, that's not.
know.
He's using what's there to go, this doesn't make sense. Then there's other people who are like, look at the moon, and that's how we know, what the earth really looks like. It's like, that's so people take what makes sense and they just go mad far with it.
Yeah. So they're missing some. So like Like for instance, when this change occurred with, let's just take one bit of that, like you said, like the background's different. What that immediately made me think of is the balloons and Zeppelin era that was unfolding at a certain time, where those things were probably everywhere. So the people, the oil and the whoever, the petroleum people were the ones making all the rules to the game back then that we still live under now. So the railroad tycoons, the oil and petroleum, all of them, they had everything to do with what was going to be transportation and what wasn't. They had their own ideas, and these balloons are too freaking economic and too efficient. They could carry loads of people in luxury with freaking gourmet dining, music, dancing girls, everything. Like it was a flat stationary play. It was a platform, the balloon in that thing, gondola. You could travel comfortably. So they had to do away with that. So I think when they swiped the slate clean, they just wipe it. Like they took all these images and they changed the background so you don't see any flying machines. That's what I think. Just one little bit. But the background's pretty astounding when you look at this. San Francisco is a very good one that's been looked at as well. So
that is an interesting speculation. I was on mute. Sorry.
Man.
Because I know how we all feel about speculation. If anybody was to come in and challenge us, I would be shutting the fuck up right now. But the thing is, we have flying machines, as you put them. Like there's this YouTuber by the name of Tucker Goat or Gotti, whatever his name is. And yeah, he's like he got this big ass powerful motor on the back of this lawnmower chair looking thing.
Yeah.
And he just goes around flying to McDonald's and shit. And I can imagine. And the question is this is the question that I think you and I both are really. This is what we want to know. What were things like before the FAA and all of these sky regulations?
Yeah.
What was it like? Because I mean, if people could fly today, then I'm sure. Like, if cars existed at all and there was no regulation, I'm getting my hands on that thing that'll help me cut my time traveled by like who knows.
And your energy output, therefore your energy output, you reducing the amount of physical energy you have to exert to do work, to carry your stuff, to carry water, to carry food, carry supplies.
You know what I found interesting as I was hanging out the other day and I was on the roof and I realized like the sky is like a road, which we already know. Like now I never put these into perspective because you can see the roads. They have definitive markings, right? And there's road signs and lights and lines. Well, when you look at a time lapse of a ship in the shipping lanes, it's the exact same thing. It's like a road that isn't paved.
You're
but
right.
It's there. They're following this very meticulous route, and it's it's like back to back to back. It's like commerce is happening day in, day out. Money is being exchanged because currency is being exchanged because we are putting the energy to make this all go round and round and round. And the other day I was on the roof looking up and I realized, there's a plane. And I'm like, there's a whole line of planes. And then as I sat there for like an hour or so, I realized, wow.
They're just on the road.
All of them is as I sat there for an hour, like, oh, have a good one. I realized that all of them, like you said, are on the road, just coming in one after another. And when the one that was coming in would disappear out of my sight because it's going like behind a building or an obstruction to the left, another one appears out in the
That's right.
distance to the
Yeah, man.
right, and it just continues and continues, and it's in the exact same location, and they're doing the exact same thing,
I
following the exact same line. I always think about that. I was like, pour this, pour that. Like I really believe being poor is somewhat embedded in people's uh decision not to do anything other than what they're doing. Like, so yeah, sometimes people get fucked over. Maybe they lose their job and then boom, blah 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 blah. But
mm,
outside of that, like on a general basis, like what's happening and how much you can actually control and facilitate through careful planning. We just fail. I mean, I'm looking at how much money it takes. I'm just looking at these planes and I'm like, every single one of those planes, like
mhm.
how much money is being made every time I'm looking at one, and I'm like, this whole operation is just running. The same with the train system. Every 2 seconds, someone is walking through the turnstile, and it
Yeah.
represents some form of currency being exchanged. And it's like, there's lots of money. People are making lots of money. That's just the whole MTA tyrant. Oh, that's that public transportation system tyrant. Blah 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 blah. But then there are just people on YouTube um, posting other people's dogs and cats, not even their own, just following a template, and they're making fucking thousands of dollars a month. Like, people are making money doing like the most useless stuff.
Really, huh? Just like you were saying the other day, just get on there, start recording. That's what I'm gonna do, bro. Watch. I'm gonna. I'm tired of that, man. I mean, I look around me. The motivation is like, could I use or stand for my life to be more comfortable? Honestly, yes. Yeah. I don't think anybody would say no to that. I would like my life to be a little more comfortable. Yeah. More easily facilitated. So I don't have to freaking work. So, like, I have to go up and down elevators to laundry rooms where they don't work right, and I end up having to do it twice, and I end up doing laundry, which took 2 hours, took me 6 hours.
Because then what?
Dry, and then I got to hang my shit up in my apartment, all over my apartment, because I had to wash twice. Now I ran out of money, and the machines put more money. Like, it's just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but now what? Now who gets to receive Sonny's light when when he's in this routine? I'll call it. Like, it's just a routine that you can get yourself out of if you willed it. Not now, let's not. Well,
yeah.
in my mind, it'd be if you listen to God. Someone else would say it's that mechanism where it's like, oh, yeah, your hesitancy to do something, or other people would say, well, I knew from the moment I got up and I was aware, oh, I should do this, but I did that. I should do this, but I did that. Okay, I'll get up, and it's like I
I know.
shouldn't
You're right.
5 minutes rolling up this joint, smoking this joint, which is going to turn to an hour because I want to sit and chill, and then
That's
it's
what
like, oh, but now I have to go to work versus I have an opportunity to go to work and bump into someone meaningful or do something with the time that I have to actually do something meaningful. I get another chance at that. We don't think that, so we think, oh, I have to do this, and we miss all the opportunity that's around us all the time. Like, this
right.
isn't hocus pocus stuff. This is just simply doing what, for whatever reason, your mind initially said. There's always there's always this
Another way.
background based truth where it's like I should do this, and that I should do this path where it's like I should do this is
Right.
always going to lead somewhere, but for whatever reason we always decide I don't really want to do that right now. Should
Mm-hmm.
I budget this for the next 10 months? No, because saving for 10 months to reflect, the energy I put into something and then releasing that energy into the form of some vacation, that's not really worth it. Instead, I'm going to buy a beer each day. But it's not just the value of the beer, it's also the quality of how I spend my time, because when I drink this beer, I'm going to want to have another. Now, when I have another, now instead of it just being a $2, $3 beer, it cost me 2, 3 hours of time that I could have been saving for something more grander.
And
Why?
probably
Why would
instead
I
of
be doing that?
$3 or $4, it would be $10 instead of $3 or $4. I get it, man. And more time. Yeah, I get it, man. You know what? Like
The time is the most important.
we talked about moderation, and I think this time thing, I've tried to make a lot of changes, and the changes have to come from within myself, like how I want to do things. Like I've had to cut away a lot of the things that I thought I was trying to accomplish and moving towards, because I had too many tools in the fire, right? And so get spread too thin, and have to start cutting down things that are, let's say, further off, and or some things that may not work out in the very end, even though I spent lots of time trying to develop an idea how to do certain things. They have to drop certain things, and for me to make things much more simple. And another thing, like you said, that made me think of is doing things, because let's say, okay, I don't know if any of you have washed your own freaking blanket before by hand. Try, just start simple. Try washing like your good towel. Now, like, yeah, you have a dirty towel. Oh, I don't like, let's say it's the end of the month, whatever. It doesn't matter. I can't do the laundry right now. I have a choice. I can wash this by hand, and it's hard work. Because I don't know if you tried to wring out a towel to get it as dry as you can, so that when you hang it up, it's dry in a couple
Yeah.
days. Like, so at the end result, yeah, it might take me 2 days for it to dry, but then I have a clean towel if I do that with two of them. So a lot of times I've decided to do things that are harder for me, just because, I don't know, I have to work. Like I have a strong desire that I have to do work. And so like I go, what's going to make me stronger by doing more work and working a little harder? It doesn't mean I have to work myself to death, but a lot of times I'll choose to do things that are more difficult for me because I like the challenge.
We all have to work. Let's not get it fucked. Like, working is waking up and doing anything.
Exactly.
That's what work is. Doing anything.
Yeah.
The work it takes to use your joints, to get yourself out of bed. In the moment, anything you do has an influence on the environment, to where someone else can experience some change or some difference as a result of you. You are putting currency into this thing that we're all putting in, taking out, exchanging. And so the question is, who are you who's your currency going to, or for what purpose?
So how, when, and where am I exerting this energy, and it's affecting others, let's say, in a positive way? Yeah. So
I think that kind of relates to, you might have had a realization like I have, that the most worthwhile things often require the most amount of effort. Like, it's usually the hardest path through, especially like with relationships. I'm big on taking accountability for everything. If something happened to me, I don't play a victim. I try to figure out where I went wrong in the past and it was often something that I overlooked or something that slipped past me that I wasn't aware of. I wasn't even aware I was supposed to be aware of. So of course it slipped past me. And then often when you become aware of these things, you realize that that was a time that required my best, my best self. If I would have put the effort in doing that. So you can kind of incorporate that into other things in your life. Like you're taking the hard way to do things and you're like, well, why am I doing it this way? It's because it's a little more worthwhile, and it's kind of, if you do a lot of things like that, makes everything easier, or it might.
And also, actually, by doing those things like that, it's also sparked my imagination as to how I can do something myself to make things more efficient. Like, and then I start thinking of ways of doing that, like actual legitimate logistical ways of doing that. Let's say, and we're talking about something really simple. I'm just going to keep the towel in mind. I'm going to wring out a towel. It involves work. Like if I'm using both arms, I have to twist. That's hard work to twist. So then you might want to like stabilize the bottom with something, like put something clean on your feet, put your foot down there, and then put a broom handle on the top of the towel and twist. And then so you reduce your work by like 2/3. So that by doing that way, then I've been able to make myself more efficient in my thinking as well. Go, okay, there's a hard way to do this. Is there an easier way? Then I can think about that. I like what you said though, because we all have a lot of tears. Well, I'll just keep it on my side. I try to do that and keep it about me instead of putting things on others. I've shed a lot of tears in by being inactive, by not taking action when I should have, like Elijah said. When moments were there, I was doing something else. I was distracted and I missed opportunities. And so like we could cry about that all we want, but like you said, I'm not a victim anymore. Like I used to live like that, and it was about, oh, pour me. Yeah, pour me another drink. So I don't live that way anymore. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, you summed it up well, what I was saying. And psychedelics help you reach that epiphany or realizations pretty well once the ego dies, and then you realize how much it was interfering with everything, and then how laziness and everything came into play, or you just brush something off as unimportant at the time when actually it's going to come back around to bite you in the future. So it's helped. I love having those sessions, those therapy sessions, let's just say, and seeing all that stuff and tracing back all the steps of like, oh, that's why that went turned to shit or went to chaos. Like that was my fault in some way or another.
Yeah,
and
I can
helps you prepare, for what else is coming, right? Be more present, have more empathy, and all kinds of things, man. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I like the conversation because it's like we need to get to these deeper things. I mean, Earth is here. It's going to be here. It's going to be the way it is. Always been flat, stationary. So we have these personal issues, challenges that have been created by this false system that we lived under. It's going to take a while. We didn't become the way we are, or let's say all those others, the way they think and behave out there, whoever you are, ballers and flat earthers alike, whatever. Doesn't matter what you think. We all have these personal challenges. Those are the more deeper, meatier issues that we're going to need to resolve these within ourselves in order to build a better community, let's say.
I'll say building a better community or a better world. I think everybody should be required to take, some type of psychedelic, probably twice a year, maybe every 6 months. And man, the way things would change with,
I
I mean,
don't
when
disagree.
everybody's ego dies.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Some of the cannabis these days is strong enough that it causes that effect. But honestly, on a more natural, well, it is natural. But like as far as that goes, like I can kind of almost get to that place just being out in nature. Like I start, I don't know. I won't go off on that tangent again. Sonny's out there tripping in nature. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That works too. But and I don't know about the cannabis. I haven't been able to partake in a long time. But I believe you.
Yeah, it's strong enough now. Yeah, I'd love to just have a farm somewhere where I could pull up, like who was saying that earlier? Maybe that was you, Adam. A place you could pull up with RVs. Maybe that was Lou. I don't know. I forget.
I want
Pull up
that.
with RVs, for a few years and just have a place where you could go along the river and you're on your open land with a bunch of people caravan, a bunch of RVs there, eventually build you some structures, build a freaking garden there. You could have a little oasis out there, wherever
That
it is.
wasn't me talking about that, but actually, funny enough, saw this recently also is that there's some communities about that where I was talking about the homeless problem that we're starting to have here around the United States.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain places who have now made it illegal for you to sleep in your car.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how that works with RVs. But I suppose if you go to an RV park or something, they won't mess with you. But it's all.
Yeah. If you're self-contained, there's nothing I can do unless you're there for more than 3 days usually. But then someone will complain. You'll get a little sticker on there that says you got to move it. Anyway,
just show though, like with the problem with the rising inflation, rising rent, rising home prices, forcing people out of their homes, basically pricing them out of their homes, and then making it illegal for them to sleep in their cars.
So you have nowhere to go. What about the people that already have nowhere to go with all this stuff going on? How would they ever get out of that situation? They don't. What happens is they start not being able to afford stuff like registration or whatever it is, because I see kids on the freaking street, people, families living in tents on the sidewalk, on a bridge. Do you understand what's happening? It's unbelievable. I look at it and I go, I can hardly believe this is America. Where the hell am I? I never thought I'd see this. Tent cities on every freaking bridge, and they move them out. They try to kick them out, and they put spikes and shit so they have nowhere to sleep.
Yeah.
And they
come through. They come through and they take everything those people do own, like everything, all their tents and everything in it, everything in the tent city, and they turn it into. They pick it up and it's in the garbage.
They trash
throw it away. Like now you're really left with nothing, and you have nowhere to go.
Yeah, so like you have a bag on your back and a couple of bags you're holding. That's all your property. Everything was taken and thrown away, and you're told you can't stay here. What are you going to do? So they're decimating that population by putting them into these certain camps. But I don't want to talk about that too much. Yep. Bunch of people making millions of dollars recycling homeless people. They're in and out 3 months. They get new funding. They already got funding for a whole year from one person. They kick them out in 3 months. They get another one. They can do it 3 times a year or 4 times a year. Triple the money, and the homeless people aren't being helped at all. They're just being cycled back out. In and out, in and out.
If only there was $34 billion in relief aid that somebody could help these people with.
Wow, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, where is that money
Right.
going?
Everybody wants to praise Elon Musk right now for spending $44 billion to fight for free speech. Take that
That's
for what you
unbelievable.
will.
What has he
Take
been
that for
doing?
what you will. He could have spent that and ended poverty in the United States.
What has he been doing? Been listening to Witsit? He probably has. What am I going to do about this Witsit guy? I'm going to have to try to preempt Witsit.
I seen one of his tweets. He said, "I welcome even my biggest critics on here. People that talk bad about him." He said, "Bring it on." I'm like, "Cool, Witsit's got something to say about you."
That's funny shit. I love it, man. I love this place. What a world. Hell no.
Yeah, I think his video on him needs to be spread far and wide, so people don't fall into the trap of thinking he's the world's greatest philanthropist, savior. You know, they're pumping this dude up big time.
Why don't he come in here?
Yeah.
And talk with us in here. Maybe he could give us a freaking hypothesis or something.
The dude can't barely put 2 sentences together from what I've seen. He doesn't seem very smart to me.
He's just smart enough to pull off his act. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see. I mean, we all know he's a transhumanist. He'll use Twitter to help to push all that. It'll be like a step for his Neuralink and all that, most likely.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how. One, I worry about my children thinking this stuff is cool and that's something they want to be a part of, right? And then the other is, how are they going to force it on somebody like me who wants nothing to do with it?
Peer pressure. They'll allow the other people to coerce you into it. That's what's happening right now with how things get changed. It's not because you willfully want it to change. It's because it's being forced upon the public. As most cases of things like this are handled, we don't agree with the changes. They just happen because people in power, or the small percentage of people that are doing the changing, are doing it so with a small majority or a small minority of people. That's why the majority of people who are mostly conservative don't really have a voice.
Yeah, definitely don't got a voice, or not widespread. But that peer pressure shit isn't going to work on me. I really don't give a shit what people think. Or I've always been like a nonconformist. If everybody's going one way, I'm probably going to go the opposite, just because it's never felt right. Well, I am kind of a rebel since birth, but besides that, it's just some kind of instinctual thing where it doesn't seem right to follow the crowd in most circumstances.
Or what happened?
Sonny's thinking again.
Thinking of me in trouble, Sonny.
Where were those videos posted when you guys were talking about Elon Musk a few minutes ago?
When we're talking about Elon Musk with what? I don't know that we posted any videos.
Oh, I thought someone said they were posting a video. It might not have been about Elon Musk, but it was around that chat time.
A while back, I said I posted a John Levy video.
That might have been it.
Yeah, I jumped on here today to be around some like-minded people. I was, like I said before, waiting on a load to come up at work with some of the guys, and Bosnian guy I work with come up and pointed at the TV. They was talking about Russia and stuff, and they said, real directly, like, what do you think about this? I'm like, well, a direct question, I'll give them a direct answer. I said, I don't know much about what's going on over there, so I can't speak on that, but everything coming out of that screen right now, you can bet is a lie. I said, I don't believe a word that they're saying. Whoever that is talking right now, I bet he's lying. He's reading a fucking script written by the CIA. Every news outlet is just CIA propaganda. I hope you know that. And, it's rich assholes paying people to kill other people, right? Like, they're all working for the same people. It's supposed to be, the whole nationalist thing. I don't think that's got anything to do with it, really. I know here in America it doesn't feel the same to that national pride, not since all the corruption and everything. It's hard to have an opinion to be fake or fraudulent. If people are hurting, then I feel for them, but who knows, man? Only people that know are and now I'm in a dead zone. Hear shit.
Doesn't sound like you are. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I usually drop a call here.
But
I'm about to drive by one of those
I can
RV.
hear you, yeah.
Y'all go ahead. That's all I had to say.
Well, one thing my senior chief used to say all the time on the ship, the one thing that's always going to be needed is truck drivers and machinists.
I'm actually both of those. That's the industry I left. I was tired of getting laid off and shit. Well, I used to be a machinist for a little over a decade.
Yeah, I was for 8 years.
Well, I mean, look what they've already done with machining, with CNC and all that. That's been around forever, but that eliminated a ton of jobs. And like, if you don't think they can automate it further, I think that'd be that. I mean, that's naive.
No,
and then the same thing with even trucking. Like, I mean, I know there's certain stuff that at this point, like, you kind of need to have a human there, but they're working hard to replace you there too.
That's, you got two good good points
Yeah.
there. The CNC,
Elon,
yeah.
yeah, Elon already eliminated the truck driver problem with autonomous driving. So
Yeah,
there
look,
you go.
someone could put a small CNC machine. Actually, in one of the apartment buildings I lived in a few years ago, that one of these people had he had a CNC machine, fully enclosed inside his apartment, making
Well, think
parts.
about, I mean, even the people that machinists like today, they're just, machine operators. They're pretty much changing the parts out, hitting the button, letting it run.
Unless you're
The
programmed.
amount of skill that you had to have when you had to do that stuff manually on a manual lathe or on a manual, like whatever, you would have been paid a really good check having
Tons
that
of
kind of
money.
skill. Now they can
Exactly.
pay you. Now they can pay you $30 an hour, which seems it's a decent check, but you would have been a lot higher if it really took that kind of skill.
I was upset when they started putting me on machines that I just loaded and pushed a button. That because I came from, like, we were on the ship. We made precision, like, tooling for submarines that keep the water out on manual machines. It's what I learned on.
Yeah, I've got a friend who does that stuff, and he's really good at it. The shop that he's at, sometimes they do really small runs where it doesn't make sense to program it onto the CNC. It's just, hey, we're only doing 3 of these or 1 of these or something like that, and yeah, he just takes that to the manual lathe and whatever else, or just does all that himself.
Yeah, I used to program them when I first started. I spent about 4 years programming milling and boring machines. That was really cool. I like to flex that mind muscle. And, it's all math all day. And
Yeah.
I do a little operating, run the parts, make sure they come out, the way they should, and then measure and test it all. But I miss that. I enjoyed it, and I also got to spend a lot of time online. I used to get on abovetopsecret.com and spend a lot of my day on there until they banned me from it.
It's interesting how alike a lot of us are in here, that we've done those types of jobs. So it's pretty hard to fool us what between a straight line and a curved line is. You can't fool me with that shit.
Yeah, tell a machinist that flat is curved.
Tell me I couldn't look.
Tell a
I used to have super good eyesight. Like, before I had glasses, I could see those 64th of an inch lines easily, like, with my naked eye. I wear glasses for years now, but I have very good eyes. My perception as far as angles and, like, things like that is very good, like, really good. Like,
Same here with.
I spent thousands of hours out at sea steering a boat with to a compass heading, and
You can
watching
really train your eye. You can really train your eye. Like, same thing. I got really good vision, and especially when you know what you're looking for, you can see when things aren't quite right. Like, it just stands out, even if it's the tiniest little bit. Like, with me doing, like, siding and stuff,
Right.
I might be on the ground and somebody's 2 stories up, and they put a piece in that I'm just like, hey, you're on a level. Check that. Put a level on it, and they're like, huh? I'm like, put a level on it, and they're like, what? It's like almost perfect.
Yeah.
It's so close. It's like a
Yes.
16th or an 8th out, and they're like, fuck you.
That's right. So
Like,
that's right. Listen, and this leads us to the vestibular system. Yeah, like, I ride the bicycle every single day. I'm a cyclist. I'm avid. I'm out there all the time. Whenever I'm outside, most of the time I'm on 2 wheels. And the thing that's interesting about that is I can tell if my handlebars are just slightly off to one side or the other, just by my sensation. My balance system, I can tell if I'm off balance one side or the other and make minute adjustments with my body. It's almost instinctual at this point. So Your vestibular system is so good, connected with your eyesight, which it is. It connects with your visual centers of the brain as well. A lot of people don't know this about the vestibular system. So these site-specific places in the vestibular system, the cili, whatever it is, they have nerves on one side of the hair. Got that? So it's site-specific. And then those semicircular canals are arranged at basically 90 degrees from each other in 3 axes. Now, when this endolymph, this liquid that's in there, moves around because it's working from level. Got that? Water level, sea level, level water on Earth everywhere. Yeah, your vestibular system too. That's how it works. You know exactly. It's a People are ridiculous when they say things like, you wouldn't be able to feel it. You gotta be kidding me. Really, people look more deeply into the vestibular system. It's fascinating how precise it is. Anyway, that's my rant on the vestibular system.
I'd say all that tight stuff, like we were talking, it really helps in pool as long as you can hit the ball where you want it to go.
That's why you need English.
Wait a minute. Say that part again. Say it again, Adam.
I was just saying, having that great vision and, being able to see the small distances and measurements, it really helps out when you're shooting pool as long as you can hit the ball the way you want.
Yeah, spatial recognition, yeah. That's a difficult one because in something like pool, you have the distances and you have that angled parts of the ball.
With video games also.
That's true. That's true. Same kind of
like
thing.
I realize there's everything is meant to be enjoyable.
Right.
Like everything.
Yeah.
Because when you
joy wouldn't be available, right?
But it's just a principle. Because think about it, so all I'm doing is there's this crosshair, and I want to put it over a pixel. When I put it over a pixel, I get points. Now, if I put it over the pixel where the head is, well, that's like an instant kill. But if I put it where the pixel of a body is, well, it might take a couple of more. But if it's on the target at all, it's going to be a winning. That's the game. But here's what I realized: everything else that I enjoy about the game is distracting me from actually playing my best. What do I mean? Well, I focus on all of the scenery and trees and everything that is out of the range that I should be focused on, which is everything on the z-axis and a little bit of variance on the y-axis. But what do we do? We just don't care where the crosshair is, looking off to the left, high up to the right, everywhere, instead of just using the cursor to focus on where you want to see. And it increases your reaction time so much that the person that you're playing against thinks that you're hacking. Because they're like, how the fuck could his precision and timing be that good? It looks almost unnatural, even though the whole game is unnatural. But again, this level of precision just takes peeling away all of the poeticness about the thing that you enjoy and looking at the fundamentals, putting this crosshair over the pixel that I want to get points for. It's the same thing with the globe Earth. It's like, well, you want to talk about the origin story of space and of the forming of suns in a vacuum and all this extra stuff, and it's like, I just want to know how it was measured to be a ball, especially since there's no measurement of any obstruction anywhere. Like, that's it. Well, maybe I lost you guys. I don't know.
Are you saying like when you look around in the game, you keep everything centered? Like some people put a little dot in the center of their screen, so that way they're always looking with the crosshair instead of the peripheral.
Yeah, basically, because if I'm looking at the top corner, but I'm not looking at the top corner with the little the red dot or whatever, then it's not center. It's center when the red dot is where I'm looking. But see that if I'm looking off into the sky, why the hell would I be looking into the sky? Why would I point my crosshair into the sky? Well, I wouldn't, but it's just some of these movements that don't have to be made. Like, especially when you realize all I need to do is turn left and right with a little bit of variance because of the hills, or if you're on a hill, someone's under you. But especially if you're on a hill, like your sight is like, I don't know, who knows where. It's just never the focus. But once you make it a focus and you kind of block out everything else other than where your sensor is, then any movement, once you see the movement, you're just thinking, great, I need to put my sensor on there and shoot. And then it becomes like a different game altogether. Because it's like you can react to what they're doing in the game. It's almost like you become fluid like Neo and they become robots.
I
Because you're
kind of
so
noticed.
sufficient and effective.
I kind of noticed like what I used to do as far as gaming. It's been many years. I'd like to start maybe again. I'm starting to get set up to do that, but I really like the flight simulating games and the race car driving games. Like that actually made me sharper. I noticed like after I played for a couple hours racing on those tracks and stuff, because it was very realistic. Like for a while when I was doing it, I mean, it's probably much more realistic now. I know it is. Seen some of it, but like that made me sharper when I would go out driving. I felt more acutely sensitive to my surroundings because in the game I had been practicing being more aware, right? So I think what you're
Yeah,
talking about is
I told my
layers.
oldest. I
Like, you're
told my
supposed to
oldest
turn all the
daughter.
graphics off. Turn
She's about to get her
textures, turn off
license.
everything, make it look ugly as possible.
What, India?
Said if you in pro gaming, we turn the graphics off. In first-person shooters, you turn the graphics off.
Oh,
You play at the lowest level of graphics, so there's nothing distracting you. So you have
uh-huh.
high contrast between, say, a player in the environment.
Right.
No flashing lights, nothing.
Yeah, the pros turn the graphics way down and focus on frame rate pretty much.
I told my oldest daughter that she's about to get her license in a car, and I said, "I'll give you the keys of the car when you get on Gran Turismo and lap the Nürburgring in under 6 minutes. In any car, it doesn't matter as long as it's under 6, and then I'll know you can drive."
Like what Indio said and Glad's typing about. It's similar about the distractions, even on console, like, you know, having haptic feedback turned on where you get the shock or the vibration in the controller and stuff. Like serious gamers turn all that stuff off.
Can you hear? Mic check.
You roboted a moment ago, but I heard the mic check right there.
Yeah, we're saying what we really need is for you and Indio to come back and play with us, man.
I had a feeling. I got to be reminded of that. No, like I said, dude. I mean, gaming. It's not that. I don't really get much that much enjoyment out of it anymore. Like I was doing it. I was having fun with that battle royale with you guys, but getting banned for basically no reason for 10 freaking years. No, I'm not going to go and use a different email to make a different account to build up my level again so that I can play a stupid mobile game. Nah. It was fun though when I was there.
Wait, you got banned from? How do you get banned from the from the
got
phone?
banned from Call of Duty Mobile.
Why?
Because and they didn't really tell me why. Just had to kind of figure out why. I was using BlueStacks so I could play it on the computer. Well, they have their own emulator, which is that Game Loop. Well, that Game Loop is some bullshit Chinese spyware. And I was happy with BlueStacks. Like, all of a sudden, one day, I get like error code 80032592105. You've been banned for 24 hours. That's like, I don't know why. You know, what's that code mean? Tried to look it up, didn't tell me shit. So 24 hours later, I come back, I try again.
You're out of here.
Yeah, 24 hours later, I come back, I try again. It lets me play like 2 games. Halfway through the 3rd game, all of a sudden I lag out and I'm banned again. When I try to get back in, this time I'm banned for a month.
Are you using the like any new crosshairs or whatever? Anything?
I'm just using BlueStacks emulator. That's all.
I don't know
They
what
won't let you play with an emulator unless you use their emulator.
Oh, on the phone.
Yeah.
What kind of phone do you have?
On a PC.
I was playing on the computer.
Oh.
I hate phone games. I can't stand.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Touchscreen sucks.
It's horrible.
No, it's amazing because there's it's amazing because there's not only you get used to playing with it. I used to play on the controller, but you don't stand a chance against someone who's playing on the phone, not even as a computer
that may
player.
be true, but I don't even want to learn. It's just not enjoyable.
No,
I hate
but here's what makes it enjoyable: the gyro function. Because without it, it would be. I agree with you. I couldn't do it. That single-handedly changed everything for me. Like that's what moved me from computer because of the gyro function.
I mean, I don't even like
because the Earth is flat.
Hold on.
It works.
How can you even do that without accounting for Coriolis?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary, and that's why I can play my game as opposed to playing it on the train.
Yeah, the gyro wouldn't. it wouldn't matter on the phone, right? The gyro helps because you're trying to be stationary and make sure that you can move around in the game comfortably.
Right. But if I'm on a train where the ride is so smooth that I can't feel it, the gyro's still gonna it's still gonna detect the movement.
Wait a second. You've been on a train and it's been so smooth
I've
that you didn't
tried.
know you were on a train?
No, I'm saying the train rides that they're always talking about that's really smooth. Yeah, it's still the gyro's still affected.
No, I know. I'm just fucking around. I got you. I'm with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what the Globers will claim. We're going so fast, that's why you don't feel it. What?
What game
The faster you go, listen to this. The faster you go, the more impactful are your movements. So if you're going 100 miles, you take a little, to the left compared to 300 miles. At that 300 miles, it's going to be a lot more violent, a lot more concentrated of a move, a quicker move at 300 miles an hour than at 100 miles an hour. So if we were going 500 miles an hour, or let's say 1,000 at the equator, if you moved at all, like you'd fall, there'd be no balance, right? You move your arm to the left a little and you fucking fall that way because you're just going so fast.
Yeah. You're like kind of aware of the momentum and you just know that you can't do anything to change it. It's out of your hands.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, no, because of gravity and because it's so fast. Well, hang on. Did gravity form the ball Earth? Yeah. And then it just stopped pulling everything to the center of mass at some point? Wouldn't it have imploded by now? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Should be pulling everything into its own little black hole, right?
Yeah. Eventually it should be like an Audi turned into an innie, you know?
Oh, they actually claim that is happening, just somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, right. What were you going to say, Elijah?
It sounds almost like well, no, I'm not gonna. It's the opposite of like it's literally like because the way I think of it is okay. Well, there should be more Earth and more air, more more everything. But then the movement should begin to decrease as everything gets concretized or it's
solidified
pulled into this. Yeah, that should be happening. But the it's always the exact opposite of what they claim is happening. It doesn't make sense. It's like gravity itself. I don't know.
So
I lost my words.
yeah,
I don't even know.
in the beginning, something was spinning, and something or nothing actually, nothing was spinning, and nothing clumped something together, and it turned. Think about it. Nothing was there prior to there being mass, according to their model. So if nothing was there before, and if you even tell people, okay, so how big of something do you have to have for mass to be relative? Well, it's got to be huge. It's got to be
It's got to be at least as big as the Earth. Okay, so how big's the Earth? Well,
no, but think about it. Like, how big was Earth when it first begun as a tiny little speck of nothing, and then it turned into clumps of something? Like, wasn't it small enough to be the thing that we're describing right here?
Right,
it's got to be. It's got to be on the large scale,
and the small scale.
So large a scale that no one has ever worked in that large scale to test any of that shit.
Hey, listen, I've got a question. I don't know if this is pertinent, but it gets the gears going. So like the Big Bang was a big explosion from nothing, right? Then how are there black holes sucking inward to go back to nothing? What? If everything's exploding outward and constantly accelerating faster and faster, then how do you have black holes at all, right?
And because there was a bunch of hydrogen that somehow, some way existed or formed right after the Big Bang, and it was unevenly distributed, and so gravity took effect, and one little hydrogen atom hit another hydrogen atom, created a molecule and formed stars, and then these stars somehow exploded and turned into a bunch of other material, and I don't
Wait a
know,
minute.
something they made up.
What does an uneven distribution have to do?
The way that plays into the story.
Listen to why I'm asking. Listen to why I'm asking. Because it's like completely non sequitur. It's like, well, why are you telling me this thing? What is that? How does that help facilitate your understanding of the other thing? So, okay, so there's this uneven distribution of how much matter goes into what area being the infinite area that has nothing in it, supposedly, even though they can't say what it was like before. They kind of also in the story need it to just straight up have been a vacuum for everything to expand in. So it's expanded unevenly, but it all still is expanding. There's either more space in between or an equal uneven amount of space in between as they travel along this infinite journey, because there's nothing in the way to stop it, no way for the energy to be siphoned off. It's just going to continue indefinitely at this rate. I would think, but somehow the reverse of that happened, where things began to attract each other and yada yada yada. And yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Nor can
Well,
it be
yeah, I'd
proven.
just like to
ever.
see somebody reproduce in a lab mass attracting mass. That's all. Once. Let's see it.
No, you didn't even have to do it in a lab. Just show me in nature, because like, why would we?
Well, but I'm saying the Glober's only trusted if it happens in a lab, so do it there. Get a big fucking warehouse and get like huge rock and a small rock, huge piece of iron and a small piece of iron, and see if they fucking... Just ridiculous. Sorry, go ahead.
To fill in that little detail, they actually claim, or at least Stephen Hawking was claiming or something, that if the Big Bang happened and it was an even distribution of hydrogen as opposed to an uneven, they claim that that's all it would be in existence today. It's just the universe would just be a bunch of hydrogen and like evenly distributed, not forming anything. It's such a crazy story. It really is.
Listen,
I wonder how they got to that conclusion.
That's only. It doesn't even matter, because that's only stipulated off the back of heliocentrism and the need to explain how some things just go against, some observations go against the other observations that they previously had or didn't have or whatever. Like that's all it is.
Why haven't they? Why haven't the Glovers gone out and made these tests, no matter how much it would cost? Like the building to create a vacuum of anything, to test anything like that. Oh, that's right. They already spent all the money, our money.
Yeah, but it's worth pointing out though that they can't really create a vacuum like the one they describe above our heads. They only get the 10 to the -6 torr, 10 to the -17 torr. I mean, what would they even accomplish?
This idea of a vacuum and things moving, all of this stuff. Well, us moving anyway. I mean, the us moving thing is 500 years old, and then this idea that came from who did you bring up? Who did you mention? Hawking. All of these people were here just now. So you're telling me the thing that I have to believe in, the thing that is very true, the thing that is brought to me by what kind of science? Whatever science you call it, I'll just call it pseudoscience because you can prove me wrong by actual science. And they don't have anything other than what some people said like 100 years ago and less. Who gives a fuck what Hawkins said? Like, they're all speculating on an idea that's brand new. The Big Bang is brand new. It's not 500 years old. It's not 1,000 years old. It's not 5,000. on paper is brand new
That's what I've been saying.
by a Catholic priest, by the way.
Yep, that's what I've been telling him. It's like the origin, right? Go back to the beginning. Why are we even talking about it today? Why is it relevant?
Who cares? How do you know, and who cares?
Well, someone a long time ago passed the information on as if it were true, and we have the information today where all these zealots are running around saying it's true. That's why.
Oh god, yeah. The story hasn't changed, right? It's been correct about the Big Bang since they figured it out. Hasn't changed at all. How many times has the distance from Earth to the Sun changed? 10 plus times, and that's only in the last 100 years. Well, okay, 400 years still.
Hey, I just want to quickly say something about what I said a second ago about Stephen Hawking's and that uneven distribution of hydrogen bullshit right after the Big Bang. When I watched a documentary years ago about this, the reason why they came and accepted this as truth is because he made a model with little balls on the ground. He made a model that like demonstrated this, in the model, So I'm just wanting any Glovers out there listening to hear this, by the way, they accept this as a fact because of a bunch of little balls on the ground and the, formula that would make them coalesce together. If you remove some of the balls, made it uneven, they'd all, with their gravitational model, attract to each other, forming bigger centers of mass on the table of balls. I'm just saying, it's a bunch of balls on a table is why they accept this as truth.
So it was like a big yard party where they have like over here we have some sticks and shadows. Over here we have that little we have that little game where you have sticks and balls. Like hit balls through hoops and stuff.
And you got that fucking trampoline.
And over here you got the black hole jump, whatever.
You don't talk about the trampoline where they put the big ball in the middle?
That's it. That's right. The Fabric of Time trampoline.
That's a fun one. Hey, Lobers, you couldn't find anybody smarter to call the smartest man in the world than a drooling wheelchair goblin? Really? That doesn't even talk? You don't even know if it's him saying the shit or not? That's your best? Huh.
Do you know he's been to Epstein's Island as well? There's photographs of him there.
Oh, God, I feel sorry for those girls. I'm just kidding.
Wait, not just him, like, most of these leading astrophysicists have been to Epstein's Island. The reason apparently was to discuss gravity.
Wait.
You can look it up. There's like 21 of them or 20 something of them all met up on Epstein's Island.
Wow, I'm going to go hang out with this stinky rich guy. Talk about gravity while girls are dripping behind both of us. Awesome. I think that would make me more mad.
This
to be
is
around a bunch of girls and be stuck in a wheelchair.
After the golden era of physics, so much longer after.
There was a golden era of physics? When was this?
This is when Einstein was around, basically when general relativity came about. That's the golden era.
Oh, okay, got it.
See the
I thought it would have been when they're turning lead into gold.
What you're saying is from like somewhere in the 1600s or whatever, that like this is when this boom of knowledge and science came to be. Now knowledge and science was always what it was, a method for establishing what is the cause of a phenomenon. Like measurements always been measurements. Oh, jeez.
He was trying to change the subject from that.
All I heard was golden shower of physics.
No. That's pretty good.
Oh no, that is
a physical golden shower right there.
Epstein funded a bunch of physics programs at MIT. He did a lot of funding, so yeah, it's true. There was a bunch of physicists at Epstein Island doing their perverted stuff.
Let's get physical.
That was getting to do with somebody called Hawking's the smartest man in the world.
Yeah, someone did.
I would debate that. That's why.
He was the smartest drooling wheelchair in the world.
I mean, the only thing that's important about them being at Epstein Island is that people seem to think that scientists are moral characters and that they don't lie and that somehow they're above human failings.
Beyond
Right?
reproach.
Why would they lie? They're scientists. This
And I have some
demonstration is
property.
not
I
true.
have some property in Idaho. I want to sell you. You'll love it.
But see,
Anyway.
that's because they've marketed what a scientist is, and so, but and people are right to believe that the people who say they're scientists are steeped in empiricism. That's why Nathan often says, "Well, that's the reason they took up the banner of science is because usually when you say it, people go, oh, they know." That's why people think they know it's a globe because they've hijacked this word that everyone understands means empiricism. But when we have conversations in here, they're like, oh, there's nothing empirical about any of this stuff.
Yeah, it's pseudoscience because it's has to be.
Pseudo just means not. Is that right?
Glad that wheelchair goblin statement. I about busted. I almost fell off. I'm glad I wasn't drinking something at the moment.
Come on, that was funny.
Yeah, pseudo is like an image of.
Yeah. The likeness
behaves
of
like
you can think about it as
Equivalent of the word
science.
faux. Like faux, that word. F-A-U-X.
F-E-A-U. Or yeah, F-A-U-X.
Yeah,
Like faux
pseudo means
fur.
the same thing as that, like a simulation of or simile of something like that.
Got it.
Simulated science.
I got to do something real quick because someone said that I sound like a on the intercom of a plane. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten the seatbelt sign. If you haven't already done so, please stow your carry-on luggage under the seat in front of you. Oh, fuck. Or in an overhead bin. I'm not going to finish it. Yeah. Anyway, that
Please leave your
girls.
seatbelt on because we're going to be tilting the nose down for the duration of this trip.
And also, hold on tight, because that ball down there is spinning 650 miles an hour. We're going to try to catch up with it, folks. Look.
I was gonna say, relax. Don't worry, we won't crash because the Earth isn't spinning.
We're gonna stall out, folks, and just glide down to the moving Earth. Ready? Oh, look, here comes St. Louis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know how they got away from the flight times would be massively reduced. Going what is it towards the spin, whichever way.
Yeah.
How did they get out of that argument?
I'll tell you, they just fuck with the flight time or the flight paths. So
What
one
if that-
takes longer than the other, and so it's like they basically match up. I'm not
What if the
kidding. That's how they do it.
What if the pilot came on and was like, ladies and gentlemen, hold on for one moment. I'm going to be adjusting our flight to match the curvature of the Earth here. So that requires me to put the nose of the aircraft down 2,790 feet per minute. No worries, because, it's a globe, and so that's the rate that's required. Look, honey, we're getting closer. Honey, we're getting closer to the ground. What is he talking about? Ask those people on the other side of the aisle. Well, you guys over there, is it ground getting closer? Yeah, it's getting closer. Holy shit. We just missed that tree.
And you can thank today's physics, you can thank Einstein for today's physics. If you have any questions about our flight today, please don't hesitate to flirt with one of our flight attendants. Thank you.
Yeah, so about getting away from the, increase versus decrease, I think they don't argue that because the idea is that the plane is also moving at the spin of the Earth, right? So no matter what direction you speed up in, it's just relative to your.
No, that doesn't make sense.
How does that not make sense?
If you're spinning with the Earth, and somehow you can conserve momentum when you're going with the spin, when you're going, what is that? East, though, you're going against the spin. Like at that point, you're not going with the spin at all.
No, you're just going less with the spin. So if you travel 300 miles an hour towards the spin, but you're already moving.
If you leave the ground and something is spinning
towards the east,
right? Towards the east, The moment you leave the ground, that is a massive difference than going with the spin.
Going to the west would be against the spin. Going to the east would be with it. So, yeah, going to the west would be you could never catch up. Like, uh, oh, I see. Going with, yeah, you would never catch up going with the spin because it's faster than any speed of any aircraft.
But then think about, but while that's true, going against it is even worse.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah,
and going up is even bad.
You would never get
Because if you
anywhere.
go up, like, it's a big circle, it's a circumference. The globe, Earth, in their imagination is a circumference. So if you go directly up, you increase the size of that circumference.
It'd be
So you're
spinning
either magically increasing in speed to keep up with the Earth beneath you, or the Earth is stationary. Which one makes more sense?
Listen, like if it was spinning at that rate, as it came up from the west, it would spin by you so fast that in order for you to even catch it, you would have to reverse your direction. There'd be no way you could catch that at the speed you're going at 500 miles an hour. You're not going to catch something that's going 800 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour. It would whip by you so fast. You'd have to be going in the opposite direction.
They do claim they do claim that there is Coriolis, so you can't and you couldn't say that everything is moving together regardless.
Exactly, because doesn't everything have to stop and become static in order for that to be true?
Pretty much.
Aren't they disregarding all cross winds, different direction winds, different layers of winds, the trade winds? What they're disregarding every single thing we already know.
And you Google it, and then they say we don't know
there
how
be
that
relative. Everything there,
No.
right?
What
The wind's
no, there's no
relative
such
to the
thing
Earth.
as. Let's give me an example of everything being relative. What does that mean practically for anything at all? Just give me one example where saying that sentence makes sense.
It's a cop out. That's all it is. There's
No,
nothing
no,
that's relative.
no. Just apply it to something. Just apply something to where it's like relative is relative.
Right.
Actually
if you're
means something.
saying if I'm saying everything is relative, think about the winds. That means that wind going 10 miles an hour against the spin of the Earth is really going the spin of the Earth minus 10 miles an hour speed, right? It's just going less. That's what I mean by relative.
Okay, can you prove that?
I'm not trying to prove. I'm saying, isn't that the argument? That's like what I've been saying
No,
this whole time. You guys haven't even.
Yeah, but it's
picked
not
up on that.
again. It's not relative because once you go west, once you go east.
Sorry, what is the argument then? If it's not, they're not arguing it's relative. What are they arguing?
Well, they're not arguing anything. They're saying it's relative, and when the rebuttal comes, no, because if you're traveling,
so the axiom is that it's all relative. That's my point.
I got something that's relative.
which is false. I'm contending that statement.
Okay,
everything is
you
relative.
believe
Yo, bro, are you
that it's false?
Hold
I
on.
gotta let him finish. Crazy. Nobody knows who you are, and you gotta let people finish.
Glad.
Elijah knows
I don't
me.
need your help either. No, because you're about to get muted. I when it comes to someone who's not listening, I get very irritated very quickly.
Goes both ways.
Except I'm responding to what you're saying, but you're not responding to what I'm saying. That's the difference here. You're pretending as if I'm not saying it and then reasserting your initial position, which I'm
took off.
refuting. Well, what? Right, because I was being so harsh, right, guys?
Yeah, I've never heard you be so mean, Elijah. Jesus. Calm down. Take a
He was
beat.
right. That's what winners do. He ran away to go to the victory podium, obviously.
He said it goes both ways. This bitch.
Both ways. No, it's not relative because in one direction you're losing momentum, in another direction you have no momentum at all because you've immediately began working against the spin. It's not fucking relative. Am I?
No, you're right.
Indio, tell me I'm retarded.
No, whoever's opposing is retarded.
I got something that's relative. Doesn't have anything to do with movement, though. It's music. What you want to do is you want to tune all the instruments relative to the key of the key of the song, right? So all the drums, all the bass, all the guitars, everything has to be tuned relative to the key of the track of the song. But that's not movement or really anything like that. So, but that is relativity. Yeah.
So if you're flying 1,040 miles at the equator against the spin, you're actually standing still.
I guess so. Yeah.
Right? Because the air is rotating with the ball. You're just standing still, and the ball's rotating away from you.
Yeah, listen,
The velocity's additive or subtractive.
It's spinning until the aircraft leaves the ground. Then everything has to stop because it's all going together. And then you get back in the ground and you're a glober and you're talking about it again. It's spinning now again.
Right. Oh, it's spinning when I'm on the ground, even though I can't feel it.
As soon as we lift off, now we're not spinning. Everything's static.
Static. Yeah. Hey, also, wouldn't there be just inclement weather fucking everywhere? Spinning around, just... You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Just clouds wouldn't stay in the same place. It'd be fucking crazy. Tornadoes, hurricanes everywhere.
So think, man, when you're landing, when you're going against this spin, you're actually not going anywhere. You're actually just braking to catch up to the spin. Right? You're going
That's crazy because somebody just
land, you have to brake.
you
in
just
order
heard
to,
somebody's brakes.
Yeah,
to go down to the ball.
Somebody literally just hit the brakes when you said that. Sorry.
Yeah, you hit the brakes so that you can catch up to the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like,
Don't
how
you guys know?
spin the merry-go-round and you just have to jump on it and you got to get going the same speed, right?
Yeah, the 9/11 proves that the Earth is a ball. You see, the planes are stationary. The buildings hit the planes.
The moment you start going against it, there is no momentum. There's no momentum. Like the moment you try to land, you're not gonna be going right after you went against the movement, lost the momentum that you never had because there's no such thing as angular momentum with two separate bodies, and this idea that you're gonna just get off of this rotating thing and then land and not have your ankles blown off. Like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people in their simulator in their mind. It's broken.
You know, that used to be like one of my arguments against. They would say, "Yeah, the planes they're so massive they can cut into the building." But Newton's second law says that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So you can make the plane stationary and make the buildings go 500 miles an hour. It's a plane. And according to them, the plane sits there and just like goes into the building, which is obviously preposterous.
I love that. The buildings hit the planes. That's so funny.
No, it didn't go into the building. The building consumed the plane.
Oh yeah, that's right. But the plane just stood there while the building just swallowed it up.
Exactly. It's amazing technology. Real good engineering.
It'd be like hitting a ball with a bat.
Oh, it's just so funny. The Glober's got to be so embarrassed at this point, right? Oof. Can you imagine deciding every day to let your pride hide you from growing up and admitting it's flat and stationary? Admitting you've been duped. It's okay, folks. Listen, you ever gone to a magic show? Okay, did you feel stupid when the magician? No, because you're paying the dude to surprise you, to wow you. You're paying him to do that. Well, it's the same with NASA, same with Jaxus, same with all the dumb shit. Magic.
There's a level of cowardice mixed in there too. Like they don't want to face themselves. Because, like you said, admitting you're wrong, that's facing yourself.
Right. Basically, they need to do the internal work so they can accept the external. It's cheesy, right? It's self-help book garbage sounding, but it works. Got to be honest with yourself first. Can you look in the mirror and say, yeah, I know it's flat. All right, moving on.
Maybe if we turn Tony Robbins into a flat earther, we can make some headway.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, his teeth and jaw came from outer space, though. You see those fucking things? They're chompers. I'm just elephantitis of the mouth.
They use Tyrannosaurus Rex teeth for that.
Right, Tony Robbins.
Rah.
And I sound like this, kinda. And I sound like this guy. I can't do a Tony Robbins. It's so deep.
Yeah,
it's so weird. Anyway, back to flat Earth.
I wanted to comment about that relative. What?
Yeah.
Who makes statements like that? Yeah, absolutely, Elijah. Wow, that was bizarre.
Somebody said
it's a relative. It's a relative. Where
somebody
do
said
people
something
even
about
get that from? Where do they get it from?
cause and effect. Listen. I think they got it from cause and effect. Everything's relative to each other. Every action has an equal. Hold on. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So that means that it's all relative to each other. It's acting and reacting with each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that contradictions are okay.
No, I agree. And it's like saying this. It's like saying shit does stuff. That's all it's like saying.
No, it's like somebody saying, "Hey, well, you can probably conserve some energy for some short amount of time when you're lifting off and you're trying to go with the spin, but that doesn't apply for going against the spin." And it's like it's all relative. You can't say that in that situation.
Yeah, and also think about this: that the acute angle of these two objects meeting each other. There's nothing in their conservation of energy that makes up for differences, which would equate to changes in speed and distance. It would change that. It would change all of that. There's nothing they can say about the angular change from the difference between the course of the aircraft to the spin or supposed spin. Now, when they're landing and these two objects are making contact, they don't have anything in conservation of energy that's making account for the change in speed for one thing. Another thing is the angle of attack that these two bodies are contacting each other. Like that's ridiculous. I'm still waiting for the technical specifications on the landing gear of aircraft globers, where they're making adjustments for this angular attack, because just because you're saying that the atmo is static as soon as you lift off from the ground, except pendulums, I guess. I digress. Yeah, you have no accounting for any of that change in angular attack or contact of two physical objects moving in an angular difference in direction to each other. So, like you said about, I don't know how these people can think this. Absolutely right. In their mind, they're thinking aircraft's landing on a spinning surface, but not spinning. at different angles, but not different angles from the spin. It's just really weird. Cartoon Logic. That's a great name for a band, isn't it? Or a song name. Cartoon Logic. Spinning sometimes, not spinning sometimes. Crosswinds, then no crosswinds. Geometric horizon, then no geometric horizon. Yeah, no, that person has never spoken up KFX. And he's sending me DMs, friend requests, and I've never heard him speak. Very strange. No rolls. Muted and deafened and server muted. So maybe he did speak at some point. Someone named Heatha here. Want to say hi, Heatha? Come and say hi to Flat Earthers. Hetha, VC verified. Okay. If you want to chime in, feel free. Hi, Roger. Roger. Dodger. Just want to say hi, man. I don't see you in here that often. Glat Flobe. No worries.
You know what I did? I searched. Hold on, in my Google bar, I searched for funny cartoon globe.
That's great, man. Delete.
Next, I'm gonna search stupid globe, and after that, it's gonna be I don't know, ugly globes.
That's a
you know what I
really
mean?
good. That's a really good one with the delete button.
I know.
Wow,
I'm fucking
yeah.
lucked out on that one.
Who did that?
I don't know. It's an Earth Day cartoon
Gotta
by
be
a guy named Shlomo Cohen. Here, I'll post the link. It's on
bet
Pinterest.
he's probably a flat earther. Oh, I hate Pinterest.
No, it's Earth Day cartoon, so it looks like the Earth's looking at the sun like, oh shit.
Uh-oh.
You know, like dummies do.
I'm really flat.
I'm so glad that the Earth can't be swallowed up by the sun. I'm so glad.
Isn't that nice? You know what I watched? Don't Look Up Again.
Ah,
It's fucking funny, man.
so stupid. Fucking morons.
It is hilarious. The joke they're making jokes of Globers. Do they see it?
No, and they don't even see it. They're like, haha, this is fun. This is a fun movie. Hey, honey, get
They
the
don't see
kids.
it. They don't
Wait,
get it.
there's
They
already
don't even
a
get it.
second Don't Look Up.
No, the same one.
Oh, I thought you said I thought you were talking about like a sequel, like Don't Look Up again.
No,
you watched
no, I
it
watched.
again.
There
No,
couldn't be. Anyway.
I watch it again. I'll probably watch it again because there's more in there than I can focus on. Like there's a bunch. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, same with Moonfall. It's such a ride for flat earthers.
Yep.
Like they do all this shit. You think, oh my god, that's funny. I don't think that they can get any more ridiculous. And then the next thing happens, you're like, no.
I like how the political thing was like. Then they were like, "Everybody, look up, look up." Then they're like, "No, don't look, don't look up, look down."
Yeah, don't look up. Wait,
Those
what?
people
Netflix is telling me to look up.
telling you to look up are fascists or something. What did they say? What were they saying?
Ridiculous.
I like it when she's freaking out on the TV screen when she's in the studio and she goes, "We're all gonna freaking die."
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, isn't that good news?
It's not news, but yes.
It's not news, but it's good that
It is.
Yeah, you're not going to get hit by some freaking crazy thing coming out of it. Now things have fallen, I guess, but I've never experienced.
What if that
one
woman
falling,
who worked
anything.
with Varnar was right, and what's next is fucking asteroids? How are they going to fake asteroids?
Maybe they already are.
Just
I think they
nukes,
might have already
fucking
started.
bombs. Just fuck it. Hey, look up in
Remember-
the sky. What's that? Oh,
Yeah.
it's an asteroid. Really? It looks like a weapon.
Looks like a missile, just like that
It
Russian
looks
one.
like
Yeah,
ordnance. What?
I think. Remember a couple years ago they had that big Russian one. I think that was the start of it. They're starting it.
So funny.
That might have
They're
been
gonna
what
send a rocket
Tunguska.
up. Or,
Tunguska might have been them experimenting with something. How would we
So
know
they'll
the
send
difference?
an invisible. They'll send an invisible rocket up with the space shuttle or a plane attached to the top. We won't be able to see that, and then they'll just shoot bombs. Asteroids and meteors, guys.
They surely could do it if they can burn buildings and not the trees. Then,
Yeah.
then they could do whatever they want.
But they can't fake a reset. Whatever the hell a reset is, by the
whatever,
way.
whatever that is. I'm still
it's
waiting.
like people are like, "Ooh, the Great Reset," and a reset's coming. It's like,
Is
what the fuck? How do you know
that the
that?
100-year reset? It's going to take 100
Yeah, I was gonna
years?
say
Because,
this is taking its sweet time.
maybe that's a 25 or 50-year reset. I probably won't see the end result of that. So I guess I'll just keep on doing what I've been doing, just avoiding numpties as best I can. With that tunnel vision, driving their big old vehicles.
Hey, check this out! I finally got an image of a view from Earth the way we should be seeing it. Hang on.
Nah, good.
And 3, 2, 1 in the voice text.
I'm working on taking nice out of my vocabulary. Oh yeah,
I got
you know what?
Yeah.
Oh, I should go get that picture. I saw a painting in the city here on one of the streets. You know how like people would be like on boxes, like electrical boxes and different things. They would paint in the cities. They start painting on them, making artistic, not graffiti, but actual artwork.
Well, graffiti's
I saw
art
this
too, man.
Well, I saw this ball that looked just like this on one of the boxes. I'm going to go see if it's still there. I remember seeing it a couple of years ago. I know right about where it is.
Well, and
I'm
look
gonna
at
see
the
if it's
Leaning
still
Tower
in there.
Pisa. That actually makes sense. You see that? Leaning Tower Pisa is the only building that makes sense in this model.
Yeah, look at that. Outrageous. Funny stuff. Yeah. Where are you, antipodal to the other
I've already had a
Never.
really good ab workout from laughing at the Globe model today. Thank you, Globers. Thank
I
you.
know. I tell you what, I laugh so hard sometimes. I have a 6-pack from freaking
Yeah,
laughing.
my back hurts from laughing at these ideas. Seriously, I'll wake up and I'll be like, well, it looks like I laughed too hard at Globers yesterday. Jeez.
You start having diaphragm cramps.
Well, Doc, what's the problem? It seems your pancreas is getting crowded by your huge muscular diaphragm. That's great. Flatty. It's still the best skiff in the world ever.
Flatty's some funny dude, man.
I knew that was what you'd get.
He's a funny guy. Reminds me of some.
It's fucking.
What's wrong with that? I thought that was just normal.
And that was before his eyes popped out of his head. That's such
how
a
everyday
movie, dude.
street people. That's how everyday street people look, isn't it?
That's what's going on inside a Glober's head when he's trying to figure out how to dodge curvature for the millionth time.
I gotta change it now. Oh, okay.
Ooh, deep breath.
Had to scroll away. Scroll away. Scroll away. Don't look
No
any
way,
longer.
dude. I gotta look at that all day. I could look at that for hours. And I just stare at the space in between his teeth. You could fit a 747 in that thing. All right, I'm done. I know I've said this before, but often we get the Globers that have had a mere cursory glance at the material and they come in really unprepared and they kind of embarrass themselves and their side of the argument, the position of the globe Earth. And it's like Danny Faulkner, for instance, people keep coming back for, I don't know why they keep coming back, like masochism or something. But anyway, it's like the coach of the Little League team putting his son in the game that sucks and always pretty much ruins the innings that he's in the game. But nobody wants to say anything because, it's the coach's kid. But even though he sucks, he keeps putting him in the fucking game and just letting him ruin stuff. That's like the Globers letting people like Danny Faulkner come in and just, not have globe evidence. That's what Danny brings. Rhetoric, a little bit of arrogance. So, anyway. Now listen, Danny, we're going to pay you to be wrong, okay? Wait, what? Yes. We're going to pay you to be wrong about everything and lies in the face of truth. These flat earthers are pretty smart. Sorry, my mic's fucking up. I'm just blabbing anyway. Anybody got any curvature measurements? Let us know.
And today on Flat Earth, we'll be asking Globers, why do you want it to be a globe? Yes, that's right. The topic today, why do you want it to be a globe so bad? Update, a refinement of the topic today, why do you want it to be a globe so bad, is why do Globers need to use the globe as an intellectual security blanket? Stay tuned for updates.
Well, I guess I'll address it. So AI just posted a screenshot of some news, AccuWeather.com. For today, it says, alien wreckage found on Mars. Remnants of a spacecraft. Alien spacecraft on Mars. Oh boy. So now what they're going to do, they're going to say, okay, so there is a crashed alien craft that confirms that there's aliens everywhere and that they're hostile, and we have to fight things coming from the sky. I just wonder which of the Transformers movies is going to come true. That's all. I hope it's the moon one.
They
What?
dropped their prop on Devon Island.
Sorry, go ahead.
They dropped their prop on Devon Island.
Look at that thing. Like, well,
Yeah.
there's no way humans built that. It has to be alien technology. Look at how impressive. Looks like a failed NASA thing. Just sitting there.
Looks like the end of a huge boiler or something.
It's like uniform holes on it and stuff. You guys couldn't make it look any more human? That's the point, though, right? They're sloppy, so
Well, no,
conspiracy guys waste our
no,
time on it.
you're just being a racist against aliens. Right?
Oh
Okay,
no!
yeah, dude. Some aliens are poor and they can't afford fancy ships with smooth surfaces. All right.
Yeah.
So quit being a freaking ableist, a freaking economist, racist punk. All right, come on.
So funny. Racist. What if that becomes a thing, guys?
Yeah, this enabling crap is getting ridiculous.
I don't want to be mean or anything, but that's just a headline to gain attention. It's actually just, they say, the wreckage was found to be from another Martian spacecraft. It is a part that detached during the landing of the Perseverance rover back in February 2021.
So why did they say at all, ever, that it was alien technology?
To make you click on the article, because otherwise no one would care.
Okay, so they're not going to do the whole fake alien invasion yet? I mean, they're going to do it. We talk about it too much.
Aren't they doing that for years now? Like,
yeah,
literally. It's
last 100 years, it's been like, just wait, they're coming. next year, maybe.
It's also funny if you look at crop fields, how they got better over the years, as if the aliens have, in the past decades evolved with their crop field patterns.
Dudes, what if we're actually synthetic bodies that are put in a game world that has a conduit to the aliens that are on another world that are playing games through us, kind of like The Sims? And our memories are just programs, so we don't know the difference. We don't even know if there's a past. Oh, the possibilities never end, right?
Yeah, well, if there's something in control of me, I'm going to need to sit it down and have a little talk with it about how it's playing. You feel me?
Can I get a mic check?
Mic check? Good.
Michael.
Okay, so everyone can hear me now. What are you guys on? Can you tell me so I can try some?
Too many things. Too much. Yep.
No, seriously.
Run.
What did you guys do?
Nothing. We just got to talking.
Yeah.
I know, I'm just kidding. Now, what were you saying now?
We're high on life. We're high on that globe. We're huffing the globe shit. Man, what's that?
I guess so. I guess it's starting to set in, huh? Losing our minds.
It's starting to set in, yeah. Starting to get some roots in there.
Just a little bit. Might be. I mean, I've been noticing like a degradation of the minds lately. Like some people that I thought were really, really, really smart turn out to be not very smart at all. Have you had that problem, or is it just me?
Well, the water supply is going to help keep you calm while we dumb you down. This way it won't hurt.
I don't know if I can get any dumber.
Oh, check this out. Look at the live stream voice text. This is awesome. Very funny. Stumbled upon this just now.
Not without seriously starting to drool or something.
You don't have to act like Hawking. He was enough of
keep
him.
in mind, people that use device-style argumentation and rhetoric can appear to be stupid, yet still be more intelligent. Because they're doing it on
You're
purpose.
absolutely right. That turns out to be
And then
true
you have,
as well.
and then you have the reverse, where people are actually trying to be smart. You know, they're trying to make arguments. They think they are anyway,
But
and
they're
they're
not
actually
doing a very
stupid.
good job of it. Well, I mean, I guess no matter how you look at it, you start out being stupid or ignorant, and then you become more experienced, but you don't ever really get smart, do you? Like
Smart is
is
subjective.
basically saying, yeah, it's subjective because it's saying that you know more than someone else, right?
About what?
And like at what level about anything?
No, I'm saying like I know more about drums than you do, but you know more about back problems than I do.
Right. So it doesn't help us all to be stingy with our intelligence, right?
No, it's yeah, you're right. Dude, I shove it down people's throats all the time. I've got like a fifth of the friends I used to have.
That's a false synopsis of what it means to be smart, intelligent, knowledgeable, etc. Because they're interconnected. Like knowledge is just a set of factotums, right? So I know this proposition, or I know this object, etc., etc. Okay, you can have a vast knowledge, but absolutely be stupid because you have no interpolation or extrapolation ability of that knowledge.
Right.
So you can't
No
take those knowledge facts and put them together to make any coherent points, or even understand them on their base level. You know, like you could ask somebody who has a perfect memory, right, who spent 10 years in the library, what this book says on this page, and they could recite it to you. But then could they actually do anything of practical value beyond that? No. So essentially, they're like just a computer that
We all
records
have our
things.
weaknesses.
Like what they do. You know, is a camcorder or a voice recorder intelligent because it records perfectly the facts of the matter?
Absolutely not.
I get no. Intelligence is like the ability to discern and make choices on what you know. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd say that was part of it. But
part of it.
I mean, yeah, like what parts do you need to be missing for it to become insanity or whatever they call it, lunacy or whatever they call it?
Lunacy is just being obsessed with the moon, technically.
Well, the problem is that I think we have another one of those scientific answers, right? We have what the psychologists say and what they think, and then we have what our experiences are, right? And at some, and there's probably a line to be drawn between the two of them, but I'm sure that the people that write in those books don't necessarily know all about all of our minds, right?
No, because they haven't met everybody.
Very good.
Yeah, and in studying psychology, right? I'm okay. Hopefully, I am very interested when it comes to the globe stuff because it's a lesson in cognitive dissonance, narcissism, sophistry, and those are things that if I'm going to move forward as a flat earther and try to help people know the truth, those are things I can't have in my behavioral process. God, my mic is stupid. I'll be right
I want
back.
to know how you know your mic is screwing up.
I'm watching the
You can
dot.
hear it? Oh, okay. I got you.
I'm watching the dot at the top of the
Yeah,
screen,
you're
and it's
definitely.
going in and
I
out.
don't know whether you're roboting or whether your mic is just like muting on.
It's just the mic.
I see. Well, I
It's
still understand
horseshit.
most of what you say, though.
No, I know, and it probably sounds okay now, right?
Yeah, so far.
Right now, okay,
Keep
that's
speaking
good.
all right, yeah. So far.
It's because I'm holding the cable a certain way.
Oh, yeah, I do that too.
You know what I
I'll
mean?
get it stuck between I'll get it stuck between my lapel or whatever, and it'll be covered up, and then everybody will be like, "What are you saying?" I can't hear you."
No. It's because my headphones are cheap and from Walmart, and I've had
the
them
button's
for 6
sticking.
months. No, it's the wire. The wire's not getting a good signal all the way through because the wires inside are cheap as fuck.
Yeah, I know, but those $4.95 specials or $4.97 specials from Walmart do fill in the gap, though.
Well, here's what it is. I
You don't
treat them
have
like
nothing,
shit.
right?
I just throw them around. I've batted them off my head because I was frustrated. I don't treat them well. Because I don't have to. $20.
20? Wow, that's a lot. I usually spend 5, 6. But I spent 40 on the pair that I have on. They work pretty good. I haven't had any problems with them yet. But
Listen,
I know
I
they won't
didn't.
last forever.
The guy swindled me. What can I say?
Did he really?
No, it's a Walmart employee. He'd get fired for that.
I know.
I'd be like, listen, hey, real quick, that guy over in the electronics section, yeah, he just gave me a deal and pocketed the money he saved. I saw it. He took it right out of
I
the
can
register.
tell you from experience that the people who work at Walmart aren't the brightest people in the world.
Yeah. Hey.
I went to
yeah.
Walmart a while back.
Hey,
and,
that dude over in
you know
electronics
how they
cut
have
me a
security?
deal. What's that?
Oh yeah. No, I went to Walmart the other day, and I made the mistake of bringing one of my friends that don't look so clean. You know.
Yeah.
You know, like the guy that I know. He's an acquaintance of mine, but he wanted to go with me, so I let him ride along. And he's a homeless guy, but you know anyway. So we go in there, and I go to the back of the store, and I'm looking for records and stuff, right? Because someone just gave me a whole bunch of old records, and I was looking to get a new record player, maybe if the one that they gave me with the records didn't work, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm in the back, and I hear this voice, and I hear these two or three people talking about, you know, we see him, he's in the back, and blah blah blah, and they're talking. And all of a sudden, I realize that they're talking about me. I realize they're talking about me, like I'm the one in the back corner.
Because you came in with
And
a
I
homeless
go, wait
guy?
a minute. No, well, yeah, I think that's maybe why they were following me, like the way they were watching me. But I don't know why they were watching me, to be honest with you, because I didn't think I looked like
Because you came
out
in
of
with a
place or
homeless
anything.
guy.
I guess so.
Straight up. They're
But it
like,
was funny
I
because
don't know
they were
about these
talking
guys.
about me, and I could hear some guy on the other side of the wall, right where the records were, right? And it's like right on the other side was where the security office, I guess, was. And it was like there was no room. It was just like an open space back there. And I hear the guy talking to him. He's like, well, where did he go? And he's like, I think he went back to electronics. And I'm like, I'm right here. And he goes, oh, shit. It was hella funny, bro. I was laughing
you
so
should have been
hard.
like,
And then you
hey,
could hear
man.
all the people on the radio start cracking up. They're like, was that him? It was hella funny, bro. I'm like, you guys
like,
are
well,
really fucking.
I
You guys
was
are
going to
really
put
not very
this
good at
record
this, are
player
you?
under my shirt, but now I'm not.
No, I wasn't
You got
stealing,
me.
but that's the point, right? It's like they were following me around because I guess they just thought it looked fucking wrong or something. I don't know, man. It was like, and I was like really offended by that. I was like, wow, I really feel, I feel
Dude, you
like,
should be.
you know, like I feel like someone just assaulted me, bro. Like, really? You
Yep.
think I'm a thief? Like, I've never stolen anything from this store ever, and I've shopped in here since I was a little kid.
You know what
Like,
it was? You're a targeted individual. No, I'm just kidding.
I know. I gotta
I
stop
didn't
being
want to
so nice
joke
to
about
people,
that shit.
man. We gotta stop giving homeless people a ride to Walmart. Shit.
I guess, man.
Yeah, man.
The fuck?
I guess, you know, it's getting bad where I can't even be nice to people anymore. You know, you give somebody a ride, and next thing you know, everybody thinks that, you know, you're some douchebag that sleeps on the street or something. I don't know.
Yeah, man. No good deed goes unpunished. What they say. But I also think that's kind of a woe is me statement.
No, I think it does get punished. That's what's happening right now.
Yes, that's why it's sarcastic.
Well, there has to be a reason why there's more people that are homeless right now. Like, I've noticed my town is like starting to be filled with them.
You want to know the reason why?
Because
1% of the world has
maybe because
80%
things,
of the wealth.
maybe because, yeah, maybe the 1% or the 3% have all the money.
Hey, man, why is the Vatican made out of pure gold? It's fucking ridiculous. Why don't you
It
feed
is?
some
Really?
people?
I thought it was copper.
There's so much gold. No way, dude. There's so much gold all over the Vatican. You think they just fucking scrimp on some copper? Mm-mm.
Okay, now I'm tripping. I just seen a strange guy
They have a gold pineal
go by
gland
my house
outside
with
one of
a
their
wheelbarrow. Why would somebody just go by my house with a wheelbarrow in his hand?
things. Is he
What the
homeless?
fuck is he doing? No, he's got a sun hat on. I don't think he's homeless. It's probably my neighbor. Trying to figure out like what, because the neighbor across the street's been giving me all this gravel that he's dug out of his front yard because he's remodeling his whole front yard. Because there used to be this big, anyway, it's a long story. But he's bringing me all this gravel to put in my yard because I got this gravel strip in the front. I live on the corner. And so I told him, yeah, bring it over and dump it, you know, right here on the side of the house. And I'll wash it, clean all the dirt out of it, and then put it out in front. And so, but I just seen a guy go by with a wheelbarrow that doesn't look like my neighbor. So I'm trying to figure out like who this guy is.
You just
Maybe
go
he's a
up
friend
to
of
him
mine.
like, hey, man, who are you?
Hey, you can't just dump your shit here, bro. Like,
Oh,
you can't
he's
just be
doing
dumping
something.
stuff here, bro.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
like I
like
don't know
going
what
up
he
to
was doing, but
somebody.
he went by with a wheelbarrow all slow and shit. Like,
It's like going up to somebody random on the street and just go, "Hey, who are you?" They'd be like,
Someone, who was it that was telling me the other day that if you just go to anything important, like a restaurant or a movie theater or anything with a ladder, you just carry a ladder with you, that they'll actually open the door and let you in. And I was like, nah. And my buddy's like, no, seriously, there's this guy on YouTube that does it all the time. I'm like, come on, man, that's bull.
I love
That's a gag, bro. Why did people I literally told this guy the earth was flat, and he finally came to the realization, and he comes over here and he starts telling me this crap. And I'm like, dude, let me feel your head. Are you okay, bro? Do you have a fever? Like, you can't believe everything you see on YouTube, bro. I told you that when I first explained this all to you. And he's like, but it looks real, bro. And I'm like, I know it looks real, but it's not, bro.
he's like, "Yeah, man. Hey, and also I found out that birds are fake."
Oh, really?
Right?
I
One of
know
those.
I don't know
Oh, no.
it
Don't do that
all,
to me.
but I know Earth's not a ball.
Perfect timing. I gotta eat something. Love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Oh, no. I'm in trouble. Interesting.
I know I don't know it all, but I know Earth's not a ball. Earth's not a ball. Won't you tell me what it's like living on a ball? Living by rules that don't really exist at all. Tell me your story about spinning balls up in the sky. All right, I'm done for a while. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to the gods of the almighty internet to make this platform available to us poor lowly creatures here on the ground.
So, quiz time. If you have a model in your mind of what the sky is doing, and then you look at the things in the sky and you say, oh, they're not where they should be, what could possibly be causing that to happen? Well, maybe light takes a different path, right? So then you want to keep your first model. So you say, therefore, light must be taking a different path. So then you look out at these little objects out in the sky and you say, oh, well, this object's here, this object's there. Therefore, I've proved that light took a different path by my quote unquote table where I wrote down all these discrepancies between my model and what's actually in reality. Now, anywhere in that scenario, did I measure this path that light supposedly took? Yeah. Yeah. The answer's self-evident. So, you globers, I try to use that nonsense as an argument, okay? Especially you people that have advanced degrees. I think that kind of nonsense, illogic is going to fly. I mean, you need to have an orange juice, kick your feet up, listen to some Mozart for a minute, and rethink. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, you know who you are. That's right.
You talking to me?
Do you know it's you? Then no.
I
You
know who
don't.
I am. I don't know if it's me. Is it me?
Oh my goodness! I said you know who you are. So if you have to ask, you don't know.
Is that kind of like the thing where if you think you're crazy, you're not? All right,
No,
I'll stop
because you can
messing around.
definitely
I'm
think
sorry.
you can definitely think you're crazy and be crazy.
Oh, darn.
I wouldn't normally do this, but
Damn.
I'm going to step in and back up Rookie. Yeah, it's okay, man. You'll be all right.
That just ruined my day, man.
No, it should be uplifting.
Wait, you're not insulting me?
No, I'm being an ally, bro. Come on. I'm your ally. I'm not the bad guy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm here to.
So this is a good cop, bad cop thing, I guess.
I'm lending a helping hand, whatever that means. Don't get the wrong impression.
Did I make you uncomfortable yet?
I don't think that's possible, man. I don't need any help. I can make myself uncomfortable.
Me too. I just did it. It must be Sunday.
Guys.
I get a little weird on Sunday.
There's more important things to worry about in life than what we're talking about right now. Like how many holes should actually be on a men's belt? Yeah. Like how many holes should actually be on a man's belt? Is it 5 or 6 or is it 7?
Well,
Does it
depends on
depend
how
on the
big he is,
dispersion
I guess.
between the holes?
When
Exactly.
he eats, does he grow
Well,
that much? Like when he eats, or?
I've had to tighten my belt. I've had to make new holes.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
don't know why you don't
But
just
you
draw the
can't.
line. I mean,
Why not
maybe
just
they
have
should
holes
make
through the
belts
whole
without
to
holes.
solve
Maybe
the
they should
problem?
have clamps or something. Doesn't that make more sense?
Dude, I got a belt that's essentially a ratchet strap.
Yeah.
Cool. It's got like an infinite
Kind of
amount
like
of
one of
holes.
those climbing things. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Well, actually, it's more like
Pretty smart
50.
idea.
It's got like 50 notches, I guess.
Damn, I want to see that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, that is a darn good idea. Yep. Best ones I found are the slip knot ones with two like square looking rather than the holes, because honestly from time to time it'll be too tight in some instances depending on what kind of exercise I'm doing. And then too loose in others. So
Flat earthers so stupid they wonder how many belt loops or belt hole you should
How do
have.
you loosen others? I wish I had that one figured.
just get one you can tighten and loosen easily. But one
Meanwhile,
one that stays at that position. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. I'm all about that
exactly.
efficiency like that.
Meanwhile, on the Globe server, they're talking about sociological problems such as what is the impact of all the people on Earth lying about the globe?
Oh no.
And other stories like, what is a man?
Or if dolphins can cohabitate with human women. Just kidding. I don't know. Maybe they could interbreed. I bet
What
there's
if you Globers can breed with Punjab? The Globers like to come in a lot and ask this question, why would they lie? But of late, there's been a lot of supposed prominent intellects, quote unquote, that have posited the idea that flat earthers are lying about propositions which categorically can't be a lie. So I think you Globers actually need to have a symposium and figure out what is a lie and then disperse it among yourselves so you can know.
Yeah.
Because we can't answer the question, why would
really
they lie?
good advice. You know that?
a symposium. Yeah. Why you could go to some beautiful resort town with nice beaches and go have a thing.
While you're there, you can also
Global
while
convention.
you're there. Okay, you said it. We killed it. While you're there, you could also figure out at what height you could actually see the curve of the Earth off the surface. That would be a good one to have because none of you seem to know.
Yeah, if they could agree on something, so we don't have all the doofus. I mean, regular people coming in here that don't know their own. Did I say doofusless out loud? Sorry.
Yeah.
Stop saying sorry, Sonny.
Yeah, we got Dr. Bob saying you could see it at 80,000 feet. We got aspiring airplane person dude saying you could see it at like 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
Dave sees it at
Then we got planetarium directors, right, saying you can't see it at the height of the Red Bull jump. And then we got different planetarium directors saying you can't even see it at the height of the ISS. In all instances, we have video footage or cameras showing curve at all of those heights. So somebody's wrong. Now, notice I didn't say somebody's lying, you see, because I know what a lie is, Globers. I'm not duped.
Well, I like
You gotta be careful. You don't want to call them a liar. They get mad.
Because you can actually show what the lie actually is, and you don't have to point the finger. Others can decide for themselves. So yeah, if you have curvature at the ground and then you have curvature at the same height, as we're saying, way the heck up there in some balloon, That's kind of key. I don't have to say someone's lying. I just have to say there's curvature at the ground level as well as their maximum height that they went up. That's it.
Yeah, for example, if you personally, as a glober, get a camera and you don't really pay too much attention to the camera, let's just say, just get a camera. You're like, oh, I'm going to send this camera up on a balloon and I'm going to see what it shows. I'm going to do an observation for myself to prove it to myself. And your balloon, for some reason, only goes up 25,000 feet, let's say. And to you, when you look at the footage, it looks like the horizon, quote unquote, looks a little curved to you. So you say, aha, I see a curve. Therefore, that's the Earth curve. Now, mathematically, it's not the Earth curve, but you look at it and you say, yep, it's the Earth curve, and you go and tell somebody else. Okay. Are you lying, or are you just stating something that could be wrong?
Well, that's
Now,
a good question.
All you Globers listening, go get your PhD friends and your doctorate level friends and your bachelor level friends who claim to be, astute intellectuals, so they can come listen to this masterclass on the difference between a lie and just stating something that's wrong. Because I know it's hard for you guys to grasp this concept.
Mm-hmm. So excellent suggestion.
They're shade tree scientists.
Well, someone doing their gardening is more of a scientist than most of these people we're talking about or talking to.
Yeah. Once you recognize the difference between a lie and just something that's false, right? Maybe, it might prick you in the conscience to be like, you know what? I have called a lot of people liars in this arena or in this topic that I probably should retract and apologize for, just to keep my integrity.
Yeah,
that might
right.
be good.
Sorry
Since
for
I
all
am a
those people.
professional, since I am a professional and all, with scruples, right? And I drink Earl Grey hot with my pinky out. It might behoove me as a man of science and pomp and circumstance to apologize to the lesser plebe, ignorant, retarded flat earthers. That way it'll ingratiate me to them and they might listen to what I have to say. Or you could just do it because it's the right thing to do. Whichever you prefer.
I was with you till you said retards. That was a joke. My bad.
Well, you're not a PhD, so you wouldn't understand the rhetorical device.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. My bad. It's impossible.
I like
know
that
what?
move.
I guess that's right. It takes a computer and research in the internet to find your symptoms. That's what it takes to be a PhD nowadays.
I like that behoove word. Yeah. It would behoove you to maybe do that. That's a good idea. Figure out the difference between something that's just flat out wrong, just plain wrong, or something somebody's lying. I don't know. I think when you find out what was wrong, what's wrong that doesn't fit reality, whatever it is, then you've just done the job already. I don't care about the rest. Once I see the lie, Black Swan, I don't care if they lied or not. Obviously, they either lied or the Earth is breathing in and out. You only got a couple choices, or it's
Wait a minute.
a 500,000 miles in diameter. Take your choice. So I could just look at the information itself. For instance, Black Swan is a very good one. I know they hate that. That's why I keep bringing it up. Black Swan. At 1 foot above,
It's just more convincing when you actually take them down to the water and show it to them in real life. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, QE didn't invent the Pythagorean theorem, okay? So 1 foot above the water, your globe says 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, period. What's the problem with that? Why are you denying your own maths of descriptions of
Probably
your
because they're wrong.
their globe? It's your globe. Why don't they embrace their globe? What's wrong with them?
I guess they
really
think
like
that
to help them out.
scientists can be confused between each other, but they can all still be right, I guess.
I would feel completely miserable if I'm like holding on to this globe. It's got to be a globe because they said it's a globe. It's a globe because, yeah, because they said it's 3,959 miles at the equator. They said it's a globe. So got to believe it. Like, why? Well, I would feel really sad if like there was no 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. Like, where is it? I'd be out there looking for it every day. All the rest is just amazing stuff. Anyway, globe proofies. Proofsies, please. We're off to Proofsiesville. Proofsieville.
Well, as usual, the main experiential proof that most Globers cling to is I can't see the bottom of something. Therefore, there's a big Earth curve hump in the way. It's the only thing that exists that could possibly cause me to not be able to see the bottom of something.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I can do that on my kitchen table. Here's the video. While the ladies are flat smacking in the background. Pretty funny. It's like it's like history through video.
See, the problem is if that's true, my friends, Mr. Globers, of all range of intellects and professions and letters after your name and before your name and in the middle of your name, that this big humpy thingy that's Earth curvy is doing these things you claim, then it has to be doing them at all scales, not just at the horizon, relatively close to the surface. Okay, so for example, get off the beach and go up 9,000 feet on the side of a mountain, right? And then take an observation of another mountain. Let's just say, for lack of a better scale, let's just go with 250 miles because that's a really long way away. And then you take, an observation of something that far away. And you see if that big hump of Earth curve is cutting off the bottoms of things like it's supposed to. Oh, so we do that observation. Let's use infrared, since infrared is much better, right? It's going to weed out a lot of this nonsense noise from all these other colors. So let's use infrared and let's take a picture of this mountain. That's 250 miles away. Okay. We see the whole mountain. Whoop-de-doo. That's fine. Nothing special about that, except if you believe in a globe. Then all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, the mountain that I'm looking at is a certain height. The Earth curve is supposed to be a certain height in between point A and point B. The off angle should create a hidden zone, right? That the mountain is either going to be below or above, so I can see it or not see it. So in this particular instance, which is the Canigou mountain range, the height of the mountains compared to the hidden height, the tip top of the mountain should be 1 mile below the curve of the Earth, quote unquote. Obstruction, right? But yet I can see the entire mountain from the top to the bottom, the town at the bottom, the land at the bottom, and even the shoreline of water. So where's the big hump of Earth curve? It's not there. That's where it is. Now, just like I said before, you have an observation that doesn't match reality, so you have a choice to make. So what's the choice that most Globers make? Well, they just say, well, light just curves all around that big hump that's supposed to be there so it can get right in my camera, or right in my eyeball.
What they do is they say it's anything but what we actually see, what we're actually witnessing. It's anything but that. They go to anything else but what we're actually seeing, which is very odd.
Yeah, so they claim that the refraction, quote unquote, is doing it. Okay, now that's a claim. Then they draw this circle, right? Or they go to an Earth curve calculator and they take a slider which says refraction on it and they just slide it back and forth until it says, look, we found the magic number that makes this possible if the light is curving this much around your curvy ball. Now, just positing an idea, quote unquote, light curves, and just positing an amount that it would curve if needed, right? Does that mean that you've proved that it's happening?
Right. That's the point I keep making when they bring it up. Is like, where's the documentation or whatever? You must be getting this from somewhere. And come to find out, no, they're not really getting it from anywhere. They're just saying it. They're just saying refraction, but that light curves. Like, where are they even getting that? I'd like to see a citation just for that. That light curves. Where is that? But anything else?
Well, they might refer you to a table. They might refer you to a table that's been done in the past, which has similar type of ad hoc data, quote unquote, which is data not that they've
7/6 stuff. Yeah.
Data not that they've taken from reality, but that they just said must be there. Because if I see this object and this is the curve of the Earth, then light must be curving this way. You make like hundreds of observations with that claim and that faulty logic, right? And you say, well, it must have been doing this, 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 and this. That's not the same as measuring that it's doing those things. And appealing to something that's done before, which has the same problem in its logic, doesn't make it any more true.
Makes it retarded. Because you're never going to get smarter if you keep sticking with the same dumb stuff. Exactly right.
Yes, we'll make this real clear for you globy globers. Where is the direct evidence and measurements that this refraction that you claim must exist is present in these observations? Okay, where? Okay, you can't just say, I already know Earth's a globe, therefore it's happening. It's not how it works.
Yeah, one doesn't constitute the other.
So if you got any of those direct measurements, to submit for scrutiny, I'm sure the Flat Earth community would like to look at it. Heck, I'm sure the Globe Earth community would like to look at it because they've been trying to do it for hundreds of years. Still haven't got it. So whichever one of you guys is holding out on the rest of the suckers, quit being selfish and release your data.
Right, because see, they're saying they're making quite a specific claim. Now, in the Black Swan, for instance, if they're saying refraction, they're making a very quite specific claim. One thing we do know is the height above water and the distances to those oil rigs. We know those distance only as demarcations of distance. They're making a specific claim of saying that is all on a curved surface. So I specifically need to know exactly. I want to see all of it for, let's say, just the Black Swan, because that's when we've beaten this. This is a dead horse that's been dead a long time, starting to smell. So specifically show us exactly how this 9.41 mile observation is possible with light doing what you're exactly saying it is specifically. That means it would have to include how it's making this thing turn into an apparition, lifting it up almost 80 feet above where it's supposed to be from your line of sight. Thank you.
Yeah, and real quick, supposedly they've provided this evidence, but let me tell you what their evidence is. It's a piece of paper with a bunch of lines drawn on it that say, if the light did this, then that would satisfy this observation. Okay, cool story. Now go in the real world and verify that the light's doing that. Thank you. All right, I'm off to do some fun stuff. You guys enjoy. Hopefully I triggered somebody.
I have a question. When somebody offers you something for free and then they keep offering it to you over and over and over, doesn't that make you wonder like if it's really like something you should actually get? Because I keep getting this offer to get free Windows 11, and I'm trying to figure out why they keep trying to offer that to me.
Yeah, I keep getting. Yeah, it does make you wonder. I keep getting an offer to pay taxes, and I'm just like disinclined.
Yeah, that too.
Yes, I'm disinclined to acquiesce to their request.
Well,
instead of just send it back and say return to sender. Who's this guy? I don't know who this guy is.
It's just updated spyware. Giving it away. This one can not only hear you and see you, but
get
it
the
can
latest
smell you.
defense against security scammers. Yeah, for free.
Exactly. And don't worry about your camera randomly turning on and off.
Yeah, we only ask for that just in case you need to see us.
Let us look into the window of your soul. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna get a new mic today, guys. Where's to it? Fuck.
I hear Walmart's having a sale. It's a big sale.
How do you guys like the beauty pics I've been sending you lately? Like those? Unless you're not checking your DMs. Never
I don't
mind.
know. Whatever could you mean? Well, for someone who doesn't answer their DMs, that's
India
funny, huh?
No, I do. You keep switching your freaking name around. That's not my fault.
I've only had 2 accounts, my friend. Just
Yeah,
the 2.
I know. It's
One of them's gone.
Listen,
I'm
and
sorry.
several other people have done the same thing. Can you imagine how that is keeping track of that? Yeah, you
I know.
Never mind. It's okay.
Why I was trying to.
It's okay. I try. Listen, I have limited.
I love you too, buddy.
I have limited range of focus. Like honestly, I've had to cut out a bunch of periphery stuff because I can only focus on so much at one time. I get really easily diverted. So
I agree.
That tends to make me probably seem a little narrow focus sometimes, which I have to be. It's for survival.
So if I want to get your attention, I just reach through the phone and slap the crap out of you or something? Or?
No, just say me like you're doing now. If you do it like through voice, then I get it.
Teasing. All right, that sounds good.
And I'll just tease you back, you old fucker.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you flirt. I'm sure that some people probably hear us doing this, and they probably think we don't like each other so much.
I think it's great to have friends that you can poke a little bit. You know, like I enjoy that.
Oh,
exchange.
you mean slam? Just slam them.
Well, maybe not. Yeah.
Well, because if your friends don't slam you, your enemies will, and you won't be prepared for it when they do it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just friendly banter. That's all it is. It's good stuff. It's necessary, with all this knowledge. Like you need a pressure valve, right? Everybody needs a ventilator.
Yeah.
What's that song?
Valve, yeah.
Stone song. A Stone song. Bam, 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 da, 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 da. Your back is broken and your feet they hurt.
You ever heard of a guy named Donald Marshall?
No.
Uh-oh. Crickets. Wow.
Marshall who?
Donald Marshall.
Donald Marshall. Actually, the name does sound familiar, but I can't place it.
Think Black Eye Club. Cloning?
A reference frame? What?
Human cloning? Human cloning.
Oh,
on a big scale. Have you heard that story yet? Or is that a subject that we can't talk about?
No, I'm not sure I remember.
Well, there's this group of people that believe that we're all clones,
Hmm.
and that when you become like a famous person or you get on that list to be famous, that you have to sign away your rights to your soul, and that they actually kidnap your soul and they put it into clones and they make you do creepy stuff and take
Just
videos
like
of it
the
or something.
Just
Weird
like
stuff.
the movie, just like Altered Carbon, I think, or some movie I watched was just like that.
Something like
What
that,
was
yeah.
that?
It's a crazy idea, right? But what if it was true?
Yeah, it's an Altered Carbon where the like rich people, they have clones. Yeah, they all were wearing shell bodies and stuff, and they just exchange them and shit. It's really weird, really strange. But
What if there was something to that? I mean,
well, I think the
I know
movies
it's
are
crazy,
all
but what if there's
along.
something?
I think the movies are really bold right now, being bold as far as telling us exactly what is going on. They're telling us exactly what they want, just like they have done in the past. The movies have been saying exactly what kind of world they want, telling us all along.
But what if it was all a lie? What if everything was a lie?
I think it mostly is.
What if even the stuff we think is true is not?
A lot of it's a lie. A lot of it's we just
Or
don't
what if
know.
it's just been tainted so badly that we, you know what I mean? I don't know. I just kind of wonder, like, because it seems like no matter how far down the rabbit hole I go, I seem to become more awake, and I seem to find more things to be awakened to, right? And it's
No,
like
it's scary. Kind of scary. I know.
It almost makes me not want to look anymore.
Yeah. I've had to slow down a little and not peek in every single rabbit hole because I know where it takes me. So I just have to limit that. That's as far as the focus thing too. You know, it's got to stay closer to home. Otherwise, I get too far out, and then I'm like, "What? Where's home?" I like what Jim Carrey said before. Like, hold on, tea kettle spoiling.
Ready for a spot of tea?
Yeah, you got to have a kettle with a whistle on it. That's the best way. Anyway, what was I talking about?
One of the most amazing inventions ever made. You know that?
What was I just talking about? I was going to say something about that.
Teapots?
No, before that. Damn it.
Oh, I don't know. Damn it. You got me too.
Now I have to go back on the live stream just to remember what even I said.
Rewind.
You said there's rabbit holes you don't like to go down.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about the rabbit hole, and then we went into another rabbit hole, I guess.
Can't go down every rabbit hole because you don't have that much time in the day. And then, what Jim Carrey said, that's it. I remember. Thanks, Pletty. What Jim Carrey said about, he goes like, he realized doing parts and characters that he could provide. I think what he was saying is this, don't quote me, is that he could provide these characters out of himself so easily that after a while when he went home, he goes, where's Jim? And then he goes, well, if it's so easy to lose me, who am I in the first place? So I think that questioning, I think that's important. Like, we're